stands, but I am open to being wrong. I don't think I am. I don't think anyone else in here is right now because everything seems rock solid. But I do hope for, you know, everyone just
You
learning,
know,
whatever it
I'm
may
gonna go,
be.
I'm gonna go ahead and make a quick plug because the YouTube bot just joined us. So just to catch everybody up that's on YouTube. Welcome everybody on YouTube. This is 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 16, Prove the Globe. We're live right now on X Spaces. You're joining us right now. The bot just entered the room, so welcome everybody from YouTube. And if you want to join us, if you're looking for us on X, just look for my name at AV_overdrive. That's how you find my handle, and then you'd be able to join the space. If you want to join us here, or you can listen on YouTube. Shout out to Helio Skeptic. Go ahead and subscribe to Helio Skeptic on YouTube. Shout out to the homie. Everybody on X, subscribe to Helio Skeptic on YouTube and the 24/7 Flat Earth bot that's in here right now. It's listening. Check out it on X and follow it as well. It's got a couple of thousand followers, so we want to increase that amount because that account is Helio Skeptics, and the brother's been doing a lot of like live streaming and keeping us on with the bot. So it's recording us, even though I'm doing spaces that's getting recorded. It's also doing recording as well. So welcome everybody there. We're starting tonight's panel with myself, McBee, on the speaker panel, Peter, Rayleigh Criterion, Neil, The Conspiracy, Price of Adam, and that's it for the speakers. But if you guys want to jump up here as a speaker and provide evidence that the Earth is a globe or support the flat Earth, you can do so. Come on in. The water's fine. No sharks. I promise. But if you want to come on in, go for it, guys. Go ahead, Price of Adam.
If you guys need me to step down or something, if ever there gets to be too many speakers or something like that, and you're like, oh no, somebody can't
Yeah,
come in,
same here.
I'll get the help. I'll switch to listener in a heartbeat.
Yeah, what we want to do is the guys who are part of 24/7, Neil and Price of Adam and Mick, guys, you got to get in those reps, man. I mean, it's cool that I'm doing this, but all of you guys are part of the 24/7, so you got to get your reps in, bro. So one of these staunch Globers that come in here, man, go ahead and take your shot, man. Shoot your shot. See what happens.
I just want to add as a Glober to invite other Globers. If there are any sharks in the water, they're completely toothless. So don't worry. Just come on.
I actually am completely toothless. He fucking knew.
Yeah, see, he's just luring you guys in. Don't believe the hype, but you can if you want to. We're all toothless. That's okay. We'll let you believe that. Yeah, we won't. Hey, we'll be nice. We'll play nice. Yeah, go ahead.
They
Come
lost
on in.
all of their teeth on curvature. They were trying to
Is the-
bite the curvature, and it didn't go that well.
There's no curvature.
Go. Yeah, come on in, guys.
I'm going to make this space spiral before any Glober joins.
Yeah, we'll be spiraling, just like the star rotations. All right, what else we got? Somebody coming up.
And you're forgetting that you believe that the stars are actually rotating. So
Yeah. Oh, the stars aren't rotating, huh? So are the
you
stars
tell me you just made a claim.
are the stars in motion or not, Peter?
Oopsie daisy, you just made a claim.
Yeah, they're in motion.
What a
Stars are
noob
in motion.
mistake. Quantum Eraser will not be pleased.
The stars are in motion.
Blame the Royal Air Force.
Yep. But in your case, do you think the stars are in
It's not my
motion?
claim. It's not my claim.
So when you make your observation of the night sky, you don't think that the stars are moving?
So you just made a claim and you're asking me questions?
Yeah, I made a claim and I can stand by it because observationally,
All right, substantiate.
I have been. I'm telling you, they look like they're moving.
Okay, substantiate. That they're moving.
Yeah, the observation when we see stars in the night sky is that they're moving from east to west.
Oh, so you're saying that it looks like they're moving?
Yes, looks like they're moving.
Yeah, I agree. Totally.
All right. High five. Let's go. Agreement high five.
Yeah. Here you go.
Well, no, I don't want your Japanese lager, man. No, I don't want that.
One more for it.
Shit. Conspiracy, what's up, brother?
Had a lot of man.
Not much. Same old, same old. Waiting for some globies to come in and
It
bring
was good
some
to
exclusive globe proof.
it's good to see you this early, man. We just started. We're just starting the space. That means that the fun will now begin.
Well, yeah, dude, I popped in at like 6 or 7 this morning, and you said you had today off or something.
And tomorrow and the next day.
Dude, I'm like on one right now, so I'm ready to go.
Uh-oh, he's had like four cups of coffee, 2 Red Bulls.
Dude, I have, dude.
Fucking-
No, I woke up real early and I kind of took a nap earlier, and
His heart's
no,
beating like 1,000 miles an hour. He's ready to get it.
exactly. So if the globies are out there, I mean, we're ready for it.
Look out. That's what he's saying. All right. We got like Kyrgyz in the listening panel. What's up, man? And we're asking the question, prove the globe. That's the title of the space. Prove the globe. My contention has always been that they cannot do that. It's not possible. But I think Mick's holding out some hope. He's still looking, hoping, waiting. I don't know. I don't want to dash his hopes. We'll just let him kind of still think that there might be some guy out there that's going to have those intellectual discussions that'll be like, okay, McB, here's how it is. Let me lay it out for you. Mick's like, you know what, dude? I've been waiting for you. That's what I've been waiting on.
Well, you're only on episode 16, so don't lose hope.
Well, how many episodes do you think it's going to take? Oh, fuck, dude.
3 more.
Really? All right.
Yeah.
3
19,
more.
right?
19. Episode 19.
Everyone stay tuned.
The man
Bring your
said,
family.
yeah, the man
Bring your wife. Bring your kids.
It'll be an event. Peter, what are you
Where
putting in
are
my
the-
nest, bro? What's this? What's all this?
Say again.
What did you put in my nest?
My globe, my personal globe.
Oh, God, dude.
Well, you said every time you host these spaces, you're holding onto that mug. I'm holding onto the globe.
Look, dude, is that like a beach ball? What is that? Hold on, let me check it out. No, it's a regular.
No, it's
a
Peter,
nest
is
ball.
that the one you got on Amazon?
yeah.
And would you?
So there's this one time Peter was getting on us for maps, and he's like, "Oh, my globe," and it was this one from Amazon. They also sell candy dishes and night lights. So, I mean, that's how good their maps are.
Ooh, nice.
It's a good one.
It's definitely something that you want to. You can hold paper so they don't blow away. That's what that thing's good
Yeah.
for. Oh,
It is good for that.
exactly. Now your paper won't blow away. When the fan's kind of hitting it.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what that globe is good for. That one right there. The paperweight. Pretty expensive too.
It is.
Probably pay like $14,
Yeah, very
$15,
expensive.
something like that, for a paperweight.
Yeah. No, this globe was way overpriced.
How much did that thing cost?
I think about $50 American.
Oh shit, dude! That thing did not cost no
Yeah.
$50. Where the fuck are you
Yo, Hells
shopping?
Angels. My bad. I took your profile picture. Except I made him black.
Thank you for telling us that. It's very relevant. What else do you want to tell? What else do you want to share with us? Did your phone you had to reset your phone today? What else? What else happened in your life?
Peter's just being a cheese dick. Don't mind him. He's a bit salty. Have another
I
one,
know.
Peter. You'll be all right. We'll wait for some baby.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Come on,
It
Globies.
was,
Come one, come all.
Step right up.
Alpha,
Don't be
it
shy.
was
Prove your globe.
$55 Alpha, but today, if you want to buy it, it is
OMG.
$60.
That
$60
the
today,
one you have
man.
there. Well,
Yeah.
Let me look at it. It
It's
says
the Biden inflation. Biden inflation went up 10%,
it says
and you're
waypoint-
telling us that globes are useless.
Well, definitely useful to be sold to people such as yourself. I mean, you can find They say a
Yeah, but
sucker's born every minute, right? So I mean
there
that.
must be sought after because they went up in price by 10%.
Yeah, but the fact that there's people
That's
buying them
huge.
that amount, goodness, man.
That's huge, man.
Yeah, I know.
You'd have
But-
to work like 2.5 hours to get that glove.
You know, it never ceases to amaze me the different claims that the Globers come up with. Like, I feel like
That's your
none of
claim.
them are on the same page. Well, at least like I don't know. The regulars they come here, I would say they're mainly on the same page. But I'd say I wouldn't put a percentage, but I'd put the majority of the Globers aren't on the same page with the majority of their claims. It's pretty hilarious. And,
No, I agree with that. I
just the
asked the
different
guy.
hilarious claims that come from them daily that
yeah.
come into the servers and make
But you know what, dude?
outrageous claims because we know the Globers claims, you know, extremely well, better than them. It's just
Neil,
funny when you try and lay them up their globe claim, like here's your globe claim, here it is for you, and then they just reject their globe claim and come up with something just hilarious. It's daily. It's daily, man. I'll tell you.
Neil, I want to tell you this, man. If you want to get them to actually disagree with each other, there's one thing you got to ask them. How many horizons are there? And watch the fun, because everybody's going to come in and say one different answer to the next. There's a guy that says there's infinite horizons. There's a guy that says there's 4. There's a guy that says there's 3 horizons. There's a guy that says there's 2 horizons. And there's a guy who says there isn't any horizons. Like, I'm telling you, everybody says inconsistent ideas for the horizons. Like, what is a horizon, and how many of them are there? They're all over the place, man. When you ask them that question, they're a hot mess. Everybody disagrees with one another. Why isn't
Dude,
there
that's
one consistent? You know what I mean? One consistent answer.
That's an awesome question too, because one of their best things, and I'm not even gonna say one of their best things, but a lot of their, the sunsets, and I'll give them something there. Like, it makes sense for a layman coming in, that it's going over the curve, but when you start going into what the horizon is, and nobody, especially on the globe side, really seems to have a strong grasp on it, is interesting.
I'm telling you, man. The inconsistencies of their arguments. And we just point them out because it's like you want them to actually think about it, or if there's one unified answer that they're going to be able to collaborate together and be like, okay, guys, let's get together. Let's figure it out. Let's give Flat Earth the answer that should be what represents the globe. Nope. But why is that? Why are they so inconsistent? That should be another question we ask. Why are they inconsistent? Why isn't there one consistent answer? Should be one, right? There shouldn't be many horizons, just one.
To be honest, I don't think many Globers have thought about that question that come into at least the Twitter spaces. I think that's like a real tough question for the novice Globers, at least, let's say, as Peter likes to call them, the baby glurfs. I mean, they're still talking about the sun getting smaller, right? So they don't know our even steel man to that. It has to disappear as it, sunset kind of thing. So
Yeah, baby glurfs. That would be the flurf herder. He is a baby glurf. P Dubs is a baby glurf. And I got a soundbite of both of those guys. It's up in the nest. Check it out. You can listen back to their soundbite and hear what they said. They both said that they don't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe.
P-Dubs is a globe boss.
Boom.
Not a baby.
Boss.
Are you kidding me?
Hey,
Yeah, you're.
hey, can I pretend?
You go ahead.
Can I pretend to be P Dubs for like a minute here, like as a Glober?
Yeah, what are you gonna tell us that the Earth isn't a globe because you don't have evidence?
Well, no, you can measure distance, right?
Yeah.
That's his whole thing. That's his whole thing, is you can measure distance. So like that would make, let's say, the distance between the North Pole and the equator. based on spherical geometry, it would be something based on, and that's his whole stick. You know, the equator has to be this much. This distance from here to here has to be this much. So, I don't know if you've ever had him do that, but he's done that with literally every single person I've ever talked to him. And he does it in different ways sometimes. Sometimes he'll be like, the south should be longer than the north, at the 30th latitude. But that's how he does it. And he does this whole thing like, you don't think we can measure distance across land? And then we talk about water, and then we talk about, well, who actually did measure it, so it's a very funny circular argument. Anyway.
I don't think the argument surrounds distance. It surrounds the drop over the distance. It's always been that. They get it wrong all the time. And it's tiresome. Every time we start talking to them, they seem to circle back to well, we know the distance. I'm like, that's not what we're arguing about. If it was distance, yeah, I would agree. You can have some way to determine that we're going to be, getting close to an approximation. But we're not talking about distance. The tangential plane that's dropping away from the surface of the Earth, or the surface of the Earth dropping away from the tangential plane. I said it backwards, but that's what I'm saying. If you're telling us that we can know that, then how has that been measured? Because we're not talking about point A to point B distance. That's foolish.
Well, you've run into P-Dubs, you've run into Peter, but have you run into Brenda? I mean, she's a tough nut to crack. You might have some tough stuffs for you.
Dude, yeah, the history behind like how long we've been doing this and how long we've known Brenda. It's been a minute, dude. A couple years even. What has it been, Indio? Like 6, 7 years, maybe more. Brenda's been doing it since 2015, 2016, something like that.
I think Brenda was on Free Chan back in the day.
Good Lord. That was a long time ago. Oh, I'm going to drop you co-host, Indio.
All right.
Bada bing.
I heard Brenda was kind of pretending to be a kid in a Discord space with a bunch of 8-year-olds. That's all I'm going to say. It's just kind of weird.
Well, I mean, we examined the arguments, right? And it doesn't seem that Brenda has an argument for the Earth being a globe, except for, yeah, that's what it is. Of course. Yeah. That's it. There's no logical framework. There's nothing to build up on. Just confirmation bias, bro. That's all we got.
Well, Indio pointed it out. Her job, whatever it is, to literally just blow up the whole debate and end the argument. Like, and ever since he pointed that out, I noticed that, and he's 100% correct.
Yeah, I'll never forget. I remember, I think it was in Discord, in the Discord VC, where it came in and said, "Oh, well, if what's it called? The final experiment, doesn't show a 24-hour sun. Oh, I'll become a flat earther." I was like, that's not very solid. What does that mean? Everything that it has said before is null and void, and everything is hinging on this sun phenomena.
Just a bad argument all around, dude. Talking about the final experiment. It's not even an experiment. I mean, for God's sakes.
Well, that's what they're calling it. So
yeah, they're just it's foolish. Indio said it, I don't know how many months ago when they were talking about doing this. It's just a distraction, man. That's all it is.
Yeah, I tend to think so. My point just being that for an individual to hang their hat on one phenomena, it's just not very sound argumentation.
Because I always said too, it's like, do you think the guys who are globe earthers are going down there, if they do not see the midnight sun, do you think they're gonna just say, well, that's interesting, Earth ends in a globe? I don't think so. they're going to make up some type of idea that they're not far south enough, or it's just not possible. This, like, they weren't in a different area. It was too cloudy, or something's going to come up, dude. Just there's never going to be it's not a win. You know, it's silly.
I know. I don't believe Brenda one bit. It's probably going to, say something like that and backpedal. But yeah, no, I don't like speaking to it. I really hate hearing it speak.
Yeah, what I'm saying though is, even though the Globers say that it would be a problem for the globe, it wouldn't be. On the case for those guys who are talking about flat Earth and the idea that the AE map is what the reality for flat Earth is, like they're saying that, then they are the ones conceding that it would be a problem. Well, it would be problematic. Yeah, because you're saying that the Earth looks like this. That's why. Do you get it? Like the flat Earth, like the guys who are going on there that say the Earth is flat, and according to the AE map being what the Earth looks like, you know, and it makes more logical sense, or whatever they claim, that they're the ones in trouble, and they admit it. Well, if it doesn't turn out to be the midnight, if we do see the midnight sun, then it was a problem for flat Earth. No, it's not. Not for flat Earth like what we're talking about. What they're saying, they have a model in their head, a map, what they're ascribing to. That's why it's a problem for them.
Nah, it's fucking dumb, man. You've said it so many times. Gas pressure without a container, can't really, do much about that. And then lack of curvature, can't do much about that. Doesn't matter what the sun is doing. It might indicate something that many people have missed. Like it might actually reveal something. Who the fuck knows, right? But those two things.
Who is talking right now? Because there's a lot of hot micing.
McBee.
Oh, okay.
What I'm saying is the two main things, the sun phenomena, it doesn't nullify that. The whole host waste of time.
Yeah, we'd hope that there's more critical thinking when it comes to, like, when people attempt to do something, like, inspect what they're doing. Make sure that you're assessing all the arguments that are being put forward. But when they talk about something called the final experiment, and that's going to be handled by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, and they're going to Antarctica investigating whether or not the claim for the AE map can be substantiated by way of, seeing the sun traverse the sky, and if they have what is considered to be the midnight sun, which is that the sun never sets during a specific solstice, then they're going to say that affirms that the Earth is not flat. How so? Dude, their argument is weak. It's feeble. And it's only having to deal with things in the sky. There's no conclusion of the Earth, having any curvature measurements. None whatsoever. It's void of that. And this
I
is
was
the
gonna say
problem.
I was gonna say retweet the space and like DM your favorite Globey, Adam, whatever. Let's get him in here because ultimately that's what we're here for. Here's some globe proof. Makes a big difference getting people in the room.
You want to have the Flurf herder back in here for round 2? Let's see if he says something else stupid.
Yeah, bring him in here. Bring everybody in here. I want everybody to be up here. Bring them out.
Dude,
Bring Piper Australis in here. That's who I want in here. Piper Australis is due for a shellacking because Piper Australis has been talking smack in the text channels. So we got to have some of the Piper Australis. Like Kyrgyz, give me a thumbs up if you want Piper Australis in here, bro. Give us a thumbs up, bro. 100%. Look at that.
100.
We gotta have that. We gotta know what Piper Australis has to bring to the table in the way of a consistent logical argument.
Who's this guy?
I don't know. I think AJ yesterday was saying that they're piping up in the text channels. Like they're all talking about they got globe evidence and we got weak arguments and all just talking smack. Okay. Now it's time to show. This is the epic showdown. We want everybody who thinks that the Earth is a globe to put forward their best argument. We got listeners right now that need to know if people actually know if the Earth is a globe. So we're doing this, right? And proving to everybody that they don't have any argument for the Earth being a globe. In 2024, there should be some shred of evidence that they can put forward empirically that there is substantiated that the Earth is a globe. Not just pictures from NASA, not just live streams, because all of those things that they're putting forward as what they think is evidence, I can ask you, do you believe that that's true, or do you know it's true? How can you affirm to say you know that it's true? Have you ever seen the Earth in that way? How is it possible that you're submitting to us that we just have to believe in what we're being shown? If that were the case, if that's a standard of evidence, then anything I show you, you have to accept that it's real. Yeah? Because if we're just looking at things and believing it, then that's all we got to do. The standard of evidence is just me showing you, and then you have to believe because I showed you something.
Yeah, if there's a modicum of a possibility, it must mean it's true because, it could be. Right? That's basically what it boils down to. We can't have, indirect, a sort of inference. We need direct confirmation. And that goes, for a lot of things in life, like many things you're not comfortable just saying, maybe I'll try it. And you can't know everything, you have to take risks and stuff. But for something like this, it's a fucking measurement, man. Should be easy.
Yeah, definitely. If you guys are on the listening panel and you want to jump up and ask some questions,
It's very easy.
Perhaps you think that the Earth is a globe and you want to just give us some evidence that it is, please come up, raise your hand, or request to speak. We'll bring you up, and you can have your chance up here in the panel. We want to challenge you. It's not about converting you. It's not about convincing you. It's about you being challenged. If by proxy of the argument, you're able to think about it and then say, yeah, I think the Earth is flat. But we're not going to do it by strong arming you into the notion that it is. You have to think critically for yourself. Something that you do, not us.
I know Morgan down there. He's a glober.
I'm challenged already. I'm falling asleep.
Well, I mean, maybe it's time for bed. Old people, they usually go to bed early, so maybe have a cup of oatmeal or something and just, head to bed.
Good idea.
Yeah, of course. It's soothing, relaxing. Put on some ASMR and just go to sleep. In the meantime,
I'm gonna hug that globe.
whatever comforts you at night. In the meantime, we'll be taking down the globe while you, in the third realm fighting dragons and whatnot.
If I showed you what comforts me at night, you wouldn't be able to sleep for like a month.
Dude, that didn't sound right by any stretch of the
No,
means.
dude, that sounded really bad.
I had in my head something that I don't even want to tell you what.
Well, that's on you.
No,
That's on you. That's
didn't you think
you and your creator?
Didn't you think that conspiracy when he said that?
Only Peter would say something really gay like that. Sorry for my language,
dude.
How's that a? That's nothing to apologize for.
Yeah. Well, let's change the topic, dude. we got people in the listening panel right now, but
I know I didn't realize this was a sensitive topic for you.
Not
Alpha.
sensitive, dude.
It's okay.
We can't speak on things like that because people get upset. Peter, you have a listening audience. Peter, hello.
Oh.
So
I thought it was only you and I.
Right.
You had a male sidekick that was trying to impress you with his knowledge of flat Earth.
Well, I don't have to impress you. I just have to show how you don't.
I meant your sidekick.
Oh,
yeah. I'm sorry to the audience. I don't want Alpha to get called a racist or a Nazi or something like that.
Dude, they do it they do it without any provocation, bro. I don't even have to give them a reason. They just do it. They paint me in all kinds of colors around here. That's fine. I don't give a shit. I do what I do. Yeah.
I would say one time they did that to my co-host because I was muting him. He was like, "Yo, racist! Yo, Nazi!" It was pretty good.
Check it out, man. We got people in the listening panel. Hey, welcome to the space, and hopefully you guys hear a good argument from these globers that come forward. Haven't been one yet so far. Some of the weak arguments that they have are just something that you would just make you go, oh yeah, whatever. But we hope that somebody does come in and say some logical, consistent arguments.
Hey, Peter. Are you there, Peter?
Yes.
Have you been listening?
With half of my brain, yeah, like a
Yeah.
shark who sleeps with half of his brain on. Yeah.
What do you think is really going on?
That's an overloaded question. Going on where? In the universe?
No. Here.
Have you been listening, Brenda? This is coming out of left field.
What do you? Yeah, I'm just asking Peter what he thinks because it sounds kind of odd to me.
What sounds?
Which part? That there's grown-up adult men who...
Yeah, that part. Well, the smell of desperation.
Oh God! Shut the fuck up. Seriously, Brenda. Shut your
Yeah,
fucking
the
mouth.
desperation.
with
The
her for once.
desperation.
Hey.
No, Brenda. We're
Yeah.
not the topic. No, Brenda. We're not the topic. The topic
See?
isn't flat earthers. It's
See?
Flat Earth. No.
See, Peter?
No. You're not going to derail, Brenda. Sorry. I'll
Yeah.
kick you the fuck out. I have no respect for you. You're a piece of garbage.
See that? See that,
Yeah,
Peter?
that's right. That's
I
right,
think I'm
Brenda.
seeing it, yeah.
We're not going to take your shit,
Yeah.
dude. We're not going to endure your bullshit.
I mean,
That's
it's
right, Peter.
palpable,
Brenda. Yeah,
right?
Do you have a degree in psychology? So we just get your pop psychology. You're going to divine our minds and emotional state, right? Another fucking mind reader. Shut the fuck up.
I don't think it requires any expertise to read your mind right now.
Yeah.
I think it's like an open book.
Disgusting human.
It's an open
This is
book.
like this is like the
Good.
first.
Listen to that. Listen to that, Peter.
Projecting that-
Listen to that.
Projecting it on purpose.
It's
I want you to know how
amazing.
disgusted I wanted you to know how disgusted I am by your answer.
All I did is say, can you
No,
can
you
you
started
detect
talking-
the smell
you
of
started
desperation?
gossiping like a woman.
It's just
No, you
it's,
started gossiping like
the
a woman.
desperation is just palpable.
No, you're gossiping like a woman.
Wow.
You're trying to do your stupid
It's-
social commentary.
Listen to that.
We don't care. Yeah, listen.
And he has no awareness either. There's no self-awareness at all.
I'll do social shaming.
At
I'll talk
all.
about the flat earth.
You don't know what do you know what desperation means?
Yeah, I know what it means.
What does it
That's what
mean?
you are. You're
What does it
projecting.
mean?
Yeah, you're
Talking to 8-year-olds on Discord in a child voice.
yeah.
You mean this
That's desperation.
desperation to get Globers in here so that you can talk to them. How desperate can you get?
Brenda,
What
you've had a lot
Glovers?
of time to think about.
How is that
See?
desperate?
See? Well, because Alpha has been like crying for the last 20 minutes.
What did he
About-
say
Is that
that
how
was
you're
crying?
characterizing as crying?
Yeah, it's desperate.
How are you
It's
characterizing it as crying?
I'm characterizing it as
Why does it say
desperation for Globers to come in and give him evidence of the globe. Right?
Yeah, I want you to explain how it's desperate and how it's crying. Explain it to us.
Because he's
Because since you want to,
Like-
you want to engage this way.
because it's like he's on his knees, just begging,
It's like
begging.
that way, or it is that way.
Alpha and
It's like that
y'all
way, or is it
and
that way?
y'all have been on your knees, begging,
Like that.
just begging.
So,
Globers,
their
please.
like that way.
Globers, please come in and debate us. Globers, please come in.
Indio.
Please,
Indio,
please come in,
Brenda
Globers.
just drowns you out.
So
See?
fake quote Brenda. That's what you're gonna
See?
do.
Indio
You're gonna
just
say
needs
shit
to
you didn't
shout louder. The mic's fine.
So
Yeah.
Brenda, he didn't actually say those words, did he, Brenda? Now who's desperate?
Indio,
It's
lean into
amazing.
that mic. Lean into that mic.
So
dude.
Brenda,
Into it.
who's desperate when he didn't say those words? You have to put those words in his mouth to even formulate any type of argument
It's-
to support your bullshit.
This is
Touch that
fantastic.
mic with your lips like a rock singer.
Brenda, do you trust science?
No, Brenda's muted. Done with that shit.
Are you a science denier,
Can I
Brenda?
make a suggestion?
It's like purse your lips like Trump did when he fellatioed the mic.
Is that what he did?
You don't even know what that word means, do you?
Fellatio means giving head. Do you know what cunnilingus means?
Indio knows everything about oral sex. He tells me everything I know.
I'm sure I should have known better than to think he didn't know anything about gay sex.
No, Felicia has nothing to do with gay sex. Low job, bro.
No,
Thank you, Indio. Tell us
Alpha,
more.
Alpha, Alpha. I think that your
What?
desperate pleas for Globers to please come, please come, and
Yeah,
That
that's enough
sounded
of that.
really weird in the context of the previous
Said enough of that
conversation.
shit.
Good God.
It was a Brenda comedy hour.
That's the state of the globe. That's the state of the globe, ladies and gentlemen. The globe is collapsing as we speak.
Alpha, don't forget to get
Alpha's so desperate that I have to make up what you said to show that you were desperate.
don't forget to have Clipcord clip that.
That was kind of something special, wasn't it?
Oh shit.
Peter, in my
It's good for ratings.
Globers, are you out there? Please come in here. Oh, I need you guys. Hurry, Globers. I don't know what I'll do without you.
Well, now you add. Well, see that you sprinkled a little bit on there. You colored it up a bit to make it a little bit more PG. Yeah,
because I wanted a good soundbite.
words to the end of that.
It's so easy to sift through their nonsense.
Rated G.
Dude, it's nothing. Because they all do the same thing. It's like they have like a playbook. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a brain aneurysm in the same place. I don't know. But they all do the same thing. It's like a little repeating pattern they do, and they do it over and over and over again. Alpha knows.
Oh yeah.
A lot of these guys in here know, man. We've seen it, dude. It's a very small pattern. If it was more complex, we might not be able to figure it out. But it ain't complex. It's very basic, Philly. Peter's a little unique. I mean, he disassembles, but he doesn't do their same repeating shit, right? He doesn't go, "You don't understand. You're lying. All you guys do X.
So the
All you
Machian
guys
technique.
do this. Straw man, red herring.
Yeah.
You know, just the same old crap, dude. Just deflection, diversion, smoke and mirrors, just a bunch of horse shit."
I was too hard on Brenda when she came in here. I like introduced her and she kind of like went back into the shadows for like a few minutes and then she came out. It's like, "Oh, you guys are just desperate." But I don't know who's to say she would have done that otherwise.
Yeah, really the sound bites that we get from these individuals are gold because we play them back, to show that the cope is real for the people that think that the earth is a globe. And we're asking people to just put forward your best argument. And those who think that the earth is a globe have this kind of weird spiral when they're in our chats. I don't know why. Why do they do that? Why don't they just present the evidence that the earth is a globe, show everybody how knowledgeable they are, but they fail miserably at doing that. And I like to expose the listening audience to that. I want them to hear it. It's for their benefit because they're the reasons why people are flat earthers. Those people that come in here and do those antics are the reasons why people become flat earthers. They're like, dude, if nobody has any evidence that the earth is a globe and they're doing that, yeah, I'm out. You can count me out.
So here's the funny thing, Alpha. You know why I'm not a prison guard? Because then I'd be in prison. Doesn't matter what side of the wall you're on, right? So Brenda has spent, like you just said, countless hours of her life in the prison with the people she thinks are prisoners, voluntarily. Not getting. I hope. I don't know. I'm getting paid. I don't think Brenda gets paid. Brenda does this for free, which is even scarier, right? So the things she despises, she spends all day long interacting with. That can't be healthy.
Seems like some things
people
went
get a
off,
real
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got
some people get a real kick out of other people's frustration and stuff,
One thing I care about the listening audience because when I was listening to conversations about Flat Earth and Globe Earth, when I first started everything, I wanted to hear logically consistent arguments from both sides. And I only heard one side doing that. So I understand when I'm like just a lurker or listening, I want to hear people actually give it their best shot. Intellectual arguments to be had. But when they're doing these types of like gimmicks, it's disheartening. If you're on the side of the earth that's a globe, it's disheartening for your side. You're like, God, can't we do better? Guys, we got to do better. But there isn't better. There's only this. This is the reason why we do these spaces and, live streams, and we go on Discord and do all that to expose you guys to this type of behavior. Why isn't there the PhDs, cosmologists, astrophysicists, guys coming in here and saying, you know what, let's just set the record straight. We're going to tell you guys who think that the earth is flat once and for all how it really is. Now, if that was the case, where are those guys? The magical, astrophysicist that knows all the information about the globe, the ones who people appeal to when I'm not an astrophysicist. He would know. Really? Then why don't they come in here? Why are they so scared? Why don't they want to step foot in an environment like this? I'll give them the floor. I always do. I've had conversations with PhDs and such, and it always turns out the same. I mean, I got the panel here to tell you. So
I'd also like to highlight why Brenda did that. So you triggered Brenda by trying to get people in here. Brenda, that's the last thing she wants. She's here to run interference. You have new people come in here. That's counter to her goal. So she's here to block. She's a blocker. That's what she's here to do. Not do anything else. Prevent people from having, honest discussions, intellectual dialogues, anything like that. Actually examine what they know, what they don't know. She's just trying to prevent all that.
Man,
that's all she's ever done.
Man, don't flat block. Come on.
Flat block. I like that.
Yeah, that's pretty much what she's doing, man. Like, that's why she's like, Miggy's, saying, hey, Clover, step on up, step to the plate. Tell us why you believe this. And that's not what Brenda wants. Brenda doesn't want anybody hearing any of this. This was how they acted. So like all the old school, I don't know if you guys know, all the old school anti-flat earthers, this was their tactic back in the day, back in 2017, 2018, 2019, was to run interference. That was like their only goal. They would jump in any freaking live stream, any chat, porn bomb, do all sorts of stuff to just stop it. They didn't want the conversation to happen. They don't even want it talked about. That's the problem. And even if you talk about it, they will abuse you just for talking about it. This is not questionable. That's how they want it perceived as. This is not questionable. If you question it, you're going to be abused. You're going to be shamed. You're going to be, called names, doxxed. Like, they'll do anything. You do not talk about this subject. It's like talking about the Holocaust, right? You're not allowed to talk about that except for in only one context. The worst thing that ever fucking happened to humanity. That's it. If you talk about it in any other context, you're a bad person. And they try to do the same thing to flat earth. Can't talk about the earth unless it's in the context of what a great, beautiful blue marble this is. And if you talk about it in any other context, you're a bad person.
Yeah, by the way,
Brenda's going to be called.
Did somebody say blue marble?
If I may interject quickly, is it just me or is Indio's
You may
volume
know.
very low?
It is very low. He needs to lean into his mic.
Oh, hold on. Let me reconnect my headset.
Do you have a physical?
It is very low, but that's he does that on purpose because when you speak quietly, then people really have to think to listen to you, so they pay more attention.
Peter, I'm always hearing Peter or Brenda over Indio, and I'm always really frustrated. So figure that out, Indio.
Yeah, I got it. Now Peter's saying I'm doing it intentionally.
That's way better.
Peter, you're fucking
It's the same. It's the same.
No, it's not. That's better.
No, it's a little crisper. A little crisper.
Hey, we got H exclamation point on the speaker panel. So H, welcome to the panel.
Hi.
Howdy.
Hi. I just joined this. So I'm not really caught up on exactly what we're talking about right now. But from what I gather, is everybody here a flat earther?
There's one guy on the speaker panel that thinks that the earth is a globe, but most of us in here, yeah, we're flat earthers. This thing panel is a mixed bag though.
Excuse me, I know the earth is a globe.
Okay. Well, he'll speak for himself.
Wait, who was that who just said that?
That's Peter.
Oh, Peter, okay. So I just have a question. So
Shoot.
I feel like somebody said that it's like a really touchy subject, like whenever you say like, oh, I think the earth is flat, like you feel like people kind of come at you. Who said that?
I think most of us will say that, H. because of the like. Think about it like this: if you go into a circle of friends or just anybody that you know, and you say, "Hey, I want to know if you guys think that the Earth is flat or not," what do you think about that question? What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, I think people. Oh, sorry. I think people probably will be like, "Yeah, the Earth is round." My question mainly is, what is so important about this subject to y'all? Like, why is proving that the Earth is flat? Because, like, let's even just say the Earth is 100% flat. Everybody's wrong. Why is it so important? Like, what's the reason what this is such a touchy subject?
It's simple. Flasty, do you want to
You
answer
tell
that?
us, dude.
Flasty, do you want?
That's the central mystery, man.
Yeah.
No, but that's like the central mystery.
Yeah.
Why is so many people emotionally attached to this idea? To the point where there's people like Brenda and others. So what I was describing was a period in time. So there's a period in time when this topic first started kicking off that there was a group of people that we called the anti-flat earthers that are so opposed to flat earth that they will dox you. They'll send you porn. I used to get sent autopsy pictures, told to drink bleach. They'll just run interference. They would porn bomb streams, get people's YouTube channels taken down. They would just do all sorts of insane things. And why? Just because we were having the discussion. No other reason. So that is the central question. Why, if this is like a so-called scientific question that's been figured out 2,000 years ago, what is the emotional attachment?
I guess my thing.
Is it at least is it at least good porn?
That was not needed, Peter. You're gonna be on the listening panel if you interject again that way. Go ahead, H.
No, there was no midgets in it, Peter. You'd hate it.
Sorry. My thing is like, okay, so I understand it's like, but what about this specific subject? So you have a conversation with somebody and they say, "That's dumb. The earth is round." And you get upset about it, but what about it
Yeah, it's simple.
made you
H.
Yeah, sorry.
It's like this. What do you think reality consists of within what your worldview is? Like your worldview is attached to a lot of things, right? So in one respect, you might think that the Earth is a oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space with the ever expanding cosmos, and you think, I don't know, you may not think God even exists, like there is no God or there is God, who knows? But the idea that's attached to the heliocentric model is that it's a big bang evolution type of creation story, that sort of thing, and it's detached from the idea that there is a creator and such. So it becomes a narrative, right? Some way of how you think the processes of the physical natural world were made. And so it's attached to a lot of other things that underline how you perceive the world. So it's about truth, right? What is truth? Do you think the truth that you believe from this paradigm, that the everything came from a big bang explosion, from that sort of viewpoint? You think that's real? That we're living on a dying planet? There's so many different factors involved with it, but the narrative that controls your mind and how you perceive the world it's attached to many other ways that how you think, right? So what is truth in that regards to you? And does it mean anything? Because if it's inconsequential to you, then you still go to work, you don't really care about what the earth is, you don't care about what you believe in or anything. Truth doesn't is irrelevant to you. You just live day to day. There's no really consequent doing right or wrong, stuff like that. But the fundamental truths that grip everybody is the questions, right? People are curious creatures. They want to know the questions. Why should we care? Why should we do things? And so all of these stem from like an underlying premise, how we perceive the world, whether or not we are invested in truth or not, right? So if you're not invested in truth, if you're just like, yeah, I don't give a shit, that's fine. That's you. You do you. But people that do care and they're like, yeah, I want to know if I'm being lied to about this thing. Do I know it's a globe? I don't know. But how can I know, right? And you start asking those questions. So I'm asking, I'm asking
now that
you
you
though,
say
right?
that,
So go ahead.
oh, sorry. I definitely see what you're saying about that. What was it that made you, like, did you ever believe that the earth was round, and like what made you believe that it is flat?
Well, hydrostatic equilibrium. So if you're looking at large bodies of water not displaying any convexity while at rest, so we're looking at how the behavior of water, right, the mechanics behind it. So a lot of it has to deal with okay, so our group 24/7 Flat Earth is just like a group of friends that we talk about things, bounce ideas off each other, and we figured out that there isn't any logically consistent arguments for the Earth being a globe, whether it's science, whether it's physics, whether it's anything to deal with like how we perceive the physical and natural world. It's all having to deal with the way we understand it to be a flat and stationary plane. Now, mind you, we consider it to be topographical, which, hills, valleys, and all that stuff. So it's not flat in the sense of, a flat piece of paper, 2D, plane. What we are saying is that the surface is topographical, but it's a horizontal plane nonetheless. So if we're saying that the Earth is flat, we understand it to be a level horizontal plane, extending out to every place that you can stand on Earth. So what's important is that everything ties into how we understand science and physics and all that. So it deals more with the reality of our existence in this world, and it's like everything that's intrinsic to real knowledge versus like pseudoscientific theoretical ideas. This is important to us, right? Because we're seekers of true knowledge, and it has to be how we critically think about what people tell us truth is and how we discern that. I'm sorry, I might be long in the tooth,
Oh,
but I'm doing it
no.
because I'm trying to give you the best short, long answer. I don't know if that makes
Yeah, no, I hear you. Why do you think people are lying about it? Like, what do you think like the motive behind it is?
Well, right now it seems to be just a traditional passage of information. So from your teacher to you, from you to your children, from your children to their children, and so on and so forth. It's just traditional. So it's just like, how when you heard about Santa Claus when you were a young child, you didn't know how to discern whether Santa was real or not until you got older, and friends told you, "Hey, Santa isn't real," and you cried to your mom and dad, and they were like, "Yeah, we're the ones been giving you presents and such." So at some point,
How do you know she didn't? How do you know she didn't know Santa was real, man? Maybe she still believes in
maybe I
Santa.
just
Maybe you
broke
just
your heart.
ruined it.
I just broke your heart. Sorry.
Yeah, man. I thought
No,
this
but
whole time.
but you get what I'm saying, right? So everybody's been told this narrative about Santa, so everybody believed it. As a child, you didn't have discernment, and then when you grew up, you started to realize that wasn't real, right? Okay, so at some point, the narrative of the Earth being a globe was told to you just the same. It's a tradition, right? Everybody tells everybody else they think it's real. It's got all the trappings of it being real, with the cosmos ever expanding and planets and exoplanets and all that stuff, right? So it's got its own lore that's attached to it, like a good story would. And so you're told this thing and you believe it wholeheartedly because there's no discernment whether you can know or not. And in order for you to know some sort of inkling of truth, you have to be one that can actually escape this specific system and go to another place like outer space, right? And so how many people are just believers of this information, and how many people do you think know like said information, or claim to know, sorry, this said information? It would be a vast majority of people believing, right? Such as yourself and most of the people that are on this panel. And so you have a group of people that just believe a story, just like Santa Claus, right? They believe the earth is a globe with the whole narrative of it being such, and they have no way of going to the North Pole and finding out whether Santa's real or not. They have no way of going to outer space and finding out if that's real or not. They have no way of investigating because everything that's logistical to get to, or any information that can be verifying the position, whether or not people are saying that the sun is 93 million miles away or whatever, you can't check it out. You have to just believe this information. So it's like Santa. You believe a story, that's fine. You believe it. But at some point, you need to ask the question, how do I know what I know? I have to be real with myself. I can't just accept everything like Santa. I want to know. And some people that want to break away and want to really dig into the information and ask the questions, the curious, like us in this panel, we find out it's not real. There isn't any evidence. And that's what you need to be asking yourself. Wow, how am I believing this story and I'm not asking the questions that need to be asked? Go ahead, H.
Yeah. Also, I just like to clarify, I am a debater at heart. So
Okay.
everything that I'm asking, I'm not necessarily just asking it to be like argumentative. I just like to pick people's brains about things, especially like this topic. Um in terms of like, so I hear what you're saying about like the Santa Claus story, like just kind of using that example. So, like you said, as a child, somebody tells you Santa Claus isn't real, and then you become an adult, you realize through common sense and through, people telling you Santa Claus isn't real, this person isn't real. Just kind of using that, like, I feel like it's because you get to a certain point where everybody says, this person isn't real. We have something saying this. So this is a lot of people saying he isn't real. It's not like, I feel like if you didn't have a lot of people telling you that, also you would you still might think that this person is real. I don't know if that made sense.
Yeah, I get it.
My main thing is that I just feel like there's a lot of things that we can't see, but is that to say that it's not real? Like, I have a doctor telling me that, I don't know, my doctor could tell me that this thing is going on inside my body.
Yeah.
I can't
But
visually
so does your doctor have some type of empirical evidence of the case? So there's one thing to tell you something, and then there's one way to verify that information. Like, your doctor can show you some lab work of something being done on you,
Yeah.
and he's able to prove the thing that you think is questionable, right? He can prove it to you. Look, you have this type of illness. This is what you have. We did some blood work. This is what came out from the blood work, and so forth. And you can say, I disagree with you. Or you can look at the blood work and maybe get a second opinion. And then perhaps the second opinion is, yeah, your first opinion, the doctor was correct. It's what you thought it was. It's what he said it was. And so there's a lot of verification that happens within the process of somebody, that something that you can't see in your body, that your doctor says something about, that you question, but you can actually verify that one thing. So the thing that we're saying on this other side, you can't verify any of the things that they're telling you from this story. It's basically like, if you think about whether Santa Claus or any other fantasy story like Narnia or anything, if they're telling you something's going on in this location, you're just at like arm's length away from it. You're like, well, I have to believe you because I can't go there, so I have to trust. My ability to do anything to verify this is incapable. So I just have to believe what you're saying. So that's where you stop. You don't go any farther than that. But if you were to, you're going to find out that there is no evidence to substantiate any of it, whether it's in physics or whether it has something to do with science. There's nothing that backs up the Earth being a globe. Nothing. No
I
verification
feel
of it.
like just sorry. I feel like just using that, like you said, there's no way for you, like, just going back to my example about a doctor, even if you show me on the piece of paper, this is what's inside of your body, this is why this is happening. I could say, well, I don't, because I haven't gone to law school. I haven't dedicated my life seeing what this means. So if I just look at it and I say, well, this doesn't look like it to me, I disagree. Not saying that, this isn't what it is. I'm just saying that I don't know that. I can't see it. All I can do is
Yeah.
trust what you're saying, but I could also think, I just think in terms of the story, do you think that, like, people, because there are people who devote their lives to this subject, like
Yeah, of
really
course.
study it, do you think that, like, they have a story that they have been kind of fed throughout time, and that they're just deciding to take that story, because at some point I feel like it would have to be an intentional lie. Like, at some point
Nah,
I
they
feel
don't
like,
know anything. They don't know anything. We've talked to these people. They don't know anything. They know what you know, nothing.
Yeah. So
And you think like they got to know something. They really don't. They just point the finger to somebody else like you're doing. There's got to be somebody else that knows.
yeah,
And like I just want to say this, Mickey. Doctors was a bad example. You know that medical malpractice is one of the leading causes of fucking death in America, right? So maybe you don't want to trust your doctor in what they say. They just claim something's wrong with you. Maybe you don't want to do that.
yeah,
yeah, I definitely believe in getting second opinions. I think, obviously, like any
of
other
course.
job in the world, there are people who, even if you do have a degree in something, you might not be right about this thing. We're humans.
Yep.
Everybody's not right about everything. So obviously, when I say there's an exception to every rule, when I use an example of a doctor, of course that everybody is not
Yeah, I get the
going to
context.
be,
I got
yeah.
the context of what you meant, though. I mean, the meaning was
Yeah, I
understood.
get it. I'm
Yeah.
just saying that's just a bad one to use because they
Yeah.
suck. I
Yeah.
mean, I hate to say
Well,
that, but it's something like 150,000 people a year in America die of medical malpractice. That's a lot of people.
I think
Yeah,
I think H
I
was
think.
H, you were trying to
Sorry.
give us your best example, and I think that's what you were, short
Yes,
notice. That's what you came up with. Yeah,
it's not a 100% foolproof example, but you get the point.
I get what you were laying down. And so what I guess what I'm saying to you is, if you're trying to provide evidence that something is real, how could you do it if there was nothing that you could provide? What Indio had said with those guys, that these scientific communicators, any academic professional, they don't have a dog in the fight. They're not coming on Discord day in and day out arguing with us, but by chance, if they happen to, they will come in here and they'll have a conversation with us, and you'll notice the conversations they have with us are vastly different from those who are staunchly opposed to the idea that the earth is flat. Those guys, they were like, you know what, this is the best answer we have right now. That's it. We don't know. This is how science works. Science doesn't prove it. Like, this is what they're saying, man. It's weird, right? But they'll say things like that. Science doesn't prove anything, but here we are. This is our best answer. And they listen to what we have to say. But you have a very different conversation with those who are like believers of the information. So you have like a religious type of zealotry where people are identifying with the idea that they live on a globe. Like, it's a part of their identity. They seem to think that they know they're in a vast cosmos spinning in the vacuum of space on a water ball. So this is how they approach it. They're staunchly against this information that we're providing for them to take a second look, because in some way it's ingrained in their very being, and they can't see a world without it being that way. So because they identify with it, it becomes a crisis in their psyche. They seem to like, no, I got to keep coming in here and be opposed to these guys because they got to be wrong, and that's all there is to it. Like, you know what I mean? So even though we're presenting information that can be verified for the earth being flat and stationary, they're still upset. They're not going to reconcile the fact that they could possibly be wrong. And this is the problem we're having right now with this discussion. Anyway, it's like,
Yeah.
and it starts from them not being able to present any valid, verifiable information for the earth being a globe. That's where it starts.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Just like touching on what you said, you said something like the earth being round is something very ingrained in people, and that I 100% misquoting you. But something about like they would do you think that people would spiral if people came out tomorrow and said no, the earth is actually flat? Like, do you think it's so far ingrained in people that it would like cause them to
OMG, dude.
spiral?
Yeah, I'm talking about, like, I don't know if mass hysteria, we could think about it like that, but it would be, you
Remember
know
when
what?
R.C. Micey said he would kill himself if
Yeah,
the Earth was
dude.
flat?
Yeah, there's a
Get the
lot of
suicide pods ready.
there's a lot of people. We've heard it firsthand. They're not ready for this. It's too much. It is way too much. One of the things that we've encountered over the years that we've been doing this is that it's so ingrained in people's psyche that they're willing to take a final step, just like Indio and Flatsy Klein had just said to you. Like, that is, it's so morbid, right? We don't want it to be that way. That's why when we're on here, we're talking about different ways to assess the topic. But there's no easy way to talk about truth, right? If you're gonna tell somebody the truth, just say it, and how, it depends, because this is a call. You could just hang up if it's too much. Just hang up, go away or do something else. But if you're here and you want to listen and you want to talk about it, you're gonna find out there's no evidence for the earth being a globe. But yeah, it's ingrained in everybody's psyche. That's what's happened. Everybody's got the whammy on their brain, and you don't know how to get it off, get rid of it. But once you're in here long enough, you're like, dude, I didn't know. Long distance observations, planar surveying, how pilots fly their plane. Like, there's so many different ways that we can talk about evidence, like we can present you, that they don't have. There's no empirical evidence that the earth is a globe. Zero. It's the opposite. Truth and evidence is on our side. What people have been noticing that the earth is all along with their senses. So
Yeah, I think in terms of like, I think my only thing, like, I feel like if people tomorrow, like if it really came out that the earth was indeed flat, everybody was like, yeah, this is true. I think people would be shocked. I don't know if people would be. I think people would be like, "Oh wow," and
You
then
have
kind of move on.
you have to
Like,
you have to be in this space age, like for as long as we have, and heard the conversations we've heard, for you to realize the implications of saying that. That's the weirdest thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
you hear people from their own lips. It comes from them. So what we're saying to you is coming from the experience of having had conversations with people that have already said these things to us. And it's like a like, wow, dude, you really would go that far? Like, it's not really that. It's because they identify with it. It's scary how much people really like. They love space. They love the whole lore about it. It's
Do you think those might be like extremists though? Like, I feel like there's always going to be people who are so extreme on one side. Like, I'm sure that there's a
The,
community of people who are like
mm,
extreme round earthers who are
well,
like, "Oh my god, if the earth was anything
well, the
other than
question I
round,
always
like I don't know what I would do."
the question
Do you think that's like the majority
the
though?
question I was saying
Oh,
the
I'm
question I always
sorry.
ask these guys is like how much do you trust. No, you're good. I would say the question I ask them is like how much do you trust the government, and you find like a lot of these guys like trust the government more. Don't buy into as many of the quote unquote conspiracies, right? And I think it's their job like to cancel us, kind of like COVID. It's hate speech, we're Nazis, all this kind of stuff. And I was gonna say, my hand was up. My hand was up for just to say, like if they can get you to believe absurdities, they can get you to commit atrocities, and they've been pushing solipsism for this long time. That this idea that you can't know anything and like you gotta pretty much trust the science and trust the experts. And when I got into this a year ago, every globe proof was trust like a bandwagon consensus or appeal to authority and experts. And Peter, who was like one of their best guys, like they don't have any good best guys. Like he even comes to my spaces now, this guy on stage and says, "Yeah, we're stationary, and we're at the center." Like they're just at the point they can't even like argue. So it's very interesting. Just check out all the experiments that he went to detect for motion. There is like I don't know, it's just some really shady stuff all around the board on the science, and people were not taught that in school, and there's a lot of other stuff we're not taught in school. And I'll land my rant there. Sorry, guys.
yeah, no, it's fine. And H, it's more to deal with things that are being told to us in more of like, it's psychological than anything else, right? I consider it like psychological warfare. So your mind is being bombarded with all this information, and for you to have discernment, you have to know what truth is and what isn't truth. So how do you know in a reality where you've only been told one specific narrative? There's no other thing that rivals that information. How do you know how to discern if you've never been shown how to critically think about anything? Like, you in the paradigm that we're in, we're told to trust authoritative figures. Information that's trusted has been given to us by people that have been pouring themselves over for years on this information, and so we in some ways are complacent. We're complacent. We're used to the information, hearing it, and we're just like, yeah, okay, they found another planet, good. Like, it's not even, it's an afterthought now. But so how can we view that in today's world? Well, this is why we're here. There's no buffer between you and the information that you're getting bombarded with every single day. You get pings and dings, on your phone, and you got news alerts that killer asteroids are coming, and you got, NASA's doing this mission called DART that's gonna send these probes out and attach themselves to the asteroids and divert them away. Like, there's a lot of like fantasy stuff going on, but it's coming at you at light speed. So you're bombarded with it, right? And the global climate change and just different things, right? And so you're just trying to, like, there's so much information. You're like, yeah, okay, whatever. I got to go to work. I don't got time for this. How am I going to be critically thinking about everything that's getting put to me? That's what, and so it's just overwhelming. So you just decide to your mind is like, yeah, you know what, it's too much. Just accept it and move on, like, keep moving forward. But now it's like, because we're making it a thing, the people in here, we're like, it's time for a second look, because now we're not just going to be accepting anything. So you get what I'm saying? Like, it's
Yeah, I hear you. How do you feel about people who, so like, I know, like, if you say like, "Hey, I believe the earth is flat," XYZ thing. Again, like, just assuming, like, saying the Earth being round is a lie. Like, what if that's just like truly like, is it important enough, do you think? Because if it's important enough, like to you, like if this is the truth and it's like this is something really important, like honestly, I think if
Mm.
if anything like this affects your life that much and it's like really important to you, like, you know, go with God. Like believe what you believe, feel how you feel. But if
Yeah.
somebody else like feels better just believing that the earth is round, like how would you respond to that?
I'll let Flatsy. I think she has her hand up. She wants to speak on this.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Oh yeah, I was just going to answer. I'm glad you got back to this kind of question too, because this is where I was going when I raised my hand earlier. Um, so you would have your question was, if someone would just feel better believing the globe, then by all means, we're not here trying to convert you to flat Earth at all. So if you want to go and you want to believe what you want to believe, by all means, you go. You know, feel free. Nobody's gonna, uh, you know, we're not gonna go pursue you and be like, oh, you believe it. You know.
Yeah.
So I would like to say that it's important that people are here at least representing this side of the argument because it's wildly misrepresented. So if you hear flat Earth, a lot of people think in their minds, oh, a disk in space. And that's not our position whatsoever. It's far from our position. We have a very fundamental position when it comes to what the Earth is. And flat isn't a shape, so we're not even giving anyone a shape to form in their minds about the Earth. We're just telling them that the surface of the Earth is horizontal and it's not curving into a ball anywhere. And there's no way to prove that it is if you wanted to. So the main thing is that we falsified their claims of the dimensions of this supposed globe Earth. So we need to be here talking about that. So because that's the first rung on the cosmic ladder. So if you take that rung out, the rest of the ladder dissipates. It's gone.
I just want to give a quick shout out, H, right quick before everybody comes in here. We have
Yeah.
just a plug to the space 24/7 Flat Earth episode number 16. Prove the globe. That's the title of the space. But we want to thank everybody that's joining us. We got about 35, 36 people listening. We got the YouTube bot that's in here right now. It's in there as a listener. 24/7 Flat Earth. That Discord is the name of the bot. Go ahead and give it a follow. Don't forget to follow the panel. Myself, Indio, Flatsy Klein, AJ. Relay Criterion, H, and The Conspiracy in the speaker panel. Appreciate you guys. We've been doing spaces for a minute now, so we're up to episode 16, but it's a continuing series, so we're going to keep doing them. And we like everybody that's joining us. We're unlike any other flat Earth group that you've ever been a part of. We stick to the logically consistent arguments. We don't get off into the weeds talking about domes and outer ponds and moon maps and other things. We stick to physical natural world physics, science, the real world ways that we can talk about how to investigate empirically prove that the Earth is indeed flat and stationary. So we want to bring really good arguments to the table so that we can represent flat Earth correctly and not misguide people to these other type of esoteric notions about what they think Earth is and such. So we're always bringing the goods to the table and always asking if there's even any academic people that are out there that want to come in and have a conversation with us about this topic. They can do so. And but we do guarantee they're going to be challenged when they come in here. Every single person that wants to make a claim that the Earth is a globe, you're going to be immediately challenged for how you know what you know. So just be ready to answer some questions because that's what we have on the table here. But yeah, I'd just like to thank the group for being here and also every listener that's on right now. We got H asking some questions, and I'm going to return back to the panel for you guys. Appreciate you guys. Go ahead, H.
Hi. Okay. So I actually have one last question. Thank you so much for answering my questions too, y'all.
Yep.
My last question, when did y'all like really start like getting what about flat earth specifically? Like I don't know if you guys have any other like I guess unpopular opinions about things, but what about flat Earth specifically like drew you in, and like when did it um kind of really draw you in and make you want to learn more about it?
Just real quick, for me it was
I'll,
2015 when I was looking at videos on YouTube. They were saying there was a video that said Bruce Lee proves the Earth is flat. It was kind of a funny video, clickbait title and whatnot. So I decided to click on it. And it was like Eric Dubé's 200 proofs or something like that. It was one part of the video was talking about how he's showing that water's level on its surface, and I was intrigued by it. So I was like, "What is this?" It's some kind of weird video. But I thought the Earth was a globe at the time. So I was just looking at the video and it started making more sense. I was like, yeah, that does kind of make sense. Water is flat and level. So how is it a globe? Like, I don't get it. So I started looking into like the physics of water. And I mentioned earlier, that's what I was talking about. And I looked into like, wow, how is it possible? Like, we have the surface of the earth is allegedly curving. How is it possible if we have flat water that the earth is curving? If according to the globe, about 70% of the earth is covered in this, wet stuff, and if that wet stuff is supposed to be curving along with the earth being a globe, then I should have convexity on the surface, right? Water should be curving. And it doesn't seem that way. So how is it possible? And I didn't find the answer. It's not anywhere. There's only this idea of calculations, inferences of how you can think of it like that, pictures from NASA. And I'm like, that's not going to help me. I need to know physics. I need to know something that's going to put some empirical evidence to this so that I can know for sure it's a globe. And the idea of gravitational attraction was then brought forward. So gravity, right? Bending everything, warping, distorting. Einstein's general relativity was being brought in to like solidify that point. And then I was like, yeah, but that's a theory. There's no way that there's no empirical evidence that science been put through that we can state that there's a bending and warping of space and time. Those two are concepts. It's not real. I can't bend and warp a conceptual notion. I have to, it's not something that I can do or anyone. So it's this idea that they did something with this theory, right? Bending and warping the space because of the size of the mass of the object is so large that it's doing this. And that's why water's bending. But it's still, I was dealing with the fact that water can't be bending because of the physics of water. It lies flat on its surface when at rest. There is no bending or warping of that water. So I don't know. It just got me to think. And I was like, well, yeah, if I think of a small pond, I could see that water's flat on its surface. If I extrapolate that out to a lake, still flat water, extrapolate that out to an ocean, water doesn't curve. So it's not possible. It's, physics will dictate it how the, surface of water has that tension. So that surface tension will dictate that water will be flat on its surface. So it didn't make any sense to me. And that's when I started to realize that what I was told was incorrect. I was misinformed. So the physics didn't follow the idea that the earth with water, that it's curving. So that kind of debunked that. And I was on my way to kind of debunk that notion, and I couldn't, because there's no science or there's no physics that backs up the claim that the earth is a globe in any way. That was just the beginning of my journey. And from 2015 on forward, I just kept investigating. And for about 2 weeks, man, I realized that my search was like, that's it. I've went everywhere on the internet. I was looking at most of the, academic resources. Nothing proved it. Nothing. It was all inferences. It was all just like a preponderance of evidence, satellites, and all this stuff. I was like, there's no direct measurement of the Earth curving in any way. So it left me wanting, and so I just easily was like kind of tossing that away. I was like, nope, I'm not. If it's not true, I'm not going to look into it anymore. So yeah, it was a mirage, a myriad of different topics like that. So
Okay, yeah. I definitely hear that. And like honestly, especially because I know you said I really have not looked into the whole like flat earth thing very much. But it's definitely really interesting like hearing all of your like different opinions on it and why you feel the way you do. And the way you looked into it. But thank y'all so much for like answering my questions and stuff. This has honestly been like really like educational. And I liked to hear just kind of all your different perspectives on it. Especially since I don't think I've actually ever heard from anybody who's like a flat earther before. So I'm definitely liked hearing different opinions and different perspectives on everything. So thank y'all for having me and letting me ask you questions.
Yeah, you could actually, sit around and listen because usually we have people that are really staunch opposing the flat Earth, and you can actually hear a back and forth between us and them. If you're just a listener, you can put us on like a podcast and just kind of hear what happens. I mean, you don't have to actually leave or anything. Just so you can say like, okay, let me hear what the other people have to say about it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I might jump in and out of this little space, but yeah, I can definitely listen in.
Shout out to AJ. What's up, brother? I see you snuck in here.
Yeah, man. Just received a message from someone with the name The Final Experiment. So it's at The Final Experiment Antarctica. And every time I jump on here, man, I get these guys now. They're arguing that the final experiment is an experiment because the flat Earth map is the AE map. Because what other map could you use to show plane flights? So I'm just giving a little response, and I'm going to invite him into the room to have a discussion, Mr. Final Experiment.
That'll be worth something. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've got, as soon as I jumped on today, I've got Hawk, Doofus, Alex, Piper, the Final Experiment. They're just bombarding me again. And yeah, trying to get them in here. Piper won't come in. Alex won't come in. So we'll see if we can get the Final Experiment in.
We really want Piper in here, though.
Yeah, Piper's refusing. He's saying that he was treated very badly when he was removed from the stage last time he was in here, and that has done it for him. And he's warning all the other ex-Globers here about the tricks that 24/7 play. And
what a snowflake, dude! Like, God.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find that post.
What a melty little snowflake.
There must be 50 messages in this thread.
Yeah, this topic shouldn't invoke so many emotions. Honestly, when you're discussing information, emotions shouldn't really be involved. Should be just the information and how to validate it or invalidate it.
By the way, I put up the Flurf Herder and P-Dubs soundbite up in the nest. So for your guys' listening pleasure, there it is. It's up there. I'm deleting Peter's dumb post.
I'm not real good on X yet either because I've only just joined. Yeah, I only joined X when you started your stuff. So I'm just an old dude, man. I'm a bit lost here.
That's exactly why I started X. Also, was because of Alpha saying that he was going to start doing spaces on here. Otherwise, I would never have come to this platform whatsoever because I'm not used to social media. So I've stayed away from it. So why not keep staying away from it?
Yeah, here it is here. They told me that when I told them that this wasn't an experiment or a scientific experiment, they said those 24/7 FE Discord games don't work around here. It was Piper.
Piper's a big bad globe boss man or something. What is he?
No, apparently he is.
Yeah, defining terms accurately. That's a 24/7 game we play. Yeah.
Because we have to define terms before we engage. We're dishonest in some way.
Well, yeah, we do have to define the terms because then they're going to try and make them mean other things, right? They're going to call. I measured my kitchen table a freaking experiment, dude. It's fucking stupid. Sorry for
Yeah,
swearing,
this
dude.
is what they.
But like that's stupid, right? I just measured something. That's an experiment. No, that's not an experiment. Like,
Oh,
are
yeah.
you like what do you
Yeah.
want?
Yesterday, Brenda said a shoe was a natural phenomenon too, like Hergus. Or was it like Hergus? I don't know. It was the conspiracy. I don't know. One of you guys.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, because I was like, yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it could be an unnatural phenomenon, but I don't know what her, you know, status is. So it could also be a synthetic phenomenon.
Yeah, all they keep doing is posting me an AE map with different flight paths on it, saying, "See, it doesn't work on a flat map." And I just keep saying back to them, "You're debunking your own globe, man. This is not a flat Earth map." And then they just say, "Yes, it is. Explain this one. Yes, it is. Explain that one. This is what flat earthers use." I'm like, dude, it's a fucking globe. Stop.
Exactly. It's a globe, bro. It's not flat Earth.
Just ask them because they'll put a distance on there, like a straight line distance. Just ask them how they got that distance.
Oh, GPS.
That's all you have to do. No, 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 no. Their distance to how far it is on their little Gleason's map on their flat Earth
Yeah,
map.
yeah. I've asked that.
Right. So they'll write down some distance. Yeah, they'll write down some distance. This is 24,000 miles, but the flight says it's 19,000 or something. Right. So you can't. So on an AE map, everything is measured from the center. It isn't point to point, right? I can't like put go New York and draw a line to freaking Australia, and that'll be the distance. That's not the distance on the map. So they're even straw manning the Gleason's map.
Yeah.
They're literally straw manning themselves.
So the final experiments just said to me, "So, what map do you use that you can account for the 100,000 daily commercial flights?" Just get in the effing space, you idiot. Let's discuss it. No, too scared.
Are you talking to like the account fight the final experiment
Yeah.
account? Oh, dude, that's Duffy. Dude, get his ass in
Yeah,
here.
I'm trying.
Oh,
Will Duffy?
please.
No way.
Yeah, get
Dude,
him in here.
please.
You're like, bro,
Get that guy in here. Yeah.
Righto.
We're foaming at the mouth right now.
All right. Well, I'm just going to not answer this and say, well, please feel free to join this space and let's discuss it rationally.
Dude, what can we do to make that happen, Indio? Get that guy in here, man. Fuck.
I'm trying, dude.
He's just a parrot. He's just a parrot. He's gonna get cooked, dude. Like he doesn't even know what he's saying.
We're going to have to do heads or tails, Indio, but I'm going to use a double-headed coin.
Easy, Indio. You just choose heads.
I know he did. Well, he did say it, but... dude,
Trying to figure out how I can hijack the space and kick you.
dude, it's gonna be like Mick West all over again, bro. Everybody's gonna be fighting for the mic.
Did you say Mick West?
I know when Mick West showed up, man. Yeah, we talked to Mick West, man. Everybody was like tripping over themselves trying to get to him.
Shit, dude.
Well, I promise that I will not do that. I will happily mute and let you guys engage so that it doesn't cause chaos.
Well, I've invited him. I just said, please come and join Alpha's 24/7 Flat Earth space so that we can actually discuss this personally. See what he says.
I will say this: after Mick West came on 24/7 and took a shellacking, he stopped doing flat Earth stuff. He doesn't do it anymore.
Dude, what's Will Duffy's deal? I've heard his name a million times, but I've never about it. Let's get back.
The final experiment guy.
Oh, okay.
You hear me?
Is he the one that McToon lured into all this, or what?
I mean, I don't know who lured who. I mean, yeah, I don't know like what that relationship is, but
Yeah,
it's unsavory to say the least.
I know a little bit about McDuffie. Can I talk about it?
Yeah, we got Not Pizza 24 just joined us on the speaker panel. What's up, Not Pizza?
Yeah, Duffy is basically a preacher, but he believes in a geocentric model. And basically, he's trying to get famous by bringing flat earthers to the South Pole because there's not much proof that there's a 24-hour sun in the South Pole. But if you're a skeptic, right, and you kind of like are in the middle of believing in flat Earth or a geocentric model, if there's a 24-hour sun in the South Pole, it's going to be hard to argue that the world isn't round. So he's trying to become famous by bringing flat earthers there that are like on the higher tier in like YouTube that kind of argue that the world's flat. So when they go there and they record this, and I don't believe it's going to happen, it's going to be hard to argue that the world's flat, or unless the world's like bigger than what they tell us, and that's what Duffy's trying to do.
Well, he hasn't responded yet, but Alex has responded in this, and he says, "Chew, the final experiment, which must be Will Duffy. Looking forward to your trip. Wish I could go with you. I've been to Antarctica, but not as far as you're going to be going. Safe travels." So definitely him.
Yeah, I've talked to him before, so not in the space, but just in text. So I asked him. I said, if you guys go there and you do not see a 24-hour sun, will that disprove the globe? And he said yes. And I was like, why? And his answer was, because the globe is symmetric. That was his fucking answer as to the why, dude. Because the globe is symmetric.
Well, Duffy's not really.
That's how dumb this.
Duffy's not really like.
Dude, this dude's dumber than rocks, bro.
Duffy's not really like into the lingo that we are. So like for instance, the final experiment when it's observation, you have to kind of give him a chance because he's kind of new to this.
No, I don't have to give him a chance. He's not new to this. That's a LARP, dude.
Yeah, man, he needs to be set straight, even if he is new to this, so that he doesn't continue speaking about experiments that aren't experiments.
So you do know that McToon went to his church and gave a presentation, right? You do know that, right?
Yeah, Nicktoon's a loser.
I'm just saying that was a while ago, and I don't think he was like, "Oh, what's this flat Earth thing? I'll invite this McToon guy." Okay, he's been lurking in this topic for a while. He's probably like a 3-year, 4-year veteran. He knows the answers to these questions. He doesn't listen to the answers. I mean, if you ever interact with him anyway, just ask him to steel man anything. Say, hey, steel man the flat Earth. Why is the sun set on the flat Earth? Steel man our position. I bet you he doesn't even know it. I bet you he doesn't know anything that we think. You could literally ask, say, steel man this, steel man that. I want you to give me what our argument is. Just tell it to me. I bet you he doesn't know.
Well, have you listened to Jeranism? How he explains the whole like observation?
Man,
Which
I've
one?
listened to it, and it's absolute garbage, yeah? And all he's doing is making flat earthers look stupid, yeah, because he does call it the final experiment. And I very heard him clearly state that it does mean something due to the fact that the AE map is the FE map. What other map could it be? This is the one we all present, yeah? So at the end of the day, he's basically come out and said any flat earther who's not claiming this map says that this doesn't hold any weight, basically, or that says they don't claim a map. Basically, the stuff that we talk about here in 24/7, that we're all liars, dishonest, full of shit, etc.
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you. His argument is kind of like you're just doing what Globers have been doing to us the whole time, by not taking like observation. Because like it's gonna be hard to argue, especially with time zones. Like for instance, if it's dark in China and it's daylight in America, because of where the sun is spinning. Because I do believe it's like going around us, like from was it east to west or west to east rotation. It's gonna be hard to argue if the world is flat from Antarctica because that's supposed to be our border. Do you believe it's our border?
Well, that's not something that anyone here can verify in reality, is it?
No, not necessarily,
What
but that's
border?
why they're having.
No.
All right, they
So
say that Antarctica is the highest landmass out of all the continents. So they say like if water lays
According
flat,
to them.
yeah, if water lays flat, well, this is the one that kind of makes the most sense. And believe me, I'm a flat earther. I'm diehard flat earther, and this would make sense. And I kind of believe in what was it called, the EU map?
so what map are they using? The AE map. You just said you believe in the AE map as a flat earther.
Yes, I believe the AE map
Look,
is the.
this is what you're not. Let me explain something to you. What you're not understanding and what the globe earthers don't understand. But if you look at the intricacies of their model, this is the way it actually is. Even in their model, it's not what I'm saying. It's their own position that they don't know. That observations of the sun are observer centric. That means they're not uniform between all observers. So if you look at the sun, someone 100 miles away looks at the sun. Someone 1,000 miles away also looks at the sun. All at the same time. You're all looking at the sun. Your lines of sight, if you could measure those, don't intersect at the sun. It's not. It won't intersect at the same place. All observations are observer centric. There is no external view from which you can put the sun and have a geometric relationship between all those points. We know this is the case because in their model, in the gold model itself, the sun has an apparent position. According to the gold model, you've never actually seen a sunset. When you saw a sunset, the sun was already over the horizon 8 minutes ago.
Okay, not pizza.
So this is the problem.
Yeah,
Well,
I
just let me.
I do believe when you look at the moon or the
Well, what I'm
sun.
saying
I'm
is,
sorry.
well, all I'm saying is that the sun, which is what the AE map is supposed to is for, that's what the AE map does. It's the sun in a longitude calculator, and longitude is the sun's position. Those longitude lines are observer specific. They have nothing to do with like anywhere else you can think of. That's all they are. They're a map of the sun. That's all they are. They have nothing to do with anything else. It's not a navigational map. You're never going to take an AE map and sail New York to Australia. It wasn't made for that purpose. Just like you're not going to take a globe and sail New York to Australia. How would you ever do that? Like if I had a globe, right? Think I could take a globe and like go, oh, I'm going to sail to Australia from New York. Let's get in the boat. I got my trusty globe. We'll get there. You'll die. That's what'll happen. You'll fucking die. Okay? And just as if I took an AE map and tried to sail New York to Australia, I'd die. So they create this artificial construct of the way it should be, but that's not the way it is.
But like, who can argue the time zones and where the position of the sun? And I do believe the sun is in a unique position depending on where
Time
you
zone.
are. Like everybody.
Well, you know there's.
Like,
Did you know that there's 32 time zones in the south and 19 in the north?
which is crazy.
Yeah, and there's 24 in the center. Okay, so time zones are just man-made artifacts.
So like, I'm not saying that this is gonna happen, but say if there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, like what are you gonna say? There's like two
It's
suns
non
maybe,
sequitur.
or I mean,
Doesn't mean anything.
all right. So what's your argument
It's
for
just
a 24-hour sun?
what I'm going to tell you because what the sun does has nothing to do with the Earth. Like what the moon, sun, stars, all that shit, planets, what they do can't dictate the shape of the Earth. It's not even logically possible, right? So if I said, "Hey, globe earther, if I don't see a 24-hour sun, would that prove the Earth's not a globe?" The honest, the honest answer is no. It'll just falsify the heliocentric model. And what is the heliocentric model? That the sun is in the center, that the Earth's orbiting around it, all that stuff, right? It'll falsify that model. That's it. That's all it can ever do. The Earth could still be a globe and not be a 24-hour sun. You realize that, right?
I do realize that, but let me ask you something. Say if they
It
go
would
to
just mean the
Antarctica.
heliocentric model is wrong. That's all it would mean. Heliocentric model is wrong.
No,
That's it.
hold on. I'm arguing for your position. Like, say if they go to Antarctica and the sun sets like it does the equator, or like it does in the northern hemisphere during the winter, right?
Yeah.
What are you gonna say then? Are you gonna be more on our map now?
How many times did I
No,
No.
because
ask
it's
the same
not your
question?
map, dude.
Dude, like the sun, hold on, it doesn't matter what the sun does. The sun could bounce across the horizon like a freaking rubber ball, boing, 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 boing. It wouldn't change the shape of the Earth,
How do quadruple
right?
rainbows work?
Well, can I just try and make this even simpler for you, not pizza, if I can? Is the AE map a globe projection?
No, it's a good argument because they say that
No, no. Is the
heliocentric
AE
model
map a
is a
projection of
shape.
the globe?
Yeah, if you was to like take the globe and no, not really, because if you was to take the globe and lay it out flat, the continents are going to be in different sizes, so you have to come up with like another name
Well, we
for
do
it.
see the
I think it's
continents are all
called
different sizes. None of these maps are actually accurate.
yeah, I
He
agree.
said what the name is. The name is the azimuthal equidistant projection. That's why he said AE map.
Yep.
It's a projection, so I can tell you. So I can tell you how it works, right? So what they do is they take a globe and they cast a ray through the ball, and they project it onto a plane that's at the equator, right? So imagine like you had a globe, right, and you had a plane that sliced this globe, and then you took a ray starting at the North Pole, and the ray where it hits the globe at a point, you take that point and you push it onto the plane, right? You just like push it forward onto the plane, and then you construct the whole thing this way by projecting from the center, right, the North Pole, onto a flat grid, a polar coordinate system. So it is a globe. There's no doubt about it because you can take the AE projection, and if you actually do the calculation, you will get the identical distances as the globe.
Thanks, Indio.
If you measure right, if you measure from the center and do the
A lot
calculation.
a lot of people that come into this argument, not Pizza 24, and it's not your fault, right? But when we're listening to people talk about flat Earth, we might be hearing other groups talk about it being the right map to talk about, and this is the one for flat Earth, and we get caught up in the hype, right? Like maybe you might have, but investigating it, you're gonna find out that it's just another globe projection. Has nothing to do with the Earth as being flat and stationary, or anything to do with how they understand where the continent sizes are or the orientation, anything like that. So we are utilizing what Globe has been offered. So really, Globe is arguing within itself that they're saying, well, this map isn't correct. Well, really, because that's the Globe. You're saying the Globe isn't correct, and the other globe that looks like an actual oblate spheroid is. They're both globe projections, not pizza. No.
I should also point out that the globe itself is also a projection. So because you got the reference ellipsoid, right? So you got measurements projected onto this reference ellipsoid, and then that is transformed into an azimuthal equidistant projection. So it's a double projection.
Yeah. So the problem is, pizza, when you present the AE map as a flat Earth map, you're presenting a globe projection. You're presenting a globe, essentially. Then you have these globers who come in and start saying, well, that doesn't, like Indio said, or Alpha said, that doesn't work. Look how Australia's stretched. Look at that continent. Look at this. Look at that. So now what we've got is we've got a flat earther arguing for a globe model, and we've got a glober arguing against their own model, essentially. Yeah, you've taken their position for them. And then my next question for you would be, even if we were to use that AE map, how are you able to verify this to be correct in reality?
Good question. Because I'm not looking down at the globe. I'm looking up at the stars and the
The
celestial
celestial
things,
sphere.
like how the sun and the moon. Yeah, not necessarily because I don't. Well, I believe everything like in a heliocentric. No, I'm sorry, in a geocentric type of mind frame, and I'm seeing how the I'm seeing how the equator works and how summers and winters work on the northern and southern hemispheres, and I'm coming up with the time zones, and I'm starting to see the model
Not
in my
pizza.
head.
Can I ask?
So I'm not
Can I
necessarily
ask you a
looking
question,
down.
man? Serious question. How long you been
Yes, sir.
doing like flat Earth arguments and all that stuff? If you don't mind me asking.
Bro, I've been looking into this since 2014.
2014. What groups have you been like? Because it sounds like, man, you've been out in the cold too long. I'm glad that you're here though, because we really want to guide you to the right way to argue. And there's in like there's so much that you can get lost in, right? With the many topics that are out there. But if you bounce ideas off other people, you get to realize where you can sharpen your points. And I think that this would be a good area for you, kind of like to realize. I used to at one point, I'll be honest with you, not pizza. I used to think that the AE map with the dome and all that was a great way to argue, right? I was all about it, man. Ice walls and everything. And at some point, somebody actually told me, as a flat earther, was like, "That's not a good way to argue. That's not. You don't know. You can't verify this to be true. How are you going to continue to argue with somebody about not my own pride got in the way, and because I didn't want to like be honest with myself and admit that yeah, I can't prove this. There's no way. I know that this is true. So it's considered a fallacy. It's called reification fallacy. You're reifying a model that you don't know it's true. So you can't take that position and then argue with somebody about the veracity of its truth, so you can't do that. You have to at least go from a position that you know something is true and then hold to that, right? That's the way you get firm footing in an argument. Is if you can provide empirical evidence that the thing you're claiming, the AE map is the actual true nature of the earth. And there's no way you can do that. It's not possible, not pizza. So because it's a globe, essentially. So flattened out. It's difficult, man. Trust
Well-
me. And I it's like no slight to you because I almost hear like, you don't mean to, right? It's just something that you've probably held on for a long time, and a lot of us have, right? We've all argued this way sometimes, but I don't know. I just say just revisit this in your mind and see if it works out because it doesn't. It's really one of those things where you got to realize I don't really know that the Earth looks like this, kind of a thing.
And I understand
Yeah.
there's not
So
much proof
let
of
me.
it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, let me say something about that. Like you said something like Australia don't look like that. Well, how do you know? They'll say Australia's not the right size. Well, how did they know that? Like, because they're comparing it, their reference of what is true is, hey, Earth's a globe. This is what Australia looks like. And then when they see something different, they're like, that's wrong. That's distorted. Well, how do they know that?
Yep.
Right. So if you look at old maps, when they used to map the world completely different, right? They didn't use this global coordinate system. They didn't use anything. You'll notice that the continents, the coasts, all that stuff, the way they drew it looks completely different than the way it's drawn now. Were they wrong? Did they not know what they were doing when their life depended on being accurate? So nobody knows what it looks like. No one has that knowledge.
That's absolutely true, but I'm just saying, like, for instance, like the Polaris is the center of whatever we're talking about, right?
Maybe.
Okay, and then you go
I
down
don't.
to like
I don't
Australia.
necessarily believe that. We use it as a coordinate system. So we will use Polaris as like in the sphere coordinate system for the celestial sphere, but that's just like the way we map the stars. It doesn't necessarily have to be the center. The Earth could be completely asymmetric.
But it
The
doesn't.
stars could be asymmetric
But
to
no
the
matter
Earth.
what, it doesn't
Is
move
what I'm saying.
position. I don't mean to interrupt you, but it doesn't move position at all, and they're using that as coordinates before
Yeah,
they
it
have
does.
GPS, right?
It does,
Like,
not pizza.
It moves a little bit. It's like a half degree off of what they would call the celestial North Pole.
and then like the Southern Cross, it's always in the southern hemisphere. Like I understand. Like I always think.
No,
No, you're begging the
What?
question
no.
there.
You can see it. You can see it from the Canary Islands. That's off the coast of Africa, northern Africa at that. You can see as far north as 28, 27 north, 28 north. Yeah, there's pictures of it. So,
But can
so a
the
lot of things that Globe Earth will say, which are just aren't true. So, this is the first thing to do with dealing with Globers. When they say something to you, don't believe them. Like, go
That's a
check
good
it,
way to.
because a lot of times it's like don't believe what they say, dude. Don't take what they say at face value. Oftentimes, they're just factually wrong. It's just not even like a matter of opinion or interpretation. They're not even right within their own paradigm. It's literally bring your own globes most of the time.
So your question was, what are we going to say if there is a 24-hour sun? Well, the answer is really, it's non sequitur. Just the sun's path alone doesn't show the shape of the Earth. Yeah, like Indio said, all it can do is debunk the heliocentric model, not whether the Earth's a globe, not whether the Earth's flat, and you're basing all of this off a globe projection to begin with. It's not even relevant. It's
No, no, I don't think
Well,
that's true.
well,
Matter of
well,
fact,
let me add this. Not pizza, and I'll let you talk. Just 1 second. We already have an observation which does not work on the globe model. We already have it, right? That's just like the 24-hour sun, right? Not say you don't see the 24-hour sun that falsify the globe. No, it won't. And we already have an observation that would do it. It's so in 1597, Barents was in the Arctic, and the sun rose on the equinox 2 weeks before the equinox. So that is globe busting, right? Like the season is off by an entire 2 weeks, and every day in those 2 weeks, they saw the sunrise when they weren't supposed to see it. So why wasn't the globe falsified then? Right? Because the observation of the sun can't falsify the globe. Go ahead, Pete. Or not, Pete.
I'm actually like conjuring what to say. Just continue. I'm gonna come back to you.
Yeah, so it's called the Voyage of Barents. Their ship got stuck. They were stuck in the ice. They were waiting for the spring so they could get out, and they were counting the days, right, doing their astronomical observations, and looked their calendar, and the sun rose 2 weeks too early. When they got back to home base, because he had a royal charter, all the scientists in academia tried to get his charter taken away because they thought he was full of shit. And the only reason they didn't successfully take his charter away because he also plotted um, Jupiter and the moon, and those were also in the wrong place. So yeah, but why didn't that falsify the heliocentric model? Nobody knows because it's not convenient to, you know, Will Duffy and McToon and all those people.
Wouldn't the Selnellian
Well, I
eclipse
would
do
say
the
that.
same thing as well, Indio? Impossible.
Well, one thing I can make.
Oh yeah,
One thing I can make a good argument though is like, for instance, like the stars and then like the celestial bodies, like the planets that they say are traveling around the sun. And I'm saying this just to make a point, is that I do believe that like the planets are closer, like the sun and the moon. That's why you do see the sun and the moon, no matter like what time of year it is around the world, except if it's like winter and
Yeah.
I mean summer in Antarctica,
But-
you'll see a 24-hour sun. But I believe you do see these planets, no matter if you're on the north or south
Yeah.
hemisphere. But like when it comes to the stars, it's like irrefutable that for some reason they you don't see them anymore the further south you go, and it works on the flat Earth model.
No, yeah, we can't give a linear distance to anything in the sky. That's not possible to say closer or farther away. What we do understand is that from our position locally, right, geographically, we could say the sun is farther away from us and then closer at certain times. But in a linear distance perspective, we're not able to say how far. Like, well, that thing is, it's pretty close to us. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can only state that geographically, like away from your position, according to the tropics. You know, so if you're saying it that way, that does make sense. But if you're saying it in a linear distance side, like, well, that thing's not 93 million miles away; it's closer. It's like that's no way to kind of formulate that argument because you don't know linear distance in any way. And then you can't use the globe Earth idea that distances are understood in some specific way. You know, with spectroscopy or whatever. So there you can't. There's no real way to actually talk about linear distance to anything in the heavens. Is all I'm saying. It's what you just gotta hang around for a while and see how the arguments go, and you'll start picking up like what's good, what's not. Because just going gung ho, you can actually get put into a position where you're being asked to provide evidence and you're not going to be able to do it. Not pizza. That's the most important thing you don't want. You don't want to be put in a position where you can't provide the evidence and you're being like told, how do you know what you know? Present your evidence. And you're just like, well, it just has to be. Then you don't sound any better than they do. That's what they do. So we don't want to
Yeah,
be caught up in the having to explain something that we can't. So
we want to look at real empirical evidence that we can support, not these assumptions, etc., that we get proposed with. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, but is the observation evidence?
Well, not in itself. It's maybe a correlation. Yeah, we want to see some direct measurements. So we don't need to know what's going on in the sky. We don't need to know about the sun, the moon, the stars, what's occurring there. We know that we view the Earth as flat and stationary. We utilize it and build upon it as flat and stationary, and it's actually measured to be flat. So if we know that and we've got those facts and empirical data that we can show, why do we need to speculate about what's going on with the sky, the sun, maps that we can't verify, projections that aren't ours, etc.? We need to stick to the actual facts on the ground. And sorry, Flatsy and Conspiracy look like they've been chomping at the bit to get into this for quite some time too, Alpha.
yeah, go ahead. Also, it looks like Piper Australius can't join or something because he's it shows unavailable for him. So does it mean that someone's blocked him or something? Is the reason why he can't do that?
Probably me. It's probably me.
Piper's going to Antarctica as well with Mr. Duffy.
I need one of those guys in here. I want them to come in here right now.
I've been trying,
Goodness.
dude.
Hey, I'll just
I've
leave
sent
us.
him so many invitations.
Now,
I've
why are you
called
doing
them out,
that?
told them I'm
Me.
calling them out. They're scared. I've done everything. They won't come.
We ran into that last time. Remember, if Indio had them blocked or something, they couldn't join when Indio was co-host. So he had to just be a speaker.
Yeah, make me speaker because I'm not on here too much longer anyway. So make Apocryphon or whoever co-host.
All
Hey,
right.
just real quick, guys. Whoever you were talking to last about the distances and stuff, I posted in the nest above. I don't know if he knows what scaling and invariance is, but it's pretty good for them maybe to take a look at that. Maybe they can see why it's, they can say whatever distances, but it makes sense whether it's 1 million miles or 93 million miles. It's just called scaling invariance, but maybe take a look at that.
So I don't know, AJ or APOC. I don't know. Did you guys want to do co-host or?
Hey, AJ, you could
Whoever,
do
man.
co-host. Yeah, you could do co-host. AJ. I still don't feel good, guys. I just wanted to jump in to support. You know what I mean? Alpha. I was just jumping
All
in.
right.
I don't feel good at all. I was vomiting earlier. That's all bad.
Ooh, shit. All right. I
Yeah,
dropped AJ the co-host. AJ.
Yeah,
I just
got it.
I just wanted to do a speaker so I could because only in speaker mode can you throw something at the nest. So that's why I asked to come on. But yeah, cool. I'll put myself on mute.
Yo, Jude, was your puke level when it hit the floor?
Did we swap up co-hosts?
That's funny.
Yeah, he's gonna leave soon because he I don't know. He's got to go to work. I think
Because I'm a normal person.
he's normal. He's not.
Oh, yeah. I'm unemployed. I'm a stay-at-home mama.
That's the most important job in the world. Just stop, dude. What are you talking about?
It's not really even a job. It's a joy, pleasure.
Is it as fun as shellacking ballers? Because that's pretty fun.
That's I get to do this on the side because of that, though. So I'm very blessed.
Oh, you got 2 and 1, 2 for 1.
You know, Booger's gonna grow up. He's gonna be like 7 years old, flat smacking people.
He's gonna have. He's gonna have watch me watch lectures from professors and physics and all these different things like that. Before he's already doing that. He's watching me watch those things. So
Just sit him down with QE in front of the screen for an hour a day.
Oh my god!
I'd love to see him at 10.
no,
He's not.
no.
If you're going to school,
I
still
can't
calling his
trust
teacher a
QE.
balltard.
I can't trust QE to keep his mouth like the things that it's like his language clean. You know what I mean?
Guys, I've just sent him another link said you should be free to join the space now. Here's the link. So we'll see if he joins.
I want Will Duffy right now. Let's freaking
But I wanted to
go.
ask not pizza as well. What's your thoughts on what's been discussed, mate?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, we sort of got cut off halfway when we were chatting with you.
Well,
I mean, yeah, I think you wanted to
well,
respond with something.
well, look, while you guys were talking, not about flat Earth, all I heard was "do," and I was thinking about like an explanation for like the sun setting in Antarctica. I think the only explanation would be that the world's way bigger than what they're telling us. You know, like even though you don't see curvature, uh, from our perspective, if you don't see, if you don't see curvature because there's no proof of curvature, then if you do see the sun's rise and set in Antarctica, and they start telling you, no, see, it's a globe now. No, I think the only argument for that would be that it's just way bigger than what they're telling us, and maybe it's way bigger, like the Four Corners map. Have you ever heard of it?
No,
Yeah,
I
but this
think
is all speculation. Yeah, this is just your thought process that you're putting together yourself, how you would imagine it to be, or how you would imagine that it works. I mean, this isn't something
Well,
that you could present in any sort of argument because there's nothing that you can support here. It's just a belief, and then all you're doing is arguing with someone else about their belief, and we're not getting anywhere. We're wasting time.
Well, I should say this: the ancients thought that. I mean, It isn't until like later on, but they thought that like the phenomenon in the sky had no relationship to the Earth; that it was completely separate. The physics, of what that's what they would, it's not what they would call it, but it's what we call it now. The physics of the sky weren't the same as the physics on Earth. Only now do we think that it's some unified thing, right? So that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to say, oh, this has to be unified. It has to be unified, or it doesn't work, or it's wrong, right? But you're starting from a fundamental philosophical position where it has to be unified. There's really no justification on why it does, because we know in other endeavors, right, physics endeavors, that rules change at different scales or in different places, right? So, like, quantum mechanics is a good example of this, where the rules all of a sudden change, everything changes, right?
well,
And no one
honestly,
can hide that.
I'm just thinking about the story about what was it, Abler something bird that he went to Antarctica and he seen like a new like a whole civilization that were more advanced, and then when he came back he told like his story, and a lot of people believe in it. Like, what if he went to these other land masses that haven't been discovered yet? I mean, my bad if I'm boring you. I'm
no,
just
bro.
trying
It's
to.
just like just check
No,
it out, man. I think what happens though is that when you left the globe and you walked into flat Earth, it wasn't good enough. Like just knowing that you can have good, logically consistent arguments. So you need to spice it up, like a lot of people in your shoes want to do. So
Yeah,
they are what. Listen, I'm gonna say it like this, man. It's no slight to you. They're what I consider esoteric in a sense, right? Because you're thinking of other things that Otter Pond theory, other ice rings out beyond the ice ring that we have, like on and on, so on and so forth. And so that to you is it seems very interesting. You want to talk about other things when we're talking about the physical and natural world for what it is. And so we don't need to concern ourselves with those other things. This is kind of like it's a teachable moment for you, not pizza. You have a choice to make. You can talk about those other things and seem that those things are relevant. Well, what happens in that case that this becomes a debate? If you don't take that position and you stick to the physical and natural world explanations, empirical evidence, then it's not a debate. This is all what we're stating to those guys who, like the Globers that come in here. So we're presenting to them, what do you have to offer for the Earth being a globe? We're not gonna see falsification is independent of replacement. I don't have to replace the thing that I'm tearing down. I don't have to give them another story. But you, on the other hand, seem to have fallen for the idea that another story sounds good. Let's give them a replacement. Let's try to replace the thing we're taking down with another idea of what Admiral Byrd said about some other lands, or outer ponds or outer rings or whatever it is that you think about other than the globe. And that's just not going to win the day, brother. That's just going to get you in more trouble as to like, well, how do you know that's true? Well, it seems like the most logical explanation. Well, you sound like a glober. That's what they do. It's the best logical explanation. That's what they say. And now you're saying it just in a different way, right? For flat Earth. But you're
Let me
it's
give you an
difficult, man,
example.
because yeah, go ahead, AJ. Go ahead.
I'll give you an example. Now, you've just claimed that when Admiral Byrd, when exploring Antarctica, that he encountered other civilizations. Now, I've never seen a record of that. This is more based around hollow earth theory than anything else. So, would you be able to provide a citation for me of Admiral Byrd stating that he encountered other civilizations in Antarctica? That'd be great.
So you're AJ's talking about a book that was written by Admiral Byrd's nephew about a hollow Earth.
Yeah, I'm actually asking.
Yeah.
I'm actually asking for the actual direct citation from Admiral Byrd's diary where he states that he dealt with or encountered other civilizations. Because again, like I said, you're taking this from a book from a hollow earth theory.
Yeah, I think the dog ate that homework.
Yeah, if you're going to make these claims, they need to be supported. This is what Alpha's trying to explain. So
exactly.
If you're going to make a claim, I need you to support it. Can you give me a citation, not pizza, of Admiral Byrd's diaries where they state they encountered another civilization?
Yeah, I heard it. It is like a hollow earth theory, but what my only argument is like, because you know how I mentioned the four corners map.
But there's no argument.
What if
there's no argument? Not pizza. I'm going to stop you there because I need a citation to see that he said this. You've made the claim that this is what he said. You're forming an opinion of what the Earth may be based off what he has apparently said. So please show me where he said it, or there's nowhere to go from here.
then by using logic, you're right, and I concede.
Yes, sir. That's the way to go. See, but better than that, because of it being a teachable moment, not pizza. You can realize that it's better us than the Glober. You think the globe they would be dancing all over this, and so I don't want that to be the case. I want you to be very sharp in your arguments. I want you to formulate things correctly. I want you to stay logically consistent. Walk the path of logic, sir. I don't want you to wind up in the hands of these Globers where they'll turn this into a spectacle. And I don't want that for anybody who's like trying to really get their bearings on like really understanding.
When I go up to Globe Earth forums and I argue 24-hour sun, and if they don't see it in Antarctica, they actually they concede and they actually say no, then maybe the world is flat. Most of them will say that,
but it doesn't matter whether they concede because.
Yeah.
Hey,
man,
I'm sorry, AJ. Sorry about that. I'll just go real quick. I'll just say, I myself, in the beginning, fell victim to that, and I'll admit that. I had to eat that big slice of humble pie because I remember like going on record, like, yeah, you know what? Let me be the first to say. I remember I was pretty tipsy too that night. I go, I'll be the first to say, like, if they see a 24-hour sun, yeah, that's gonna send me back to the drawing board. I'm gonna have to, I even remember saying I'm gonna have to look into what Enoch was saying when he talks about the 12 portals. But then, listening to it over and over again, and especially when Alpha was saying, "Oh, well, that's still, that you're still not proving anything about the Earth," and that hit me, and I was like, wait, yeah, that's right. Like, no matter what you see above, that doesn't hand wave or discount or discredit everything that we're doing on the ground. Like, that doesn't mean that now water is going to violate the natural laws of it. You get what I'm saying, not pizza?
I'm
not
listening.
Pizza. Do you think that this is actual experiment?
No, it's an observation. It's an observation.
Cool. No worries. I just wanted to clarify that just in case.
You said something. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Fox.
I was going to say that you said something there, not pizza. You said that you can get Globers to concede that if they don't see a 24-hour sun, that they would be flat earthers. See, they're affirming the consequence.
Maybe not necessarily, but they would have to rethink their map.
I don't know if anybody told him this yet, but no, they would. No, they don't get to rethink the globe. The globe is the given dimensions are set in stone. The entire cosmology is based off of the Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. If you take that away, the entire cosmology is completely torn apart. But so that's a big deal. So they're affirming the consequent because they're going there to Antarctica to have this observation. They're going there with the notion that there's an antipodal positioning of the Earth. And also, the flat earthers that are going are also affirming the consequent because they already have a preconceived notion, or they're accepting the straw man of the preconceived AE map projection Earth with where the sun will set. You get what I'm saying? So the preconceived notions are already like they have the salute or the conclusion baked into the premise. So you're begging the question. It's a false dichotomy and affirming the consequent.
That was the word, affirming the consequence. When I heard, in 24/7 Discord, as they were dissecting the final excrement, as they call it, it was just affirming the consequent, and I was like, yeah, that's true. Like, but in the beginning, though, like I admitted, like, yeah, I fell into that camp as well. But that's where the Globers want flat earthers to be, because it's proving that, like Flatty just said, it's you're affirming the consequent, and that's not, you can't do that. That doesn't make it. It doesn't validate it. Go ahead, India.
Yeah, I was going to say, check this out. So let's suppose they go to this place and they're going to think they're in location X, that they should go there and see a 24-hour sun. Now, if they don't see a 24-hour sun, what do you think they're going to do? Are you going to go Earth's not a globe? No, they're going to just say, oh, that our company, they lied to us. They brought us to the wrong place. They didn't actually bring us into the Arctic Circle. They brought us the Antarctic Circle. They brought us somewhere else. And that's why we didn't see the 24-hour sun. Because the coordinate system itself is defined by the sun. Understand that the celestial objects define your coordinates. So when you see certain phenomena, you say, I'm at XYZ location. It's not like they found the location without that and then just happened to go there and then just happened to see a 24-hour sun. No, if they don't see it, they'll just say that they were in the wrong place. It's super simple. They'll say we weren't
Well,
at
it's
77 latitude. We were at freaking 65. The company lied to us.
that's a good argument, but they're gonna leave from Punta Arenas, and it's gonna be hard for them to not take them to the right location. Because for what I know is like if you go like I think you said 35 parallel, right? It's gonna be hard to.
Don't they have to fly in? I thought it was way inland.
Yeah.
No, they're gonna fly from Punta Arenas.
Hey, but I'll say this though. You know what? I kind of disagree with that, and I'll tell you what. I'll give you an example.
Hold on, hold on, Parker.
Go ahead.
So you think you're going to get in the airplane and know where the airplane's going, and it'll be hard to deceive them on which direction they're traveling? You really think that?
Well, the way that Jeranism explained it is that he's actually gonna know if there's a 24-hour sun before he even lands. Depending on because he's gonna have a window seat, he's gonna be recording it the whole time, and even before he lands, he's gonna know if there's a 24-hour sun. I think he was talking about because like they're gonna be flying from Punta Arenas, down to Antarctica, and if they was to defer, then he would know that it's gonna be like they're gonna like set him up.
I gotta say a point. I gotta say a point of clarity.
Your orientation.
Let me give a point of clarity real quick, and I'm just gonna say this to the panel. I think Jeranism has affected a lot of young minds, and he's gonna take down a lot of people with him. A lot of people that think that the Earth is flat currently, right? They just think it. They don't know it. They're going to be taken down. Like this gentleman that's here right now. If it wasn't for us intervening right now, imagine how many people are following him that think like this young man. How many others will, when he says, "Well, that's interesting," again, how many of them are going to fall into the trap of like, "Wow, shit, I got to
Hold on,
redo this
You're,
whole
you're
thing
talking
over
about
again"?
Behind the Curve?
No, 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 no.
Behind the Curve,
It is,
the Netflix
yeah,
movie? That was dark
yeah,
humorous. That was
bro.
indoctrinated.
I don't know
You
if you know who.
understand?
Just
Listen,
We
what he's
do know it
talking
was
about is that,
selectively edited. We
you
do
know,
know
you're
that.
on the
okay.
wrong path. If you're saying that you can hook Globers into believing that they have to relook at their model, or, you know, these things that you're saying, you really, the Globers there are doing themselves an injustice, and so are you. And what Alpha's trying to say is that what Jaren's saying is going to lead a lot of flat earthers off flat Earth due to the fact that they see this sun, which is completely non sequitur to the shape of the Earth. Yeah, he's leading people astray with what he's doing.
I just wanted to say real quick to Not Pizza. I think I mean I get what you're saying in regards to Jaren putting a camera out his window the entire flight, but here's my like point, dude. Like I flew from California to Arkansas, and there was land beneath me to where I can like visually see like what I'm flying over, and I still lost track, and all of a sudden we're landing in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm like, what the hell? How do we go north? And like, what? When did that happen? I was lost, and I forgot. Like, oh, that's right. I gotta land at Georgia. Then from Georgia, we're gonna fly to Little Rock. So that's over land. Imagine over water, bro. Like how, you can go, you can go anywhere, and
And ice, dude. After the
yeah,
water's ice with
yeah,
no discernible landmarks, right? So there
exactly,
are photographs that were taken, naval surveys taken back in the 40s, where they have a horizontal camera and a downward facing camera. You can go through these photographs on the USGS website. They're all just white. They're just white. Every single snapshot from every single angle is just a white image
exactly.
because it's
That's what I
just
mean.
all ice.
That's what I mean. Like, imagine just being over. Well, first you're over water once you leave South America, and then you're going to be all just ice. Like, you will not be able to determine, like, get your bearings. Like, where am I? But that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, I was over flying from, like I said, California to Arkansas, and I didn't realize we veered off north, and somehow I think it was north. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, it was Chicago. I landed in Chicago. I was like, why am I going to Chicago? We passed up Arkansas, so it was really weird. But I'm just saying.
But you understand they need to land somewhere where the sun does a 360. They don't have to land somewhere where it
I,
rises and
I'm
sets.
just saying though, we don't know where they're. I don't know, bro. That's a whole nother. I guess that's again affirming the
Yep.
consequence. So like, that's what it is.
Look, I think we've covered this so well. I'm not sure if you're not getting it, but I think the only way you do get it is like the example I gave you with Admiral Byrd. So I'd like to ask you in these discussions that you're having, what is the evidence, or what is your best evidence of a flat Earth that you put forward in these discussions, Pizza?
Well, like I told you, I don't look at the geographical plane in order for my evidence. I look up at the sky. Some of my best evidence is like the astronomical coincidence that the sun and the moon are the same size. That when there's the eclipse, that it's way smaller than what is being projected, which is the moon. I think it's like it only makes like a silhouette of like 130 miles or something like that, and that like really got my mind thinking. I was like, man, I think there's something weird here. And I did further research. I start getting into like, why is it like sun? Like they say that all the stars are so many trillions or billions of different distances, but they never like cross each other, And I start looking into it. I'm like, yo, that's fucking weird. And I start going like, man, God is real. Like he literally made a time clock in the sky, right? And then I start like looking into like, because I've always been into geography, right? And when I start looking at the time zones and I start looking at man, you guys said it so many times, but the map that's round like a table, like the EA map or something. I start looking into it and I was like, yo, that's the best explanation for this. And then when I started looking into the evidence for a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it's all indoctrinated. Like there's not a good enough evidence of a video of a 24-hour sun. So I was like, yo, they can't even prove it. And there's many channels. I've seen many people like try to debunk it, and you can see it's like a time lapse, and they like edit the video. And I was like, yo, they can't prove that there's a 24-hour sun in
Dude,
Antarctica.
freaking. And I was gonna say, freaking Jaren's gonna thin the herd, man. After December, he's gonna thin
Yeah.
the herd, bro.
Well, I understand why you've come to this conclusion. Yeah, you've just explained that. Now, if I was a glober, I'll say, mate, how do you know the Earth's flat? Give me your best one point. 1 point how you know that you can confirm that the Earth is indeed flat and not a sphere.
That we see way too far, especially with the new P1000 cameras that we have. We say way too far in the distance from our perspective of like 6 feet average, looking straightwards, and then you see the thing disappear, and then this camera just zooms right back into it, and it kind of debunks like some scientists back in the day that said that boats disappear bottom up. And I was just like, man, this is all fucking weird. Thank God for technology. Thank God for these forums and all this information we could look up online. And then they started depressing us, like making like fucking basically like making it harder to look for the information, because back in 2014 it was so easy to look for flat Earth information.
All right.
And then
Cool. All right. Stop there for a
around
second.
when Donald
We've got to handle one
Yes.
thing at a time. All right. So we see too far. I said we don't see too far. We see what we can see. Why are we seeing too far?
Well, I think there's a calculator that you could put in, and it's
You
8
think there's
inches
a
per
calculator?
square.
So you don't know that we're seeing too far? You just claimed we're seeing too far.
No, my bad. No, we see too far that it can't be what the radius that they're telling
Why?
us.
Why is that? What's the radius? I mean, what's that got to do with it? We just see what we see every day. We look outside and we see what we see, and the Earth's a ball. I don't understand.
Yeah, AJ's trying to like train you, not pizza, to where you don't say we see too far, because it's almost like you're doubting yourself. Like you should just say no, because this is the way we see. This is what we see. This is how we
Good
see
point.
it.
Good point. I gotta learn a new like lingo for sure.
Well, it's not only
It's
But hang on a
lingo, but
second.
defeatist.
How did you
Go ahead,
account for
AJ.
refraction in those observations? Because
Well,
we know that
the
things
argument
can
for
bring because things loom.
the
Yeah.
argument for diffraction, it depends on how hot the day is, depending on how much humidity is coming from the moisture from the ocean. Depending if it's like a cooler day, you can see everything on the horizon. Like for instance, if there was a building like 13 miles out, well, I live in Miami. There's like a fucking a lighthouse that you can see in Bayside, right? And then you go to like another island which is 13 miles away. Depending on the day, with refraction, like if it's a hotter day, the bottom gets like all like close together, and then on a cooler day you can see the whole thing.
Yeah, but refraction is the bending of the path of light around the globe. So because things are beyond this horizon, we've got this path of light that bends around the globe that brings it back into our eye so that we can visually see these things still. I know that heat distortion occurs. That's what you're describing, some sort of heat distortion at the bottom of this building, but we know that light travels around the globe, follows the path of the globe, and brings things back into our eyes so that we can see them.
Which kind of proves the flat Earth argument.
How does it prove that when the light's curving around the globe once it's beyond the horizon?
Because what they say, 8 inches
Who
per
says?
per.
Who says?
Well, this is what these fucking globers that try to convince you that
Globers say 8 inches per
evolution
mile
is real
squared, or is that a measurement that is proposed by the heliocentric model, or is this just globers making these claims?
Yeah, the first thing, the globers dimensions that they tell us are facts.
Yeah,
which
so
are
then we have
false.
that path of light that bends around that and brings these things back into view because of the atmospheric density.
regardless, I think there's been another proof that like they seen
You
a
think there's
mountain
another
like
proof that
really
they've seen
far
a
away.
mountain, or they have seen a mountain? I mean, again, seeing
No,
a mountain
no. What
doesn't
they do is like
seeing a mountain
they
doesn't discount refraction and the path of light following the curve.
no, actually it does because hold on, let me explain, please. Like for instance, they seen a mountain way too far that they couldn't be able to see it, but there's like 2 days out of the year that the sun sets behind it, and that the sun illuminates behind it, and you can see the silhouette of the mountain, which proves that the world is flat, or at least way bigger than what they're telling you.
It proves it. So how high is this mountain?
Oh, man, I gotta.
You don't know. So how do you know that
like
it
know the
proves
names
anything
and
if
stuff.
you don't even know the height of the mountain?
I've heard it on like Wits It Gets It and
Oh, you've
Journalism. They both talked
heard
about it.
Witsit talk about it.
Yes.
Well, I don't know, man. Anyone else want to take over here? I'm going to go and have a smoke. I'm getting bored at this one.
AJ,
No,
But,
I'm scared of you, man, being a Glober. I hopefully
no,
don't have to encounter
AJ's
AJ.
a horrible Glober.
Real, dude, AJ.
Fucking,
Nah, he's a horrible Glober. He didn't even insult him once. To say all flat earthers, to say you don't
he's a
understand. You're a
cordial,
liar.
Yo, I'm not a Glober.
huh?
no,
I'm not a
me.
Glober.
Yeah,
Oh.
AJ was playing the devil's advocate.
Yeah, but see, here's like another teachable moment, not pizza. Everything that he did was a conservative Glober. If you were to meet one of the vicious anti-flat earthers, they would decimate you in every way. They would make fun of you. They would also dance on every point that they would put forward. Just like AJ, he could have capitalized on every single point that he did to you. And he would have mocked you and everything. And it would have been looking like you don't know what you're talking about every single time. We have encountered these guys for years. We understand their methods. Every single archetype of individual for these anti-flat earth types, I've decimated. But I understand their methods. So does he. So does Indio. So does Flatsy. So does APOC. Most of the 24/7 team. We train people to understand how to argue, and they will eat you alive, brother. This is the reason why we're showing you. This is a very teachable moment for you to realize you have to do a little bit better, brother. And it's no slight to you, right? Because it sounds like you're earnestly looking into flat earth, but your arguments have to be as sharp uh as it is with the logically consistent points that somebody would present flat earth. So
It's
What?
it's kind of like
Hold up.
that video. It's kind of like that video. I don't know if you've seen that video, but there's a guy that goes, if you put like in a room, like like 4 flat earthers that know the arguments and 4 scientists, like the flat earthers will win because we know how to argue. We know the way to to decimate them, just like Alpha was saying, because
Yeah,
they
I was
stick
being pretty
to
nice,
How to
not.
approach
I was
the
being
topic.
pretty nice, not pizza. To be honest, I hate playing the Glober. I don't like arguing from the Globe side, and yeah, I don't want to abuse you or hold you or give you too much stick. Yeah, I just wanted to try and give you an example of how what you're presenting. There is no evidence. There's nothing. There's no foundation. There's nothing to stand on, and they're going to pull you apart on every point. If I had stuck to every point, like
Well, let me ask
Alpha
you this,
said, it
guys.
would have been
What
over,
is
guys.
what is some of your greatest arguments for flat Earth, so I can use it and I can use the word like the right words or the right verbiage in
it's
order to win the
it's
argument? Because honestly, I use these topics for like ordinary people that really don't give a fuck about this
yeah,
subject. I love these forums because like you actually know what you're talking about. But like when you like just like every day in life, people don't give a fuck. So I try to give them like a seed in their brain, either though they don't even want it. They didn't even
it's
want to learn nothing.
it's observed,
Yeah.
measured, and treated in that way.
mm,
Those are the 3 things. That's my personal favorite.
right.
Well, first of all, we don't have a burden of proof. That's the most important thing.
True.
We have zero burden of proof because it presents itself.
But I also don't. I
Yeah,
also don't have a
yeah.
burden of
That's
truth.
what I'm talking about. Flat Earth does not have a burden of proof. It's obvious. It's completely obvious. Just go outside. It's completely obvious the Earth is flat. Now they're coming around saying that that's some sort of optical illusion, that it's just a giant ball and it just looks flat. Yeah, okay, cool story. Now prove it. So the burden of proof's on them because they're making a positive claim that's against experienced reality. We don't have to prove what reality is and how it presents itself, dude. Like, no, that's the way it is. But AJ was a nice Glober. So I'll give you the actual refutation that a Glober would say to the civil witted. First, they would go, "Oh, you don't believe in refraction?" That's where they would start, right? Look, the flat earthers don't believe in refraction. You're just a denier, blah, 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 right? And they would freaking try to irritate you. Then they'd say, well, silhouettes can be refracted. Check out this video from Jesse Path of Light. And then they'll show you a video that Jesse supposedly simulated that, but it's not actually a simulation of that if you look closely. The light source isn't even behind fucking what's supposed to be silhouetted. So they'll show you, like I said, you can't take what a Glober says at face value. You have to actually scrutinize what they present to you because they will actually present something which at first glance might appear as a refutation, but once you actually examine, go, hey, is this actually analogous to what they're saying is happening? For example, they'll demonstrate refraction by shining a laser over dry ice or butane or something like that. Those gases have a refractive index that's higher than water. Okay, so these are not analogous experiments, or they'll make a gradient which is like negative 30 degrees to room temperature in about 3 inches to demonstrate. Obviously, that doesn't happen in nature, so that's not a demonstration of refraction as it occurs in normal meteorological conditions. So they'll show you this. They're not actually going to just say grill you. Some will just ask you questions like that. Some will, but they're going to actually present counter evidence. So counter evidence, but that evidence is going to be deceptive if they know how to deal
Yeah.
with
And
that.
pseudoscience.
And
And
coming at you
pseudoscience.
hard and fast and abusive. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. You
They
know
try
what,
to
too?
overwhelm you.
You know what, Indeal's spot on. It's extremely deceptive. Even the video that they go, oh, so if you see something come up from behind, this little propane tank in the garage, then you have to admit that there's refraction. But you know what they're not telling you? There's a longer video of that small little clip they have. That little clay thing or whatever, it's not even on the propane tank. So you're not seeing the backside of the propane tank. You're seeing a thing that's like about 6 feet away in the distance behind it. So that is so disingenuous and so deceiving because if you put that clay thing on the propane tank, like physically on the container, the side of it pointing downwards, that will not rise up into your view. It's only because it's kind of like if you ever put your eye really close up to your finger and you can see through your skin. It looks like because it's the way the way you're seeing something. So it's an observation, and that's what they're doing. They're creating that, and then when they add that butane in or whatever, I'm sorry, whatever that they add.
No, they use a butane. They spray butane on it. So when the butane comes out, it's super cold, right? The
Yeah,
butane itself is like negative 30 degrees, but the butane
yeah,
has a higher refractive index than water. So this is like submersing it in water the same way you like view a pencil, right? A pencil in water,
right.
right? It looks like it's split in half.
Bends. Yeah,
Yeah. So this is literally what they're doing. Like it's super deceptive, dude. Like
yeah, and you don't find that nowhere in nature, not that environment.
yeah, only if you had that little piece of clay in water, that would be the only place.
Right, right. And so that's why you just got to be like, see, they will use that as a way to like make you look like you don't know what you're talking about. And they're like, oh, so you just don't know what refraction is. But it, like I said, and Indio said, it's deceptive though, because they're not even accurately, demonstrating. I'm sorry, not accurately. They're not demonstrating the conditions like accurately. That's what I meant.
Well, what they're presenting isn't even really refraction. Yeah, it doesn't
Right.
actually meet the definition of
Yeah,
refraction. So,
it's not going through two mediums. Yeah, you're right.
but regardless, there's other arguments for refraction, not pizza. But I'd say that a good argument, very basic argument, is the physics of water and pressure. That water at rest is always going to lie flat, level, or horizontal, which are all synonymous. And I can give you citations that'll state all three.
Dude, the Bolivian salt flats, I think, is the simplest. It's really the simplest argument. Are you aware of what the Bolivian salt flats are? Not pizza.
I think I've heard of it.
So it's not
I
important
don't know,
that they're
like,
salt flats. What's important is it'll rain there, and they'll fill up with like 4 inches of water, and they'll make on that surface so that they're like 60 miles across. They'll make basically a perfect mirror, and the
I
reflection, right? So the reflection is perfectly symmetrical with the sky. Now you should know if you ever been in a store, right? They got a convex mirror, and everything gets distorted, right? So the very fact that the reflection isn't distorted from what you're looking at directly, that can only happen on a flat surface. It can't happen on a curved surface. And they'll say, well, you don't understand scale or something like that. Well, scale is not a savior because according to them, you should start seeing distortion according to their model. As soon as that difference is resolvable from your eye, and that happens in 220 feet from the camera. So from a point 220 feet from the camera or your observation to the horizon, it should get more and more distorted relative to like, so you have the sky and the reflection of the sky, and they're perfectly even. But if the Earth was curved, then they wouldn't look even. They would look even close to you, and then it would get more and more distorted as that the reflection got closer and closer to the horizon. Just the
and what
symmetry of the refraction is it's over, dude. It's like literally that's the simplest argument. Then they can't invoke refraction. Then they can't invoke any other things. I just told you the only argument the only objection they have is that like the scale of the Earth is too big to see the curve or something stupid. But it actually, if you math it out, it's actually not that argument has no merit because, like I said, according to their math and the globe they claim exists, within 220 feet of the camera, you should start seeing distortion. Period.
and what Indio's talking about, I posted it up in the nest right above, so you could visually see what he's talking about, and that's a really good point too.
Yeah, and it's not just it. There's nothing special about the salt flats. These have been observed. These perfect reflections, right? They've been observed in late. All you need is still water. If the water is still, that's all you need, right? So it's been observed in like mountain lakes, across bays, you name it. All you need is still water. As long as the air is relatively clear and not like opaque with like dust or humidity or fog or whatever, and the water's still, you'll get a perfectly symmetrical reflection.
Yeah, and it's considered a specular reflection. So if you look up the word specular reflection, you're gonna find out there's a whole wiki on it. That'll help you understand more precisely what Indio is talking about. It helps to understand diffuse reflection and how the angle of incidence, where the light's being received onto the water and then back into your eyeball. So if it was a curved surface, you'd see like a funhouse mirror reflection off of the water, right? So curving surface, funhouse mirror, the image would be distorted on the surface of the water because the water's bending, it's curving. Well, we don't see that, right? We see a perfectly flat reflection of the thing that we see in the far distance. That means that that angle of incidence from the light to hit the water, from it to bounce off the water into your eyes, right? You see a perfectly mirrored surface without any bending or warping. So that specular reflection shows evidence that the Earth, well, water, is flat on its surface for large bodies anyway, like on a lake or something. So that's also another great evidence.
Yeah, and the reason this is because convex mirrors diverge light rays. So, say a cloud up in the sky subtends a visual angle of a tenth of a degree. Well, when it's reflected off the curved surface, because of the divergence of the rays, it's going to look larger than that, right? And the thing is, it won't be evenly distorted. It isn't like a linear thing where it's going to look, just larger, like just blown up in scale. It's going to be stretched, right? So it's going to get more and more distorted as it's further away from you. And then any object farther away from you is going to be more distorted than all the objects closer to you. So you're going to have a continuous distortion starting close to you that gets worse and worse and worse as you approach the horizon. This is unavoidable. It's like it's called the law of reflection, not the opinion of reflection. Okay, so it's that's just the way it is, and they can't invoke refraction. They can't say it's gravity. They can't say like any of the other thousands of excuses they have. There's nothing in the tool bag for this. I'm just telling you this argument because then you have to know the
Great
least
points,
amount of
guys.
things. I'm just saying you have to know the least amount of things, right? You don't need a crash course on general relativity or refraction or terrestrial refraction or any of these subtopics, right? So problem with this topic is you end up in the weeds a lot of the times and end up diverting with these red herrings going down these rabbit holes that are bottomless. So the best thing to do is find arguments that have the least amount of outs, right? The least amount of things that they can say, well, it's just this other thing. And Oblivion
Yeah.
salt flats are one of those things.
A good
I mean, the
thing.
laser test too, but they'll say refraction. But the thing about the laser test is that you can always, the lasers also reflect off the water, which is also impossible because how can the laser, which is supposed to be over the curve far away, be reflecting off the water that's on your side of the ball? So the laser's supposed to be on the other side of the ball. You're on one side of the ball. The laser's on the other side of the ball. How's it reflecting off the water on your side of the ball? That's impossible, right? So that's another example of like, and they can't say refraction or whatever they say.
Wouldn't that be the same problem that Jaren had in that Netflix bullshit behind the curve?
No,
Like his problem was
he
like
had many
His
that he tried to.
problems.
problem is that was an ill-conceived experiment. That was fucking stupid. Why he decided to do that? I mean, I understand with the laser and shit, and he melted it, great. But I mean, it was an ill-conceived experiment. Just the engineer. Now think about this: you have a 1.6-mile length, and you're gonna take two 6-inch holes, and you're gonna try to frickin' shine a laser through these holes off that over that distance. Just to engineer that to be possible, right? To line the holes up, fucking like, dude, it's an ill-conceived experiment.
Yeah, with all the undulation going for whatever they're, it's I don't know what they're trying to
Well, I
attempt to
mean,
do.
just think about that. Like, I want to like the difference between one hole, like the alignment difference between one hole and the other hole. You know what that would be? Like that tolerance would have to be like within 100th or 1,000th of a degree, right? And then you have to aim the laser precisely even to get it through those holes, and then it would have to be at the exact right height. Like, it's just not. It's
Yeah.
ill-conceived.
It's
Yeah,
threading
Could
a
it never work?
it's like threading a camel through the eye of a needle. It's just that similar.
Yeah, no doubt, dude.
You
Serious.
know, the crazy thing about that is, he said that they actually were able to get it to work at one point. They did see it that way, even though it's as impossible as it sounds. And I think he reached out to the producer because he wanted that video to when they did get it, and they said no, like they didn't give it to him. So
Yeah,
that's
Well,
well,
no,
pretty
I
I'm
know
sure
the
they.
I know the details of what happened there. What it was is that he did it at like eye distance, right, or something like that, and all he had to do was like raise it above his head, and then it worked. And then that's when he said interesting, and that's when they
yeah.
edited the video to seem like the world was a globe. And
No,
then
it didn't
his
happen
like
like that.
There's
It actually didn't happen.
his math was is like their math was our math was right and their math was right, but it was like in between because their argument was like his arms had to be like up like 16 feet, which is impossible for a human. But like, but also like if you just raise it up to like 9 feet or no, not even 9 feet, 8 feet or whatever, it also works. So like it like kind of worked on both
but
arguments.
you just
No,
mentioned yourself one of the main issues. Yeah, one is it's a torch, so we know that this torch light spreads out. It's not like a laser. Second, you've got this torch light going through an aperture, which then again affects the light. Now, the biggest issue that I see, apart from the surface of the ground and the undulations that these guys have brought up, is he's just holding a torch above his head. He's got no idea whether this thing's level. So over that distance, if he's shining that torch slightly up in a direction up or down or sideways through that first hole or aperture, there's no way it's going to pass through the next. Yeah. So if you were to set this up properly with a laser, you'd obviously have your surface all mapped out. You'd have all these things done, but you would also have to make sure or ensure that the laser that you're using is level, not just holding something that's moving around a torchlight above your head. There's no way that you can hold any torchlight or any laser steady in that position above your head and guarantee that you're not shooting that at an angle through the aperture.
and hey, and the reason he saw the light when he lifted it over the boards is because he lifted it over the boards. He didn't lift it over Earth curve, right? So that
Damn, I was thinking that too. Honestly, yo, that's a good point. I was thinking that when I seen the video, I was like, damn, what if he just lifted over the board? Damn, that's a good point. They made it seem like it went through the hole or whatever, but at the same time, damn, that's
Yeah,
a
not
really
to
good
well,
point.
mention.
just think. Well, hold on. Just
Yeah, go
one
ahead.
more point, Alpha. So just think you were going to try to do this like on a table, right? You're going to take like 2 black pieces of construction paper. You're going to take a pin, stick a little pinhole in it, and then you're going to try to line up the holes, shine a light, and then see the source of the light through those 2 pinholes. Fucking, it's not possible. Like, you can't do it. It's not, because of what AJ said. It's going through a narrow aperture. That means you're going to have divergence that when it passes through the hole, the beam's going to spread out again. So the only light you're getting, right, that little tiny last hole, is a small fraction of what's actually coming out of the flashlight, because you have the board blocking it and just the light that comes through the hole. Then you have another board blocking whatever light's left, right? That hits another board, and then whatever a fraction of that light passes through another hole. And you think you're going to see the source of the light, dude. It's like, no. It was an ill-conceived experiment, period. Jaron has bad judgment. That's all I'll say about Jaron. He just has bad judgment. He does.
He says
And
things too.
look,
I mean,
it's fine, dude. Yeah, that's part of the bad judgment.
he's saying wrong things on camera. I just wanted to point out to Not Pizza that their calculations, they didn't align or get close to, because if you think about it, the span of like the distance from the first board to the last, like if that was curvature or the board in the middle was not aligned and it was not able to shine through because it was somehow slightly above, so if that was the case and that was curvature, what does that mean for the Earth? Like, how much curvature between the first and the last board, because the board in the middle was actually a bit above, showing that if that was curvature, how big do you think the Earth would be if we were to follow that logic at 1 mile?
Man, honestly, like when I I try to make this argument a little bit, because like if they do see a 24-hour sun, I would honestly think like, hold on, I don't even think that's right either. Well, for what you're trying to say, I would say that maybe the Earth is way bigger than what they're telling
Right,
us.
but I'm saying though, if the Glober said that that's Earth curvature, that's because the middle board is showing that curvature that's obstructing that light can't pass through that hole. That's how they prove that the Earth is curving. Well, if it was curving, how big do you think the curvature, or how big do you think the Earth would be if that was actual curvature that they measured? You know what I mean? It means it's going to be a tiny Earth, because that first and last board, where the middle board was obstructing at 1
Planet
mile.
America.
Yeah, at 1 mile, dude. Like, that's an extreme amount of curvature if you're actually capturing curvature that pronounced from the middle board not being able to. You know what I mean? Because you got a hump in the middle of the first and the third board. So that means you got a tiny Earth. Like, you'd have to, if that was curvature. What, for in 1 mile? You got to be kidding me.
Exactly. Yeah, something wouldn't even drop. Even Globers admit that too now. They're like, oh yeah,
it's
that
locally
wouldn't even
flat.
drop them.
Locally flat. You could,
right.
even okay. So just APOC.
Well, I want to watch APOC ask APOC a question, because he's done this shit, right?
That I was actually gonna give it to
APOC, if you had to survey, right, you're going to engineer the boards, right? You're going to put the boards into place so that they're lined up. So you got your theodolite and all your tools to freaking place the boards, and you want the holes aligned and they're a mile apart. How the fuck are you gonna do that? Think about that for a second.
Bro,
you wouldn't be able to shoot a laser through the 2 holes that are a mile apart, man.
Well, first of all, you would have to literally transfer that line in increments to make sure that you can call it a horizontal line being shot over, because when you go too far away, the light, diffracts, refracts, does all kinds of stuff. Objects, you might think you're lined up, but that's just optically. You would have to transfer it like in segments locally, close, should I say, So that way you know that that object that's a mile away from you in this nonsense. Like, but that's the problem. A lot of
Well,
globe
so that's the
surveyors.
funny part, right? Is that you'll have Jesse Patholite and these clowns come in that
Yeah.
say that they can just take the theodolite, put their crosshairs in the center of that hole, and it's lined up, and that you can
Yeah.
shoot a laser through those two holes.
Yeah, they're retarded. That's why I laugh at that. Because I'm like, dude, you can't do that because optically those things are going to drop to your view. So guess what? That's why I told Jesse Patlight the other day. I'm like, look, you can do this, Jesse. Like, stop taking 57 miles away, bro. You only need to do it 1 mile. Not even 1 mile. Just go 4,000 feet. You don't have to go full mile, and just transfer the line locally, slowly, just over and over and over and over. And you'll realize that when you get to the end, which what you would have been shooting from that far away to begin with, you'll realize that whatever angle you calculated at, it's not going to be when you get to the end if you transfer it locally, because that is you're not having to worry about. That's why they have the feature where you can turn it off, because there's times when surveyors don't need to calculate for a curvature that isn't there because they're doing short distances and they don't want that. That will throw off their shot. That'll make it
Yeah,
go like it's gonna add an arc second that's not even supposed to be changed. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. And what you're talking about is leapfrog trigonometric heighting, right? That's the
Right.
survey method. We just
Yeah.
leapfrogging, the theodolites just jumping over each other, jump, jump, jump,
It's
jump, jump,
called
having
rise
one
over
line.
run.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And you have one line, and you're just repeating that line over and over and over again. So this is
Right.
how they survey the heights of mountains, right?
Mm-hmm.
Normally, right? If you want to get the height of a mountain, you just leapfrog up the mountain, right? Just jump up and just keep raising the elevation, raising the elevation, raising the elevation,
Yeah.
right? Keep
It's
doing
rise
that.
over run. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And
then
this
you
is
have
this is the
Globers.
most accurate surveying, is what I'm saying. Is this method is is more accurate than their bullshit geodetic surveying of a full blade ellipsoid.
Right. Like I was over in Globe Gangsters the other day, and Shoe Bill was in there, and he's like, I've been there. I've been in 11 countries, and I've been doing surveying for 35 years. I'm a licensed surveyor. I said, okay. Hey, does level mean curved? He said yes. I said, I'm done with you, bro. I can't. You should be ashamed of yourself to be a 35-year-old surveyor, and you're saying level means curved. Man, get out of here, dude. But that's what we're dealing with. And he says that what he does is like I forgot Pompeii or not Pompeii, Philippines. I forgot what island or country he was at in Asia. And he said that he was surveying the mountains, and all he does is just take a shot to the peak, like from miles and miles and miles away, and then he just does the math. And that's what Globers that don't know about surveying, that's what they're not getting. They're getting duped and tricked. They're saying, okay, yeah, so guess what? If you were to transfer that line then over and over and over, when you get to that point, you're going to be off because they calculate it to be that optically. And it's not the true, it'll come close, but it's not going to be dead on for sure. And that's why I was telling Jesse, dude, you guys have hijacked reality. Somewhere in the past, somebody figured out that the further something is away, it goes down optically, and you can mathematically formulate that. You're not going to be 100% unless you transfer it over and over and over, but they could get in the ballpark. And that's why I always say we're on a job site. They always have to call out the surveyors again because we're always off, always, because they're matching it to a geodetic disc in the ground that doesn't fucking comport with reality. That's why.
Yeah, and I say this all the time. People are like, "Well, if surveys are so accurate, why come every time a house is sold, they have to resurvey it?" Right?
Very true.
Did like the land move or something?
Yeah, they'll claim that. They actually say, well, because there's earthquakes and there might be
God.
movement that we don't know about. So yeah, but you're right. The on
Yeah,
the
I got an
water.
extra three. I got an extra 300 square feet thanks to that earthquake.
Yeah, move my shit over. But you know what? Do you know what too is when they do that, when they come out and they survey your land and they like put the stick in the ground, like, okay, this is right here. Like they are literally, because originally, like, let's say it could just be a geodetic disc in the ground, but they know, like, dude, that could be off because they are off. So then they go out there and they transfer that locally. Okay, this is exactly where you're at because they did the job correctly. And when you're selling real estate, you want to make sure it's done correctly. You're not just going to get some idiot, oh, yeah, let me count for the curvature right here on your 7-acre property. Bro, get out of here, bro. I want you to transfer that shit all the way to make sure that we're dead on where we're supposed to be.
Well, did you hear? So when they did the 1927 North American datum. Then when they did the 1983 North American datum, they had an error. So
Yeah, they were
instead of
off.
so instead of like fixing the error and moving the
Who the hell did I just bring
anyway,
up?
I don't know who let him up.
yeah, this ain't gonna make the Earth a globe.
Oh, it's this idiot. Hang on.
He thinks that'll make the Earth a globe. It's crazy. Yeah, Earth's a globe now because you made some noise, dude. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, seeing as we got that interruption, I might try and do some housekeeping. We've got a few new people in the space, I believe. Welcome, everybody, to the space. And as you can see, we're here waiting for someone to prove the globe to us. So if you think you've got any globe evidence, feel free to jump up here and present it to us. If not, please give everyone on the panel here or any speakers a follow and share the space so that we can get some more people in here and have some good discussions to keep you guys entertained. And I just wanted to also say, Conspiracy, you've had your hand up for ages, buddy. Did you want to add something to this?
I don't see his hand up.
Yours is up too.
Yeah, I didn't have it up.
What's going on? Oh, good.
I didn't have it up, but one thing I am curious about, and I'm like going through Snap GPT, so maybe you guys can clear it up. Is like, you just mentioned some of these be used longer. They have like some autocorrect kind of feature. Maybe I'm hearing that wrong. But like, what if you
No, it's
can't
not
use that?
about using it over longer distances. It's still shorter distances in those instances, but in geodetic surveying, when they use a total station, the computer in the station calculates for the Earth curvature in regards to the WGS84 model, I believe it is, Apocryphon. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a formula. So, for instance, let's say you're on your total station, you set up, on this particular disk, you get the elevation of that disk, then the machine built in the software, no matter where you put it at, if you put in once it establishes itself, you have to let it sit for a little bit. Once it establishes itself, then if you go, a mile away from it, it's going to be, oh, well, here's my new coordinates. And then it's going to mathematically calculate how it curved away from its original position, from the first position. But it's just a mathematical calculation. Now,
yes, it's a mathematical let me just clarify, Apocryphon. It's a mathematical calculation after the initial flat Earth measurements utilizing plane, triangles, and trigonometry.
Well, and that's what I thought. Like the theodolite was to measure angles. So, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's only like accurate up to like 500, 300 meters in doing so, or am I off there?
It's no, it's even about 150 feet. You're right. They use them to shoot an angle. You can do that. You can do the math that way. But that's why I'm saying, when you get a surveyor out there that then transfers that line, like I was talking about earlier, it won't line up with somebody that just stood a great distance away and shot an angle to it, because there are variables that will make what you see optically not in its true position. The only way you can truly find that spot is if you just transfer it. Then you don't have to worry about those variables that would affect, the way you optically saw it from a great distance. So that's why, when they set up these machines, like AJ was saying, it's all based upon flat measurements, but the formula inside of it adds a curve that isn't there. That's why I said before, when my buddy went 4,000 feet, and when he got to the end, it didn't match up with the NGS disc, with their datum point, and they were off by 3/4 of an inch, and they even reshot it, and he just kept that, he literally did force the line at this point. He kept it, and it didn't match what they were saying that this should be the elevation because the earth should be dropping, but it didn't match up. So he literally proved that the earth doesn't curve over 4,000 feet of transferring a line horizontally. There's no way you can get straight lines to curve. That's just a lot of globers can't grasp that, but there's no such thing as it.
It's also like impossible to level that distance. You can't get an accurate level. Like you can't say, "Hey, at the theodolite, I leveled it." That line of level is accurate to 1,000 feet or a mile or 5 miles or 10 miles. You can't freaking use a little teeny bubble or even a prism inside a theodolite and make level for freaking 10 miles, dude. That's just it's so stupid.
Yeah,
It's just so
it'd
fucking
be
dumb.
extremely tedious. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, but the bubble, the little level itself, the instrument is just
Oh
not
yeah,
that
yeah,
accurate within the device. Like we
yeah.
talked about this before, right? You have your dumpy level, right? Your torpedo level. You have a 10 foot level, right? You have like in each one of those, they're going to give you a different quote unquote level. Now,
Right.
imagine you had your 10 foot level and you put a little telescope on that, and you tried to level out 10 miles with your 10 foot level using
Yeah,
that, right? Like it's
yeah.
stupid. But the level that's in the theodolites is even smaller than that. It's even smaller. Like
Right.
it's so silly, man.
That's why I say, yeah, you're absolutely right about that. But that's why I say it's the fact that you're still transferring horizontal lines and they're parallel. So like you might even obviously over a mile you could have topography that changes a lot of feet. You could go from 4,000 feet to 5,000 feet in 1 mile if that's what you're driving on. Like let's say the Cajon Pass going up towards the high desert from LA. You're driving up this steep hill, right? And it gradually goes up. But if over 1 mile, you would obviously have a change of elevation, but still those elevation points are taken from the vertical position of your equipment when you establish level, and then you're having a horizontal line which is now parallel to mean sea level. And all you're doing is, if you could look at it like on a piece of paper, on a surveyor's work, you'll just see a bunch of dashes that are all parallel to each other, and it'll show you how they climbed up in elevation and then how they went down in elevation. But all those lines will be parallel to one another. Nothing will be curving because you establish level. And when you establish level and you transfer that line to the next benchmark, how many straight lines does it take to make a ball? To make you can't even say
Yeah, I know what
infinite.
you're saying. They're making like a little staircase, right?
Right,
So
right.
you have like the kickboard, right? So you have the vertical part and then the horizontal part. So they're just making
Exactly.
like these staircase measurements up the side of a mountain and down the other side of a mountain. And if you
Right.
measure the vertical stairs, like each vertical increment of stairs, you'll have the height, right? It's
Correct.
really simple. It's not complicated, and you're going to have the
Yeah, it's
distance if you
extremely
measure the
easy.
horizontal part. So,
Exactly.
but none of those, all those are at 90-degree angles. They're not
Exactly.
curving.
Exactly. That's the point. Like, it's so easy, but sometimes like it just has to be explained like visually. I know that's the way like I learned. I'm more of a visual person. So when I'm speaking, I try to like picture it and I try to explain what I'm seeing in my head. But just like you said, Indio, imagine steps, right? Just steps going up, steps going down. You can't say, oh, well, the steps are curving away. No, because you can never curve a straight line. And that's the point. They're all parallel to each other. You can't have parallel straight lines going around a ball. That's not what it is. That's that's impossible. That only works across a flat plane. Once you start changing the angle of those lines to match the surface of a ball, a sphere, that's no longer a horizontal transferred flat straight line. It's just simple. I don't know. Some people don't get it though.
Yeah, yeah, it's super simple concept. I just think some people don't want to get it. So anybody that like wants further reading, if you just go on Google, right? Type in trigonometric heighting, surveying. Click Google Images, and you'll get a bunch of diagrams exactly how it's done. How you basically leapfrog over your equipment to get a height, right? So but there is no curved lines, right? They're all just perpendicular lines,
Correct.
vertical lines and horizontal lines, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a company. They're called PLS, and we jokingly we call them plumb level square because that's the way you build something. Plumb level square. That's it. You can't. How many? This is why I like DMOC, dude. DMOC had a really good idea once. He's all, let's put a bunch of squares in an ocean, and let's see where they start to deviate from each other and curve around your ball, because you can never have a square that's like fixed next to each other. They'll never make a circle. They will have to start bending away from each other, the tops of them that are touching. I'm like, dude, that's a good point. That's a good visualization for a glober that, thinks that the Earth is a globe, right? Like, dude.
Well, these guys, they literally think that if you do plumb level square, that you're going to make a triangle instead of a square.
I think they got to go back to. I'll post it. I'll post it in the nest. I think they got to go
Dude,
back
isn't that
to.
crazy though? This is what they really think, that you're going to take a bunch of 90 degrees, right, and you're going to make a triangle and not a square. Like,
Yeah.
what do you think square means, bro? It means fucking 90 degrees, dude.
Yeah, you know what? I use them. I say it this way too. Here, I'm going to post this up. That's globers right there for us. I'll put it in the nest. They don't know shapes. The point that I was going to say is that that's why I use a fish tank a lot. Like, if you configure one side of the fish tank to the other side, and you establish, the 90 to 9 the right angle, when you get level, you're establishing a 90 degree, and then you go way beyond to the other side of the fish tank, this giant fish tank, and they also establish 90 degree. Well, then you know that the bottom of the tank is a straight line, a baseline, and you've created a square. When you that's really what you're doing. And then like, and that's why it's plumb level square. When you're building anything, you box it in. You make a height on one side, a height on another, and then you put the top on it, and you have a baseline. It's like you're making just a bunch of squares. That's the way we build. Just like we built the 2.25 mile bridge at LAX. It's just from one column to the next with the header across, connecting the columns. Dude, it's plumb level square all the way down. How do you
Yeah.
deviate away from it?
And when they go, how big is that? They tell you in square feet, right? It isn't like freaking curved feet or some other stupid shit.
Exactly.
Triangle feet.
Unless you
Yeah,
unless you
yeah.
live where I am, APOC. I worked for a concreter here for quite a few years, and his favourite saying was, "It's good enough for the bush."
Good over the bush. You know what we say?
Yeah.
You know what we say? We say it looks good from our house, from our home. Meaning we don't
Yeah.
give a fuck
Yeah.
because when we're home, we don't see it. It looks good enough for my home. No, but I mean, obviously you have tolerances. Obviously there are, but that's just that
Yeah,
I feel
obviously, we're not going for perfection, man. Like, obviously, I mean,
right. But you'll have globers though, because we point stuff out like that to them, right? Like, dude, they'll get all the way down to the arc second, like, oh, that's 0.0004 of an earth curve. You won't even calculate that because your instruments only do like a 0.002. Like, they're like, you can't even like find a curve in that measurement, and you'll never be able to because your equipment doesn't account for it at that precision. Dude, they literally are then jumping into it's so big that it's flat.
here's
They
some funny shit. That have you ever heard of this surveyor Jesse Kozlowski? That guy,
yeah,
not Jesse Pathological, Jesse. So
yeah, the one before him, yeah.
so he had a live stream. It's still up where he talked to Chris. I can't remember Lemaitre, Demaitre. Anyway, he's a surveyor. He's been surveying for like 30 years. He's a flat earther. Jesse obviously is a gold earther. So they talk, right? They just have like a conversation about surveying.
Yeah.
And like Chris is just showing Jesse's trying to do these gotchas. So Chris is like, hold on, I want to talk about these tests I want to do. I want to take a laser here, do this thing. And like Jesse starts making all these objections. And it was so funny. It's funny because all the objections he made were like these uncertainty. How do you know it's this? And how do you know it's that? They're the same stuff that we say about them using a theodolite, which was hilarious. That once the shoe was on the other foot, now he's a skeptic. It's just so pathetic from
Right,
any
right.
flat earthers.
That's a good one. You got to flip it around on him, and then he's seeing our position, huh?
Yeah, because he was talking about doing like leapfrogging, right? We're doing leapfrog surveying and like using lasers and shit to do the leapfrogs, and then
Mm-hmm.
he's like, well, uh, you won't know its level. You have to use a incline meter and like coming up with all this stuff like what the hell did he call it? Yeah, some sort of incline measuring device that wasn't like it wasn't like the level like like a bubble level or freaking level or a laser transit or any of those things that's actually in a
Yeah,
theodolite, right? So the method that
yeah.
was in a theodolite suddenly became not good enough, and he said use this inclinometer that measures like to a 0.00 1 degree of tilt,
Mm-hmm.
right? So he wanted to use that instead of like what was in the theodolite, which he thinks is just fine when he's measuring shit, right? Yeah, I
Right,
just thought it was so hypocritical.
right. It's cool when he does it, but not when
Hey
you do it.
guys,
Yeah.
we got Doug Dan that just joined the speaking panel. Welcome, Doug Dan, to the chat. Thank you for joining.
You need sound effects, Maggie.
Dun dun dun. I don't know. Dan, are you there?
No, like clapping or all that shit the CB plays, man. You need to freaking.
There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Welcome, Dan. If you're there, go ahead and unmute your mic and say hello to the panel.
Oh, hi guys. You might not be too happy that I am here because I have some kind of tough questions, things that I don't really understand. You just mentioned about surveying equipment and theodolites. One of the easiest things to do is to with a theodolite is survey a flat surface. So why isn't there like an accurate map of the flat Earth?
Says who?
What do you mean? Says who?
Yeah,
There's
says who?
nothing that anybody agrees on. Show me a
What does that
consensus
mean?
flat Earth map, please.
Yeah, like that said that you just moved the goalpost from accurate to agrees upon. Which one is it?
Oh
Do we
no,
need
I
one we can
said
agree upon, or do we need one that's accurate? Which one?
okay. Well, all right. You show me either, then, and I'll take a look at it at very least. Where's
Okay.
accurate?
And then, how are you going to test it for accuracy?
Well, basically, we
You're
can
going to
try
look at
and
the globe
survey.
and say, "Don't look like the globe," so it's not accurate.
Not at all. You go out
Then
in the
how are you going
field
to
and
test
you
it?
repeat you go out in the field and you repeat the exact same process
What
because
does that mean?
surveying should be a repeatable process.
Okay. No, it's not a repeatable process.
Sure, it is.
No, it
What
ain't.
I would.
we did?
You're ignorant.
Continental drift getting you or something?
No. So I'll give you an example. So I actually have. I was actually talking about this AJ. Did some house cleaning, so I didn't get to spit it out. So they did a North American datum survey in 1927 and a North American datum survey in 1983. They found a systemic difference between each survey. So as you went to the West Coast, the difference between one survey and the other increased from close to the Ohio River Valley. It was like 10-meter difference, and then as you got to California, it was like 120-meter difference. The other way,
Yeah, yeah,
going east, they were too close together. So
yep.
yeah,
There's
so
a
you're just
problem with what
saying.
you're saying here, though. Okay, you're talking about a survey or two different surveys that were done. What I'm
Yeah,
talking
you
about
said
is
they're consistent. Yeah,
repeating the process that you do. You establish a baseline, I'll follow that baseline. I'll do 90 degrees off of that. Show me an accurate map that's repeatable,
Yeah,
please.
you're just
yeah. I
like
just.
word salad at this point, man.
I wanna jump in real
No
quick
word
if you don't mind,
salad.
Adil.
Yeah,
Hey,
like what
listen.
you said, it's a non sequitur from the first part of your statement to the second part of your statement. Make some 90 degrees.
Absolutely.
Show me it's repeatable. What does that even mean?
Basically, you should end up in precisely the same place at exactly the same distance. Repeatable.
You
Yeah,
want me
we
to
If you
make
can
a
do that.
follow
square
the
in the ground, or
same
you?
baseline that you establish for your survey,
Okay, so you want me to
everything
make a
builds
square
off
in
of
the
that
ground?
baseline.
So you want me to make a
You pick
square in
the
the ground?
spot.
Are you
You
going to
pick
answer
the
my
spot.
question, dude? So you want a square on the ground?
I don't give a shit what you do.
If you take four
Pick.
90-degree turns, you'll make it square, right?
Oh, well, you can't come up with a straight answer, can you?
I'm
Why is
asking
it
a
not
question,
repeatable?
dude. Answer my question. If I
No,
make
I
four 90
asked the
degree turns,
question. I asked the question you haven't answered. How is it fair
what
for
was your
me to start
question?
answering your question?
What was your question then?
I said, show me a repeatable map.
That's not a question.
Yes, it is.
Where's the question in that?
Please
You
show
said, show
me a
me a repeatable
repeatable
map. That's a
map.
statement. That's actually a demand.
It's
It's
not
not a
a
question.
statement.
If
Can
Are you
you show
retarded?
me a repeatable
that's a
map?
question.
Throw a can in front.
That's a question.
Can
Yeah,
you
that's a
show me a
question.
repeatable map? Great.
Repeatable how? What does
You
that
play
mean?
semantics, asshole.
No.
That helps out a
Oh,
lot.
cry
Doug,
about it.
Doug, are you
Go
okay?
shit your diaper, dude.
Are you all right, man?
Yeah,
Can
I'm
you handle an
fine. But
intellectual
I don't want to
discussion?
play games with some guy that wants to
Yeah,
play
but can you
word games
listen?
instead of
No,
actually
I'm
answer
trying to
Uh,
listen. I'm
legitimate
trying to
questions.
really get a coherent statement out of you, and it's very difficult. You can't say what you mean or mean what you say. What do you mean by accurate? How are you going to test it? What do you mean by repeatable?
I
What do
told
you
you
want somebody to
already.
do?
Apparently,
Just
you don't want to listen.
describe it to me. No,
Do
describe
you
it to
have
me.
a very difficult time
No,
understanding
let,
things? I told
understanding
you.
you, yes.
Show me
Okay.
a map with a baseline that you used. I will follow
What
that
does that
baseline.
mean? What What does
Holy
that mean?
Christ. I guess you don't know too much about surveying then.
What does it
All
mean?
maps. All maps have a baseline.
No, let him tell us what it means, man. Don't give him my way out.
You pick
What
a
does it mean?
starting point, you
Indio,
Okay.
stupid
Indio.
dickhead.
Oh
Have a
God.
nice day.
Wait, where are you going,
What an
Doug?
I
Don't
don't know
go
what it
asshole.
anywhere,
is.
man.
Now a
Just
baseline
Hold
is
on,
hold
Doug.
tight.
now a baseline is a point. That's
Just
hilarious,
hold
dude.
tight, bud. Just hold tight. Right. Indio, did you want to finish up your point? I don't know, if Doug. Just relax, man. Wait, nobody needs to get all upset and leave and storm out,
I
or
think it's funny,
just
man.
relax.
No, I'm just trying to get him a coherent. I just want a coherent statement of what he wants exactly. I can't figure it out.
Yeah, I know you can't figure it
So
out.
let me
Low
just
IQ
Because
people
you're
struggle with things like that.
no, you're not explaining yourself clearly. Your
let me just
communication
let me
skills
just
are piss poor.
Very clearly.
just for the sake,
Fairly clearly.
Doug, just for the sake of just trying to be the middle guy here, are you asking him to
Okay.
present? Are you asking him to present a map that's repeatable or a method that's repeatable for surveying? Like, what do you?
No, not a okay. Basically, surveying is a process that can be repeated. If you start in the same place, you choose the same bearing, you just basically can work the same whatever process you use
Yeah,
for
we proved
measurement,
that
whether
already.
you're painting.
You seem like
What's
an
that?
expert. Can't even fucking elucidate what you fucking doing, but you're an expert.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
proved that
well,
already, Doug.
I've worked in the field and done the work,
Okay,
so
Yeah,
I know
sure.
what I'm talking
good stuff.
about. You might not be able to
Okay,
understand it, but that's fine.
describe the trigonometric hiding process to us.
What does that have to do with anything?
Just describe it to us.
I'm
We're
asking you
testing
if
your
you can
acumen.
show me
We're
a
testing
map.
whether you really know
And
what you're
you,
talking about before we engage further. So describe the process to us.
I
See if
don't
you're
think
really
I
a
want to
surveyor.
engage with you.
No, it's
Because
really simple. I just described it in
you
like freaking
want to
20
try
seconds.
and
Surely you
do.
can do it. You're an expert, dude.
You're
You're the
trying.
expert. You should
You
be able to
keep
describe it in
asking
30
questions.
seconds.
Who said I was an expert? I asked a
You said you
simple
didn't.
question, and all you do is try and obfuscate the conversation.
Nobody can understand what you're asking for because you don't understand what you're asking for.
You're the only person that seems to have a real problem with it.
Yeah,
You
great.
said you said we
Asked a question. I tried to explain it to him,
You
but
said
instead of
baseline, and
allowing
then
me to talk with
you
him,
said
you interrupted with more
you yeah
you
bullshit.
said
you
we didn't
said
understand surveying. Can you tell us how you use surveying to make your maps?
Surveying is very simple, guys. The how do you think we ended up with the original maps of the Earth?
Jesus
So do you know
Christ.
anything about surveying? Do you know anything about surveying?
Yeah, I've done surveying.
I doubt it.
Planar surveying or what?
That's good.
Hey, Hey Doug,
Land
hey
surveying.
Doug, you've done surveying, so let me ask you something. Just
Sure.
one simple question. Does level mean curved?
What does that have to do with anything?
It's a simple question.
Presupposing.
Does
I'm
level mean curved?
presupposing that we have a flat Earth.
Doug,
I've already come up with that statement.
Doug, when you set up your theodolite and you took your shots, and then you went to your next point, and then your next point, and then your next point,
Mhm.
does level mean
Mhm.
curved?
Does level mean curve?
Yeah. So when you let me say hold on, give me a second. Let me say it one more time.
You understand exactly what you're getting at now. I'm just trying to phrase this.
Let me say it
Okay,
one
if
more
you got
time.
more you want to add, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. You're at point A, okay?
Yep.
And you're shooting to point B. You created a horizontal straight line. Okay?
Yep.
Now, how many horizontal straight lines does it take to make a ball?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm not talking about an 8-ball. You guys are saying that the Earth is flat. I'm
Every
going
time
along
you
with
ask
that.
this guy a question, you never fucking answer. Why is that?
I don't get an answer.
You keep wanting me to prove
Doug.
that it's not
All
a
right,
ball. I'm
Doug.
not trying to prove it's not a ball.
Doug.
No, when
I'm
you're
I
trying
don't.
to get a
not
straight
saying
answer
that
on
it's a
something, all
ball.
you do is
I'm
spiral.
saying that if it's flat, it should be really easy to create a map.
Okay,
And I
Doug.
don't think you'd
Are you
find
gonna
any
find it?
cartographer on the planet that would tell you otherwise.
Listen,
Flat
Doug, we
is
already have
easy
those
to.
maps. Doug, we have
That's
those
right.
maps.
Yeah, but you
Doug.
refuse
Doug,
to show
stop
it.
for a second,
No,
please.
no, they're called the State Plane Survey maps. Go check them out. They're in Cartesian coordinates.
Doug.
They've been around for about 150 years.
I,
So why
I
don't you go
need a
check
little
them
bit
out?
larger than the state, buddy. Let's take
Yeah,
it to
all the
the
states.
continental
No,
level.
state plane is the system. Every state in the United States.
Yeah,
Surely
you're
there's
still
some
on a pretty
curvature in
small
5,000
scale.
miles. Surely there's curvature in 5,000 miles, right?
Why don't we work along the equator?
Doug.
That'll make it easier.
Doug, let me make it really simple
Doug,
for you, dude.
you're
Please.
as dishonest as they come.
Yeah, he is. But Doug, all right. So what distances or square meterage do we utilize plane surveying for?
Why are we going back to this? Please tell me.
Because you're claiming.
I'm trying to go along with
Doug,
exactly what you're saying. That
Doug.
this is the premise that the Earth is flat. No problem.
Okay,
I
Doug.
go along with
I'm not
that.
going to go off the premise of the Earth is flat. I'm going to show you how it measures to be flat, but we need to go through this step by step. I can't yell. I've got people around me. I don't want you to talk over me. I don't want to talk over you. I want to have a conversation. Yeah. So you're talking about surveying. Hang on, Doug. You're talking about surveying. All right. Now, over what area would we use plane surveying?
Why don't you just tell me? Why does it always have to be a question?
Well, I want to know whether you know. I'm happy to tell you, but I want to know whether you know, so we can move on with the so that we can move on with the conversation, Doug.
Know. By all means, tell me what you know. Assume I know nothing.
You said you were a surveyor. You said you were a surveyor. That's what you just said.
I did not say that. I said I have done surveying, and I have.
I know.
Okay,
AJ, real quick.
But you have to
clarifying
pick
point.
a
Clarifying
system from
point.
which you.
I have a clarifying point. I'm sorry. I have a clarifying point. Are you an amateur, Doug, at doing this, or are you a professional? Professionals are people who do this for their job, their daily tasks. So are you an?
I did it for my job, but my job was not being a surveyor.
But you did it as something that your job requires, right? Professionally.
Yes, absolutely. Yes,
so you
correct.
did it at a professional capacity, which means that you at some point have to understand what you're doing for the specific job you're doing it, right? It's just a point of clarity for AJ, so we know where you're at.
Right, but again, maybe it'll help if I clarify. Okay, I was a little bit. I worked as a geologist, so I was working in small scale systems. Okay,
and
basically claim areas, things of that nature, were flat. Assuming flat is pretty simple and straightforward, I think even AJ would agree with it that a planar survey would be legitimate for small scale
You just flat
Yeah.
smacked yourself.
Yeah. So
let him. Go ahead.
Just real
But
quick, Doug. Just
I'm
real quick,
having a
Doug.
problem
When
here,
you said
guys. Why can you
Doug,
not bring out a map?
okay, Doug, I'm going to get
just
to
real
that.
quick.
Oh, dude, you just went.
Oh, go ahead.
Doug, I'm going to get to that. We're going to go through it one step at a time. Please, man. Chill out just a little bit. We don't have to be so upset and uptight.
Well,
Yeah.
but all you do is ask questions, and you never
Because
give
we need
any
to
information.
clarify what
Okay, I'm
we
going to give you an
both
answer.
know.
I'm going to give you an answer,
No.
dog.
If
I'm going
you
to give
want
you
to
an answer, dog.
clarify,
Doug,
add
it's
clarity.
250
Don't
miles square.
AJ, let me give him an answer to this question. Why can't we make a flat Earth map? We don't have any money to make a flat Earth map. You going to pay us?
Okay. Yep.
Are you going
That
to
was
pay
where I
us?
was going to get to, Indio. But
No, are
Doug,
you going to pay us, dude? Doug, are you going to pay us to make a flat Earth map?
I think it probably be fairly easy to probably for you guys to
Yeah, but
start a
it's still not
Kickstarter.
free, right? So it's still not free, right? So
Just
are
quit
you going to pay us?
interrupting. Quit
No, I
interrupting and
will
let me
not.
finish. You want
Well,
money to do your job? Yeah, I know. You
no,
just
I
keep
don't want money.
interrupting. Well, I'll keep interrupting too, buddy, because I'm tired of you doing it. If
I
you
don't
want
care what
money
you
to
think.
do your
I'll just
survey,
kick you out of the
start a
room.
Kickstarter. There'd be plenty of people that'd be happy to kick in and see you guys fail. So go for it. But you won't because you're chicken shit. Because you can't do it.
Why we gotta be all that, Doug?
Doug,
Why? I don't
You're
get it.
Doug,
so
come on,
emotional,
man.
Doug.
All right, let me explain this to you, Doug. Very
Doug,
simply.
change your tampon.
You can't explain anything.
Doug,
What's
I've got
to explain?
citations here for you as
I
well, my
just did
friend.
explain something, and what you said was go get money to do it. How about
Yeah.
I have an idea? Why don't you go get money to do it because you're concerned about it?
Why would I
Why would
want
I?
to do
Why
something
would I
for that?
massage your concern?
Because you are the ones that are making the claim, but you won't back it up. You got
What
no
claim?
balls.
Doug,
You
you're not
got
allowing me
no
to.
balls.
You're not allowing me to because you just fundy mute me and speak over the top when I've told you that I can't speak loudly here where I am at the moment. So,
AJ,
very simply,
I will listen
I'd
quietly. Your
appreciate
Indio will listen quietly. Okay? I will
if you
listen
just go on.
quietly to whatever.
I'd appreciate you if you would just go on mute for me for a minute and let me make my statement, and then we can have a chat about it. Okay. So my first statement is going to be that we don't need an entire map of the Earth to know that the surface of the Earth measures to be flat. Okay, that's my first statement. Secondly, let's look at surveying because you brought up surveying. Planar surveying is done over an area of 250 square kilometers. Now, if we were to square that, we would have equal distance sides of 15 point. Sorry, no, it wouldn't be 15.81. That's in imperial. You would have a side of 25.443 kilometers. Okay. That means that at ground level, you've got 50 meters of missing curvature that is not accounted for in plane surveying. Now, this is done every day in reality on the ground over 250 square kilometers, right? So we have a big issue there that we're missing 50 meters of curvature that's not accounted for. Now, if we go out to geodetic surveying, which is what we were discussing when you came into the room, geodetic surveyors measure plane triangles, horizontal, linear angles, and a calculation is then made for the presupposed fall, the WGS 84 model. But in the first instance, before those calculations are made, it's all plane. The Earth is used as a horizontal reference plane, yeah? And as Apocryphon was saying, they just keep extending the line, leapfrogging, horizontal level, right? It's the calculation after the fact. So we don't need a map to know that when they survey and when they measure the Earth, they measure the Earth to be flat in the first instance using angles, right? Now, the reason we don't have a map, of course, is because everyone believes we live on a globe. Yeah, that's the current narrative. We're not going to have cartographers that go out there doing geodetic surveying, producing a flat map. They're using equipment that already accounts and calculates the curvature after the initial measurements, or they're making those calculations after their initial flat Earth measurements. Right now, my last point is going to be that any map or model, including your globe, that we have presented for us today. Now, we know most of these flat maps are globe projections. You're going to be measuring angles. Yeah. You're going to need a flat Earth in the first place to acquire the measurements for the maps that you're presenting here for the globe. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying perfectly, but I'm not presenting a globe. I'm not doing that at all. I'm saying,
okay, then you would understand that we don't need an overall map of an overall area to show.
Are you going to let me finish
that the
now?
Earth measures as flat.
Are you going to let me finish now? I'm not presenting a globe. I am saying, if you want,
you're asking us for a map.
What? No, right? No, slightly more than that. I'm going to tell you even more. If you make the map, and it's easy. Flat is easy to map. You guys know that.
Bro,
No.
you're gaslighting us like we can map the world like everyone else. That would be an incredible undertaking, bro.
Yeah,
Hey, I
it
will
would be
say
a
this.
substantial undertaking.
Hey, Doug.
But you
Hey,
win.
Doug.
Hello.
Hey, Doug, I will say this. When you use the surveying equipment,
Mhm.
you know what you did? You created a flat world. That's what you
Absolutely.
did.
Well, yeah, over this
Then
small
you did
scale, I
it.
did
And
100%.
guess what?
Okay.
And guess what? And guess what? Let's say for the rest of your existence, all you did was set up a theodolite and transfer lines. You know what you would be doing? You would be measuring the world the way it is, the way it's observed, the way we measure it, and the way it's treated.
100%.
It would be plainer. That's what you would
Now,
be doing if you just spent the rest of your life doing that.
yeah, and Doug, if I was to present you with some sort of map, how would you be able to verify that this map's correct in reality?
You're asking that question again. I already told you. If you create the map and establish your starting point and the baseline that you surveyed, it's repeatable, pure and simple. So every
You're
time
right.
you encountered a coastline, I should be able to take it that the same bearing, measure to that distance, and come up in exactly the same spot. So
You're right, and we do.
well, but you don't, because you don't have the map. That's what I'm getting.
Hold on. No.
Why do you keep saying that, dude? You're just factually wrong.
What you don't connect to is the WGS 84 model curved that's been given to us. That's what you don't line up with. And so if you have a datum point that you're transferring your line horizontally level over thousands of feet, when you get to the datum point, you're going to be off from it because that person that gave that elevation profile included something that isn't existing because he dropped the earth away from you when you kept the line going level horizontally straight across.
Why would they
So
do
you're going to
that?
be off.
Why would they do that? Because
Because they created a ball.
Let me explain why I say would not happen. Because I said you guys create the map.
No.
You have the
Doug,
method of what you want to do.
Doug,
Flat earthers need to
hold on,
create
sir.
their own map.
Let me
You
just
can't
interject.
rely
Let me
on
just
somebody else
interject.
to do
Let
it.
me interject. When you complete your planar data, you have to submit it into the NOAA, don't you? Have you ever done that?
No.
You
Again, I told you what I used mine for.
Right, but that's only on the local level. If you're doing it like
exactly.
in certain places that I've spoken to some of these surveyors, they do submit their planar data into the NOAA, especially in America.
Okay.
So, and then afterwards it gets worked over a macro scale for the correction, the the WGS 84 correction.
Yeah, forget about them. Just make your own map.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
Give us some.
Go ahead.
Dude,
We don't need one. We don't need one
you
to
don't
show.
understand, dude. Dude,
You
just
don't
hold on,
need
dude.
one.
No.
You don't understand. You really just
Yeah, I
don't
do
understand
understand.
what you're talking. No, you don't. Okay, so
Yeah,
there's a reference. These measurements of a flat surface are taken all day, every day. They exist. They're out there now. But before they're processed, they do corrections, something called reduction of the horizontal direction, and then they
that's
map
why you
the
can't use them. That's why you cannot use them for
Yeah.
your map,
Okay. So
because they
so
have corrections applied. So make your own map.
okay,
What
that's
is
not
wrong with your head?
okay. There is a map. There's Antonio Subarat's map. Have you seen that?
Probably, but I'd have to go look.
No, I doubt you've ever seen it. Right? It was published in the Book of the Sun. He's done more maps on more work on maps. All the country areas are exactly correct as they report to the UN. All the
Well, okay,
fucking
hang on. Let me look it up. You said
yeah.
What's wrong
Antonio.
with
No,
that?
I
Yeah,
see. This is why I asked you how you're going to see if it's accurate. You have
I'm
no
not
idea how
looking
to
to
even
see if
test it.
it's accurate. I'm
Well,
not
that's what
looking
your
to see if
first
it's.
demand was.
No, it
That's what your
wasn't.
first demand was. Your
You
first
have to
demand
have
was
a
how come
standard,
flat
Doug.
earthers can't
I
make an
told you
accurate
the
map?
standard.
What
I
was your
want a
standard?
map. I told you the standard. Reproducible. Follow the same process.
No.
Are
You
Get
you
have
the
to have
okay?
something.
same
Okay, hold on,
results.
hold on, hold
He
on.
doesn't understand, Indio,
If we make
what
a
the
if we
standard.
make a reproducible map, who's going to reproduce it? You?
Yeah,
Yeah.
happily. I'll follow it.
Oh, so
Yeah.
we're gonna get a GoFundMe, raise $100 million, hire thousands of employees, map the freaking world, and then you're gonna go do it by yourself for free.
But
That
no,
doesn't
Shut
make
the fuck up, dude.
I can do enough to
hey,
figure out that it's accurate.
Doug, no,
That's
you
easy.
can't.
well,
Sure,
You
I
don't even
can.
well,
know what surveying is,
hey,
dude. You're out of
The
hey,
get out of
hey,
here.
monumental task that it would take
you,
for the undertaking for what Indio just described, and then for you, just a lone wolf, to just been getting that information and go, okay, let me go and check to see if you guys did it correctly. That's you're just talking
Let,
about
let,
something that's
Doug,
foolish,
let's say
Doug.
let's say we're not even gonna go resurvey, right? We're gonna just go look at the books at the USGS, and we're gonna subtract their reference ellipsoid, and we're going to just take their raw measurements and we're going to remap everything. Just that endeavor itself would cost millions of dollars without even doing the surveying, just crunching the fucking numbers.
It
Doug, you
sounds
said we met.
ridiculous.
It
Doug, you
because
It
you
said
sounds
we
are
met.
ridiculous.
ridiculous. You said it's so simple. It's not simple. You're an idiot.
It is. It is. It's
Doug,
expensive. It's a basic
Doug, you said.
process.
Doug, you
Hello.
said we measure flat. You said we measure flat with planar surveying. If we were to give you a map, how were you to know if it were accurate or not using
Well,
your surveying skills?
let's make it a little bit easier and a little more understandable. Okay. Because certainly I would not be making the judgment whether it was accurate or not. That would not be my call. But if you made the map and presented it to the world, you would have plenty of people that would judge it
All right, so
and
then, so the
So,
moniker of
evaluate it.
yeah, so the moniker of knowing whether it's right or wrong is it going to be by you, which was your first statement. If you told us if we make a map, you could be able to check to see if it could be right or wrong. Now the goal has
Yeah.
shifted. But
No,
Doug,
no, no,
check
no,
this out,
no,
brother.
no, 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 no,
Brother, you
no.
just
I could
shifted
do
the
it
goalposts. Now it's
if
not you
you
that's going to check it out. Other
yeah,
people will. You
exactly.
if
shifted the
you
goalposts.
give the map,
It,
if you
it
give the
turns out
map,
you don't understand
I
surveying
can
at
do
all.
enough with that map to find out if there's accuracy in your map.
Doug,
It's not that difficult.
how do we know you're competent and have the enough resources to actually pull such a feat off if we've actually did a lot doing a GoFundMe, as you said, or some kind of like,
What the
fundraising
fuck
thing?
do you care what I think? You don't need
Because
me.
you're a guy,
Exactly.
listen, you're a guy that's making a claim that you're able to do something that
Yeah,
once
I
we've
could
done,
do it.
listen, Doug,
I
once
could
we've
do
done a
it. But
Doug,
you don't
Doug,
believe me, so that's
Doug,
fine. I
Doug,
don't
relax,
care that you don't
relax,
fucking
relax,
believe me.
relax,
You
dude.
guys are
What am I?
nuts.
Yeah, no, we're
You're
not
drunk.
nuts,
Shut
dude.
up.
You're
Yes,
just
you
either, yeah.
are. You
Are you
won't
You're
drunk,
make a
Doug?
spazzing
map.
out, man.
You won't
You're
show it
spazzing
to the
out.
world.
You just
You
said five
asked that.
seconds ago, why do we care what you think? And then you do care what we think. Make up your fucking mind, dude.
Yeah,
Stop
listen,
drinking.
dude. You asked us
I
to do a
don't care what
monumental
you
task,
think.
Doug. You asked us to do a monumental task, and then you're just saying that after we do the monumental task, that you're gonna go ahead and check to see if it's true. And then you shifted the goalpost after you said, "Well, it's not going to be me that does it. Somebody else will look into it." How do you know what they do will be correct? What is your standard of actually verifying? What's the rigor that you apply to any of this? Is it your drunkenness right now on a a spaces call that you think you're going to apply some type of crazy looking into research all of this that we're going to present to you, and you're just going to be like, oh, let me look at it, oh yeah, that's correct? You're nobody right now. You're just a guy who thinks that the Earth is a globe, and you think that we don't know what we're talking about. So you're just rubbing your nose up in the air like you're some kind of big shot, trying to tell like simple-minded flat earthers like you know what's what.
Not
You
in the
don't, Doug.
least. I'm giving you a process that you can actually use to
You have
prove
not given us a
what you're
process,
saying.
Doug.
Absolutely. Map
the
the
process?
fucking Earth.
That's not a process.
Well,
That's a
yes,
statement.
it is. Because if
That's
you
a
use
statement.
simple surveying equipment, the process can be repeated, and the results
With your
should
simple
be
with your
the
simple surveying.
same.
Hold on, conspiracy. With your simple surveying equipment, you found out that planar surveying dictates that the Earth is flat. And you've already said it twice, once to me and the other to APOC. So you've already stated that you, even with your equipment, you know that the Earth is flat. So that's not a standard to know that the Earth is a globe. So now you're stuck. Now check this out, Doug.
God,
Check this out. Well, we're asking you right now.
It's just
Listen,
garbage.
it's fine. That's fine. But we're asking you right now is to really dig down deep and figure out if you know the Earth is a globe, and if there's any evidence you can produce that it is. What is the evidence that you have to produce? Like that's what we're asking you, man. Just be honest. If you know that the Earth is a globe, present some evidence forward, and then you can tell us, and then we'll go from there.
Hey, Alpha, just real quick, Doug, just real quick before you answer that, I mean, what you're asking for, it already exists. Why don't you just go look it up? It's called the Universal Transverse Mercator. Just go look
Yeah.
it up.
Yeah, let's get back to because we're now on the other side. So Doug,
Okay,
go
good.
ahead. If you have any evidence to produce that the Earth is a globe, just one piece of shred of evidence, Doug. That's all we care about.
One shred
And then
of
you can
evidence?
you can back up. Definitely back up.
Sure. Find a dozen locations around the world on the equator.
Okay.
Night sky. Same night sky for everybody.
Was that it? I don't know. I'm waiting. I don't want to interrupt you. Was that it?
Well, I mean, if you understand the concept of a globe Earth, you should be able to understand why at the same time in each, or well, relatively same time, you will get the exact same star pattern orientation in the sky.
Doug, even
And
on
you
the
can't
globe
get
Earth,
that on a flat map.
I know. Even on the globe Earth, let me just tell you the inconsistency of what you said real quick. All right, I'm just gonna highlight this for you.
Yeah.
Some people on the other side, antipodal to your position, are gonna be in daylight. They're not gonna see the night sky.
Yeah, all you have
That's
to
just.
do for it to become night. When it becomes
I
night,
know.
they get the same goddamn stars.
Okay, so says you. But the problem is,
Check
the
it out.
problem is, do it.
You
Yeah,
won't.
okay, so go ahead. You won't. But what are you? What's the standard here? What are you? How do you know? Tell me how you know.
Experiments that I've seen done. Just
Which one,
photographs.
sir? Which one, sir?
Basically, just photographs taken by people at different locations on the same
That's
day.
not an experiment.
Sure, it is.
That's not an experiment.
Yep.
No, taking photos of the night sky is not an experiment, Doug. Just isn't. Doesn't qualify as a scientific
I want to
experiment.
point out what he said is factually wrong. Like, did you forget about the tilt of the Earth, Doug? The constellations go by seasons. Did you forget about that part?
Didn't forget about that.
Basically, what you said was factually wrong. You're just making shit up.
Nope.
Doug, listen, you're muddling through this, and it's fine, right? But you're finding out that it's a bit more difficult than what it appears to be, right? You think that it's just let me just say this statement, and I'll prove it right here. It's not that easy, because if you think about it logistically, it would be really hard to dictate whether or not the person's actually seeing the exact same set of stars. How do you account for every set of stars that the person in one position of the Earth, supposed to another geographic position, is viewing the same set of stars that you did? How are you going to accurately depict that? Think about it.
They basically take altitude.
Go ahead, Doug.
I don't know. I'm not an astronomer. But
I know but this is a difficult task, Doug. Is what I'm saying. So it's not as easy, maybe, as how you thought about it in the first instance, but it's a good try, right? You're thinking. You're starting to think. How is it possible? But see, you understand the problems that we got here. Even thinking of it as a globe.
Why is the moon upside down on the South Pole?
Are we jumping to another Are we jumping to another?
You evidently don't find any merit in what I'm saying before. Just tell me why.
No, it's not about the merit. No, it's not about the merit. It's just it's difficult. If you understand that
Only
position,
for you.
it's not a gotcha. Do you understand?
Only for you.
me.
Yeah.
Okay, think about it. No, I'm gonna run with you on that. So let's stick to that same idea.
Which one?
We're on the equator. We're on the equator.
Mhm.
I'm in a different location than you. How do I know that you're seeing the same set of stars in the entire night sky like that I'm seeing? Go ahead, Doug. I didn't want to do this, man. Like, I honestly wanted to just actually talk to you.
Face
But
east.
this is not like
Face east.
this is not
Take a picture. Have a party.
okay. What'd you say? Have a what?
Have a party.
Have a party?
Sure.
Yeah, you're partying too hard.
Yeah, I don't. That's not gonna.
Here's another
do
simple
it for us.
experiment for you. Go to
That didn't do it for us. But go ahead.
latitude 45 degrees south. Take an east bearing.
Yeah.
Follow that as a survey line straight. Don't take another east bearing at your next waypoint or your next point. Just follow a straight line.
What do you mean? Whoa. A straight line. What straight line?
I said take an east bearing from your starting point.
Right. What are we
That
using
part?
to reference to know that? Hold
Did
on,
you
Doug.
miss
What are
that
we
part?
using? No, I'm not missing a part. I
Well,
want you
then
to
why did you
clarify.
have to ask the question?
Because if we go east, what are we using to reference to go east? What are we
A
using
compass.
to guide us?
A compass.
A compass is guiding us. What does a compass use to navigate? What is it doing? What is a compass
Magnetic
reference?
fields.
Okay, so magnetic fields, and we're relying on magnetic fields. Do you understand magnetic fields?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Again,
So
why are you asking what I understand? I'm telling you.
because everything
Do
is
you not
important.
believe that a compass can give you an accurate bearing?
No.
No.
There's
What?
anomalies. There's anomalies on the Earth where the compass isn't accurate. Doug.
Oh God.
You don't believe this?
No, I
You don't
know
believe this?
there are places where there are anomalies.
Okay,
Who
then
gives a
why are you
flying
saying?
fuck? Yes,
Because
point
it's important, Doug.
all of the little idiosyncrasies and refuse to look at the bulk of the real data.
The bulk of what
Doug,
data, sir?
Doug,
you didn't produce
can
any data.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm pointing out the inconsistencies of your argument. It's not valid for us to say that
Inconsistency in my argument.
the compass is not a reliable guide for us to use and say that we're going to be going in a straight line.
Well, now I can see why
via
you
this.
guys can't do a survey.
No, it's not about that.
Yeah,
It's about you
If
thinking.
you can't
It's
rely
about
on a
listen.
compass, you can't do shit.
Oh, so
Doug,
you think that you
Doug.
can rely on a compass? Is that true,
To an extent.
Doug?
To an extent. I've been to places where you
Okay,
can't rely
to an
on a
extent.
compass. Have you?
Here's
There
the
you
fat
go.
part on
I've
Thank
been
you.
to places
Thank you for that.
on Earth where you can't rely on a compass. Have you?
Yeah, that's the
Really?
problem.
Really?
That's the problem, Doug. Yes.
So what's the problem?
Doug, let me ask you a question.
We go with
How come
India.
on navigation maps? How come on navigation maps, this thing that you say is irrelevant, the magnetic field deviating from the cardinal directions, how come they print that on there as magnetic declination? Why do they print it on the map? It doesn't matter.
You said it didn't, or that
You
it
did.
didn't matter
You
that
did.
it
You
deviates
did.
from the cardinal directions.
You
I
did.
did
You
not.
did.
I
Yes, you
did
did.
not.
No, it's
Those
called
words
magnetic. It's
did
called
not come
magnetic
out of my mouth.
You called it an idiosyncrasy. Those were your
Yeah,
words, sir.
it's
I
called
called
magnetic
what an
declination.
idiosyncrasy?
Me pointing out the
Devi-
fact that you can't rely on the compass to give you a bearing.
Okay,
Yeah.
please tell me if you're on 45 degrees south latitude, how are
Here
you
comes
going
the
to
gift
measure
gap.
east from there? Please tell me what your genius brains will help
Well,
We
it was
don't.
your,
We don't
figure
got
out
to
what
go
it
there.
was
east is.
your claim, dude.
You said
Yeah,
you
well, guess
understand how.
what? I'm turning it around on you, dude, because you can't answer the question yourself.
You
Come on,
understand.
Doug.
Because
You said you understood how compasses work. Can you explain that? You said basically you
Can you
understood magnet.
explain that? Hey, dude, you said you knew how compasses work.
He's not
Can
gonna.
you
He's gonna not gonna do
explain
it.
that?
He's in a
This is what
spiral.
all you idiots do: is sit there and nitpick little freaking useless shit.
Now,
Oh,
made
yeah,
like
so they print magnetic declination deviations on maps to navigate. You want to navigate east, but you think that's nitpicking.
yep. Idiosyncrasy, Indio.
Idiosyncrasy, just idiocracy.
Yeah. Come on, Doug. Let's be reasonable, right?
Yeah, let's be reasonable.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to get you to realize, that we're not just being obtuse. We're being
Yes, you
reasonable.
are.
We're
You're
not,
being
Doug.
ridiculous.
We're not. I think it seems ridiculous from your viewpoint because
No,
yes, from a perspective looking outside in, you think that this is all just a bunch of baloney. There's no reason or rhyme why we're talking about this.
absolutely not. Because again, if I was in a position where I was going to attempt to prove flat Earth, I certainly wouldn't be talking about curvature of the Earth. I would prove the affirmative. I wouldn't give a flying fuck about curvature.
Well, if it's not curving, what
you
is it?
say they're all wrong, so that's fine.
Doug,
Let them be wrong.
Doug, do
Show
you
us
have a
the
ball that's
way.
not?
Show us the
Doug,
way, guys. You have the
I am going to
answers.
show you.
You
Oh
can't
my
do
God,
them.
horrible diarrhea. Yeah, so curvature is the most important thing because you can't have a ball that's not curving.
But who has a ball? You don't have a ball. I don't have a ball. Who's got the ball?
Yeah,
well,
nobody.
the globe is supposedly a ball, but it lacks the curvature
Are
rate
they
that you
here?
guys say
Are they
exists.
here? Are they refuting what you're saying? I'm not refuting what you're saying.
Doug,
You're
they're
the one that
listening. We're appealing to the people who listen to this this call. So we have listeners, Doug.
That's
you
not.
just made a lot of claims about people who make maps and surveying and all this stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's all right, Doug. It's gonna be all right, man. The Earth's gonna be flat and stationary, and people will get hip to it. Some people won't. Some people will spiral. It's what we deal with, man.
Yep, but you can't make
We
maps.
get it.
Too bad. So sad.
Thing about
You guys
maps.
would be the most famous people on the planet, but
Doug, check this out.
won't go there because
Check this out. Every map that you've ever looked at, do you think it's about a globe? Every map.
fine. For people that have the answers, you ask
Doug, I'm
so
asking you a
many
question.
questions. Yeah, you know
Yeah,
what
but
though?
you should be able to
of your
know
questions
if
because
you're
you
tired
know
of my
what?
question.
I'm not here to provide you with information. You're supposed to be providing me with enlightenment, and you're not doing
I did.
a very good
We
job
did,
of that.
dude. We
What?
already did.
What
The map,
enlightenment did you provide?
the measurements of a flat Earth already exist. They already exist.
Well, but I asked you, please show me the map.
Universal transverse Mercator. Apocryphon talked about it.
Yeah, he said that like a while ago, but you didn't hear him because you were pretty upset.
Oh, I heard it or when he said it, but I didn't look it up at that time.
Well, check it
because
out.
you told me
right
not
now.
to look up the previous one.
Well, check it out then. Why don't you take a look at it?
I'll take a look at it.
All right. Sounds good.
It's used for building. Yeah, I'll shut up.
Okay, we got it.
It's used for the military. It's used for building things. It's used for all sorts of purposes.
For sure.
So the entire military navigational grid system is based upon it.
Exactly, and there's no curve involved with that. It's
Okay.
just all treating everything as an X and Y. That's it.
Is it?
So you said
Okay.
So you said you measured stuff with. Okay, go ahead.
Just got to ask a question. I'm looking at what I think is the map that you are mentioning here. Okay.
Can you post the link? Hold on, Doug. Can you post the link up in the nest so maybe everybody can?
I'm not sure how to do that.
Not you.
Oh, somebody else. Okay.
I just want to know how map makers use surveying because you said that all the surveying you have done is planar, which is measured flat.
Yeah.
So, like, if you were to do that and make a map, then wouldn't the map be flat? I'm just still really confused at that point.
Well, my map was flat, sure, because I was surveying a small area, just a few claims, probably a couple.
Listen, all surveying is done flat, and that is geodetic. It's Do you understand that?
You're saying that it's adjusted, but again, I'm not talking about the globe. And again, I'm looking at this map here, and I'm just looking at it in terms of the perspective for continent size. Like, are we to believe, or are the areas that we see for continents today inaccurate?
See from where?
Well,
What are you talking
there
about?
are. You can go online and do a search, and you get areas for any particular area of the planet. You can get the square miles for North America, any of the continents, Greenland, oceans.
I don't know. Are you pointing
Yeah.
out they misrep?
What planet? Planet you talking about? That's the thing you're trying to prove, right?
The planet Earth, right, Doug?
Yeah, the planet.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
posted it.
dude.
I posted in the nest. Is that the same one, Doug? I posted in the
Uh,
nest.
I got to go look because I'm not in there.
All right. So if you look, if you look into that, they treat that. There's no curve involved with that. They don't worry about elevation,
Okay,
to like changes. They deal with the X and Y,
where
and
the
then that's
hell is
how
this
they
mess stuff, guys?
what?
Yeah, and I think it's called a Lambert. It's a Lambert universal transversificator. It's an equal area map, so all the areas are all equal.
Yeah,
Right.
So
I'm
whether
looking
it
at a
looks
map
the
that
same
looks.
to you,
I'm looking at one on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand the map completely from what
It
you're
was
saying.
created by the Army Corps of Engineers in the
Okay.
40s, right? So and the reason why is the reason when you look into it, they were building things. They didn't have to account for like the elevations of things. They just wanted to know where it would be, in a position. So
Mm-hmm.
like they already created that flat map, quote unquote, and they don't add, and it's very accurate too. But
Well,
I mean, but
let,
nowadays
let-
people do, like in the software in the in total stations, they use the WGS84, right? But like what they're doing is like all they're doing is they're taking that model and then they're putting it on top of like the planar Earth that they've already figured out. Like
mhm.
latitude and longitude it's all a planar system, but they're putting this WGS 84, this spherical model where you have what they call, spherical access and stuff, and you draw, you make three triangles or a triangle with three points, and it's going to be greater. But that's all just mathematical.
Yeah,
That's not something in the
Yeah,
real
real
world we
quick.
experience.
Yeah, real
guys.
quick before
I,
hold on, Doug,
I
before you chime in. We
should
got
be
Lycurgus that's got his hand up, so we just want to let him come in.
Oh
okay.
yeah,
Go ahead,
cool.
Lycurgus.
Hello, everyone.
What's up, bud?
Wow, that moment of silence for Doug, when he realized that he fucked up. It's like I had a question for you, Alpha. When someone
What's
gets
up,
to
bud?
that point where it's all crickets, what can we do to off ramp him? Because he seems to be spiraling in this loop now, where he can't like think back to
Well,
what
we've got a
his
rectangular
things
Earth
are.
now, is basically what this map is showing me. It's not a circular, or it's not a pizza. It's a rectangle.
Yeah. So you do understand though that something
some pizzas are rectangles. There's a zillion pizzas.
Yeah,
yeah, that's a good point.
Little
That's a good
Caesars
point.
pizza.
yeah, but you're as far as I know, the flat Earth is always modeled as being circular.
Yeah, check it out. Thanks for that, Flatsy. Check it out, Doug. What we're talking about in here is that there's no conventional way that flat earthers are going to post a map about the earth being like a specific thing, like a circle or whatever, because nobody's ever seen the entire earth that way. However, what APOC's presenting to you is done on a local level, being extrapolated outward so that we can understand the earth in a kind of a larger sense than just a local area. You understand? It works out to be where this is not an issue for the Earth to be flat. It works just fine, like
Oh, yeah, but
on a flat
hang
flat
on.
Earth.
This is a surveyed map here, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, and you can use those evil calculations for curvature and apply this to a globe, right? don't worry about that. I'm not going to say that that's important or whatever. I don't care.
No, the point being here is that this doesn't use that. There is no curvature baked in to the way they have this certain map presented. Like India was saying, it's divided equally, and then they just have an XY. All I was saying though is that when you're like, where's the flat Earth map? Like technically, they already exist. You're just not understanding that
Yeah.
they already exist.
So when you're looking at take a look, check this out, man. When you're looking at the Mercator projection on Google Earth, on the very minuscule level, everything checks out. It all works out. But when you start going and pushing back, you're getting further back out. Like you're backing off of the surface, like on Google Earth. And when there's going to be a point where the surface of the Earth isn't going to be done like on the planar viewpoint, and it's going to change to more of a geodetic viewpoint from overall. So it's going to change that planar information into geodetic. So it's going to, you don't know when that happens, but there's a transition. So it turns what already information we have already to the zoomed in level, right? The ground level, where it looks like everything's working over a flat Earth, then backing that off and looking like overall the Earth is a globe because now it's geodetic. So you see the distinction is people don't know where that happens, and in surveying it's the same thing. When the people that doing local level planar surveying, they submit their information to the NOAA, and they actually change that information into what is in the macro sense known as the geodetic information for the Earth being an oblate spheroid using the WGS 84
I want to
oblate
read
spheroid
these
model.
two. I want to read these two paragraphs real quick. The UTM system provides a high degree of accuracy over small to medium-sized areas, making it ideal for local and regional maps, engineering, navigation, and geospatial analysis. And then at the end, the UTM system is widely used for detailed mapping because it minimizes distortion over small areas, making it a preferred choice for topographic, engineering, and navigation maps. So that already exists, Doug. It's just you never been told that. You didn't
See
know
ya,
this
Doug.
even existed.
He dipped, Apot.
Oh, man, the truth kind of does that to them sometimes.
He dipped. Good job, everybody. High fives all around.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
I love how he got mad at you guys going over the details early on.
Yeah, that's what we
He's
do,
like,
bud. So, like, Kyrgyz is wanting to be an official member of the 24/7 Flat Earth. We're gonna have to give him a jacket. He wants to be fitted
whoa,
for.
whoa, 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 whoa. That's a lot of pressure.
We got
Yeah.
T-shirts.
Yeah. No, we have
Good.
robes. What are you talking about, Indio? We have
No,
meetings.
Yeah.
the T-shirts that I got banned from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord T-shirts.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Wait.
Nice.
What like do you have to be a
We should have.
do you have to be a moderator to get the robes?
No, these robes have hoodies. We're gonna meet at a conference room, and we're gonna debate whether or not we're gonna, overthrow, modern thinking. I don't know. I'm just making shit up.
Chanting, candles,
Yeah,
all
all
that.
the works, dude. We gotta make it. We gotta look the part, right? They already think we're doing that. We're a cult. We just
Oh yeah,
fucking
like
look the part.
hers. You got to go through.
Dude, I was thinking bathrobes. What the hell are you talking? You talking about flat robes?
I was a bit more sinister with my approach, but
Yeah,
that's fine.
I was thinking like monogram bathrobes, man. Like,
No,
oh,
that's a
that's
bit
funny.
too. That's laid back, brother.
I
You're talking
want a
about like smoking
bathrobe.
jackets and shit.
yeah, man, I want a smoking jacket, kick back, smoke a pipe.
Yeah.
Speaking of 24/7 being viewed as a cult, Red Rhetoric's in my post calling it a cult. Yeah.
Tell him to come in here.
That guy already got his dose. Let me see. I'll reply to him right now. I'm gonna
Yeah,
share the
we want to
post.
invite. I mean, yeah, Doug was. He was. He wanted to leave. I didn't let him leave. That's me. I know we got some. We're trying to get as much as content as we can out of these guys, and I was like, "Oh, don't leave, don't leave." We got you now. And see, the thing is, when he stayed, we found out all the information we needed. He doesn't know that the Earth is a globe.
Well,
He flat
literally
flat
admitting
smacked
to make.
himself twice.
I
Yeah, it
know.
did.
He said he made a flat Earth map himself.
Yeah, dude, it was so good.
That's hilarious.
Ah, man, I can do this all day.
That
Tell you
silence.
what.
Oh, it was sweet. When you remember that one moment when he was silent and then the cricket noise
Yeah, you
chirped
know
in,
how
I
like
think.
you know how
You're
like when
Oh,
you eat a
welcome.
sweet.
You're welcome.
when you eat a donut and you just have all the gooey, frosting, you're licking your fingers like, damn, it was that moment was that good. You know what
I
I'm
had to
saying?
contain myself.
See, the soundboard
I
is
almost
actually
jumped out of my seat.
it makes the scenario more gives you more perspective.
Dramatic?
Yeah, dramatic.
He came in with so much attitude, and then in after that silence, he switched right around. He was like that attitude changed. My God, people, so delicious.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. Welcome back, Doug.
Oops, I accidentally hit mute. Rookie
You're
mistake.
supposed to where's the clap? Hand clap. Doug's back. Doug is back. Back again.
Welcome back, Doug. Ready for round 2.
He's back to bring this evidence. In the sequel, Doug returns to 24/7 Flat Earth with a vengeance.
Will
that
he
was
have a
that was a
complete
good time.
map that he's made and can verify?
No, that's more like the Batman style. Tune in next time when Doug presents the Earth as a globe. I don't know. I'm trying shit out. India was getting in there. He was like giving the body blows, man. No.
You cooked a flat earther today too. That young man.
Yeah, we try to, man. We try. I told you, it doesn't matter if they're globe earther or flat earther. Doesn't matter. Bad argument's a bad argument.
They're all staying away from this space, man. It's crazy wild. It's like kryptonite.
I've tried to get 4 or 5 in tonight that have been messaging me flat out, and they just refuse to come in here flat out.
Never
Really?
seen
Why?
anything like it.
Like
I
Cargus,
don't know.
they don't come into any of my spaces. And granted, 24 Discord does a million times better than I do. But I mean, they're just nowhere to be found anywhere. I mean, it's really crazy.
But this is a new space. Your spaces have
Well,
been around a while. You have drama with them. It
well,
gets personal. This is a
no,
new
those guys
space.
don't
They don't
show
have
up. What do you
drama.
mean drama? Those guys don't even show up. Like that's not really why we have listeners. Like I have my normal people. And like it's gotten up to 80 and 100, but I mean Alpha and those guys have had 80, and they start at freaking midnight and go till 8 in the morning, and I think that's a testament to how much sauce they're spitting. But also, yeah, I know what you're saying. A lot of the newcomers,
You,
I
you
feel
know what
like
I'm saying?
they're
And you
getting cooked
focus on
too hard.
conspiracies too. It's not just flat Earth, buddy.
Alpha,
So
you're
that's what I
cooking them.
mean.
Alpha, you're cooking them too hard, dude. You gotta ease off a little
You
bit
want me
so
to
you
ease
guys
up?
can come
All right,
back
I'll
in.
ease off again.
Doug
Dude,
is back.
it's just like a juicy steak, or a turkey leg. You got it in front of you. You know you're just gonna gobble it up, dude. You just can't, take small bites. Thanks for that.
Hey,
So
hey,
Alpha's,
hey, Doug.
Alpha's trying to just like get them to say, hey, I don't know it's a globe, it's a belief. That's
That's what I'm
all.
looking for. Oh, dude, that's so
That's all.
satisfying.
That's all he's trying to get, and then it becomes like, then what are you trying to convince us of? Especially they're like the staunch zealots, right? So if you have a belief, like, why are you trying to convince me Bigfoot's real? Like, why? Like, why are you all mad about it? Because I don't believe in Bigfoot.
Don't be mad,
Right.
dude. Don't hate the player, hate the game, brother.
Yeah,
You know
Hey,
what I'm saying?
I thought he got it every time that we spoke about surveying, and he stated that we were measuring horizontal, and transferring it.
well, I tried that with him, but he didn't like that I was asking him that. I even asked him, is level curved? He didn't want to answer that. Like, it's just weird.
These are the hard questions because somebody that's staunchly in their belief system aren't going to answer these questions. No, I don't want to answer that. You answer my question. That's usually what they do. But it's
Yeah.
all psychological, man. It's nothing. It's really they're on edge. They don't
It,
want to actually tell you
I
because then
will
that
say
they're
this.
giving up ground. So they don't want to do it.
I will say this. I think it's easier though for like a man like Doug to grasp what we're saying, because once you kick the head and rattle it, and then he can be like, oh wait, yeah, I do transfer lines horizontally, and I never curve, and curve is, not horizontal. Like, there, I would think that him in that position would understand it faster than an indoctrinated glober that doesn't set up equipment, doesn't know the way we transfer lines, because then they can't visualize it. But Doug has the experience. He would grasp, like, oh yeah, wait, I do transfer it just straight across. I never curve
I wouldn't
away.
make those assumptions if I were you on that, honestly. What I would suggest is I am willing to listen to
That's
the
fine.
cases presented, but the problem is you're not presenting anything. All you're doing is
Ah,
asking questions to try
so
and
so
impugn my knowledge on the subject. And
So
that's
did
so
you
fine.
so
listen
I
we're
to what
not.
don't
I
care.
read?
I'm not
Doug,
claiming to be an expert in any way, shape, or form, but
hey
you're
Doug,
not
did you listen?
providing anything.
Hey Doug,
Where's the equations to take your Mercator
hey,
map and apply it to your
hey Doug,
flat Earth?
hey Doug, did you listen to the two paragraphs that I was reading, because you dipped out? You want me to read them again?
If you don't mind, I mean, I apologize. I don't know what happened. My phone hung up and
It's okay. That's okay. No, that's happened to me before
go
too.
ahead.
Just listen. All right.
Sure.
The UTM system provides a high degree of accuracy over small to medium sized areas, making it ideal for local and regional maps, engineering, navigation, and geospatial analysis. The UTM system is widely used for detailed mapping because it minimizes distortion over small areas, making it a preferred choice for topographic engineering and navigational maps. With that being said, do you understand why, when you're dealing, when you need precision, that you would not use the measurements that the geodetic surveyors are giving you? And can you correlate that to the reason why? Because if you go according to their system, you're not going to be on point with what you're trying to measure, because they have this atmospheric refraction earth curve curvature baked into their formula. So that's why you don't use them. You wouldn't use that. You have to go to planar surveying because it's using a different system than the WGS84. Do
Yeah.
you get that?
I don't know if you remember what I said at the beginning, but I said take the most basic surveying equipment. So I don't want anything to do that has baked in curvature. I
Right,
want to
right. Okay,
work
yeah, let's
with
just go old school mechanical. Yeah, yeah.
like I understand completely what they're talking about with the Mercator projection being accurate on a small scale. Most of our geological maps, they're just basically flat,
There you go. Then you
square.
jumped in. Okay, thank you. You jumped into this conversation asking for that. You already knew it. So maybe you were just gaslighting us.
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that if the earth is flat, then it should not be a difficult process. I mean, an expensive process, sure. Mapping is expensive, but it is not a difficult process. Again, if
Okay.
Yeah,
you take a
that's
baseline,
understood.
any
That's understood.
bearing you want, a baseline, any bearing, and then all you have
Yeah.
to do is deviate 90 degrees off of that
Correct.
and follow
Correct.
that to infinity as well. You
Yeah,
can
Absolutely.
let's speak
map
some logic.
everything.
Yeah, let's speak some logic to your mind right now, Doug. So, would you say that water remains flat and level on its surface, right? Because of surface tension, and we measure water flat. So, on a local scale, you can understand or respect what I'm saying, right?
Not
Water
really.
lies.
I can
Okay,
give you lots of examples of where water is not flat.
okay. So you think water's curving in some way?
Well, to some extent, there's bulges all over the place on the planet.
We're not talking about. Okay, you're talking
And
about something different than waves.
I'm not talking about tides.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're saying something about bulging water. So do we at some point see some type of water hill?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Storm surge, for example.
A storm surge.
That's a
Okay,
water
so
event,
yeah,
basically.
so if you're gonna say storm surge as a water hill, what's the height and the measurement for that water hill?
It varies from storm to storm.
Yeah, storm surge is not. It's akin to a tide. It moves like a tide.
It's
Exactly. I was just gonna
it,
say that.
it
Yeah,
doesn't
storm
move
surge
like a
moves like a
tide.
tide.
It
does.
it's wind created, so it's not moving like a tide, and it usually
Well,
forms on one side of the storm, whereas tides are much more widespread in.
but
yeah, it still does the same effect though. It
Doug,
recedes
what
from
happens when the
But
what
what I'm
happens when the
saying, guys,
storm
is
stops? No,
that the
wait, hold on,
water
Doug,
doesn't.
hold on.
It,
No. Doug, what happens when the storm subsides and then the wind stops? Then the water, what does it do? Then it just rests calmly flat. Would you agree to that? Yes or no?
on a small scale, yeah, no problem.
All right,
okay,
there you
so
go.
if we have
I
flat
can't tell you
water,
on a wide scale, because
yeah.
again, I can't see very much of the Earth at a time.
Well, that's not the point though. We're looking at a local level, right? We're actually identifying that with what we can detect, water lies flat and level, just like APOC described to you and you agreed with. So we do understand this very basic principle, right? Hydrostatic equilibrium. Large bodies of water when at rest display no convexity. They remain flat and level on their surface because of surface tension. This is a well-known fact in physics. Nothing to really be bothered about that, right?
Yeah,
You agree, Doug?
generally speaking, I'm okay with what you're saying here. The one
Okay.
thing that I will mention, I do believe that temperature differentials in the ocean waters do create bubbles of like different surface levels, significant.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that sounds like a hypothetical or something that we need
It's
to
not
look
a
into.
hypothetical. I can look it up and find the actual references for it. But
Yeah, okay.
again,
But check this out.
No,
If you're gonna say
he's talking about
if
the
you- yeah,
sorry.
if you're gonna say that what we're talking about with water being flat and level,
mhm,
now this isn't your claim, so I'm not gonna put it to
I
you.
said
But
on a local level, as far as
I just
I can see. How's that?
all right, yeah. But can you just listen to what
Alpha
I'm saying here?
Alpha, he's talking about the optical phenomenons when water rises like Skunk Bay. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, but
Looks like it rises.
I know
Yeah.
we're all saying the same thing. But what we're talking about is that the claim is that large bodies of water are curving because they're showing people that NASA images about the Earth being a globe
Yep.
display that the surface of the Earth has water bending around a curve.
Mhm.
So on that specific notion, there is supposed to be some way to understand that water is actually bending
Yeah.
in a large scale.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay,
if that's
the best example I could give of that, and again, this is things that I've observed and photographed directly, are
yeah, go ahead.
looking across large bodies of water and seeing a fraction of a skyline. The bottom part is
Okay,
completely missing. And again,
right.
there's
But this
atmospheric
is
phenomena that can be used to bring into the equation,
yeah.
but it's consistent in
What? In what?
it's that you can get repeatable results, not every time, but they
But that's
do.
not repeatable.
Sure, it is. You don't.
Not
You
every
don't.
time. You just said not every time. So you can't do it every time.
Yeah, because the atmospheric conditions vary, and if you get
Duh.
similar
That means
atmosphere,
it's not.
you
But you
get.
can't get the same results that you get. Like it's not repeatable in the sense of saying I measured, X amount of building is lost at
Well, here's what I would
tomorrow when you do
suggest:
it.
if we could control the atmosphere to a point where we could keep it consistent in terms
That's
of
not possible.
all the relevant variables, humidity, air pressure, all of those,
I
temperature.
mean, I get it, Doug, but that's just not possible. I
Well, I
mean,
know, but that's
that's a
why
hypothetical.
I'm just speculating at this point that would be the reasons why it's not repeatable, consistent.
Well, I understand that,
Okay.
but see that in there lies the problem.
Yep.
If it's not able to be consistent, then we can't get an accurate confirmation that it is Earth curvature because there's a lot of, as you already stated, different variables that exist.
Right, but I didn't say that this was
Okay.
proof, did I?
Well, that's what I'm saying, but with the idea that water is flat and level on its surface
Mhm.
is something that's understood in physics. And so if we're going to extrapolate to the macro level where water is now displaying convexity, we're going to have to know out to how much it is doing that, right? Because they're telling us that the Earth is measured, or allegedly measured, to be with a circumference of 24,901 miles. So we have a circumference of Earth. The radius is 3959. And so we're understanding that the metrics by which they're going by is a Earth of a certain size, right? It is
Mhm.
specifically a certain set of dimensions. this oblate spheroid that we're on, according to
Okay.
them. Now, if that's true, what is the specific way? Because we have large bodies of water that display no convexity. So on the local level, we really can't tell, according to, like, us doing our observations and whatnot. Because even if you were, like you said, attempt to try to figure this out, there's a lot of variables. It gets pretty convoluted. We don't know if it's atmospheric refraction or other things involved. You get me?
Yeah, I didn't
Right.
offer it as proof. I don't believe that it can be used accurately as proof because of the aforementioned things we discussed.
Sure. But now the issue,
Inconsistencies.
right? And so the issue remains: how is it possible that somebody had this accurate measurement of the specifics of the size of the Earth? Now, that is the question, because now they supplanted an idea in everybody's mind that they've already achieved, like as a foregone conclusion, that the Earth has been measured as an oblate spheroid. You understand?
Yeah. How did they measure the Earth? I don't honestly know. That
Well,
would have been.
that's kind of what we're looking at. That's what we're trying to reason with you about right now. How is that done? And so, if you can understand our position, it's we're looking into history, looking at a method, trying to figure this out. This isn't something that's far fetched. This is actually something that is not even available. So now we're here with like
Well,
a big
wasn't there some
nothing.
really pretty accurate measurements of the Earth done by back in ancient Greece? Weren't they the earliest estimates of the Earth's?
Yeah, there's. I'm pretty sure you're gonna look this up too. His name was Eratosthenes.
Okay,
I think that's who you're referring about.
maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, it was inconclusive. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but
Because
I mean, the estimates that he made were not that far off. I mean, there was an error of what, 10 or 20%, I think.
allegedly there was an error, and where the measurement wasn't too far off. But too far off from what? What was
Hey,
the standard?
we're talking about a guy that's working with basically stones and.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Like, because the story goes from Alexandria to Syene, he was measuring the length, or excuse me, the distance between Alexandria and Syene
Okay.
with the length of a human stride, called a stadia. So a stadia was a specific length.
Uh-huh.
It was a distance, and it was a measurement that was used. So the length of a human stride was the way that they were going to measure the distance between Syene and Alexandria, where one had a well that was allegedly had the sun 90 degrees above it, and the other location had the stick with the divergent shadow. Now, if that was possible, then we're going to look into how that is either proving or not that the Earth's surface is curving. But I'll let somebody else take over. Flatsy, I don't know if AJ, if you want to talk to him about Eratosthenes.
I can do it. Yeah, so what
Yeah.
Eratosthenes. Oh, you can, AJ. Go ahead.
No. I was saying let Flatsy do it. Go ahead, Flatsy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I must have lagged. Sorry.
No, that's probably what it is. It's a lag. Need to get closer to that satellite, AJ. So Eratosthenes, what you want to ask, these are the right questions to ask with what he did. What assumptions did he make? The assumptions that he made is that the Earth was a sphere. That was his first assumption. His
Okay.
second assumption.
You started with an assumption?
That's what Eratosthenes did. Yes, he assumed
Okay.
the Earth was a sphere. He had it baked into the calculation that he did.
Well, okay, but how did he come to that sort of an assumption in the first place?
I don't have
Any
to. Do
idea?
I have to know that?
No, you don't
Aristotle.
have to know that.
I'll
I
tell
just
you.
found
I'll
it as
tell
a
you.
thing
He
of kind
came.
of
He came
curious
off
sort
the
of
back.
thing.
I'll tell you, Doug. He came off the back of Aristotle, making his observation of a lunar eclipse.
Right. So
Okay.
we've got him already baking the conclusion in with the premise, right? So he assumes it's a globe. He also assumes that the sun is an infinite distance away, even though he would never be able to know that. Also, that the light rays from the sun were coming in parallel, and we don't really observe parallel light rays from the sun. They're always diverging. And that,
Hang on a second there.
and hold on, I've got
Can
one
I
more
ask a
assumption.
question on that? Because you said that diverging part.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
the rays appear to diverge away from the source of the sun.
well, yeah, in all directions, but the ones that reach
Diverging, not
Earth are going to be very close to parallel. Not completely, but close.
okay. Anyways, there would be no reason to assume parallel rays, is what I'm saying.
Okay, that's fine.
And the last one is that Alexandria and Syene were on the same meridian, which they aren't. So there you go.
Okay. Okay, so you may add a bunch of um, uh, started off with assumptions which aren't particularly, I think, a very scientific approach.
Well, that was a lot of assumptions. I just listed all of
Well,
them.
yeah, I mean, there was a longer list than that, but the first one even bothered me because, again, if you want to make a hypothesis, that's one thing. Was it a hypothesis or was it an assumption? An assumption is to me is a bad mistake
Was it
because basically then what you're trying to do is prove your assumption.
There was
A
no reason to
hypothesis, I
assume.
will either try to prove or disprove it.
Right, there was no reason to assume that the Earth was a sphere because, as
Sure.
we can all agree, we experience the Earth locally flat, and we
Yeah,
also
I think
But I think the entire point is the fact that he wasn't actually measuring Earth curvature. Yeah, the whole point of what he was trying to do was to come up with a circumference if the Earth was a globe, which he believed. Yeah, so there's no actual measurement of curvature in his
measurement.
calculations.
Yeah, just measurement angles of shadows. That's it, which would require all straight lines. But I digress.
okay. Help me out with earthquakes then, though, guys. P waves, S waves.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, it's really simple.
What?
It's really simple. When you look at the way they travel, they go down, they come up. So when they record them, and you can even look at it like looking at it from like the side view, you can see like let's say if you're in Los Angeles and there's a strong enough earthquake that they feel it all the way out in like Palm Springs. When you see the orthographic view of it, you see that the wave it went down in a huge loop and then it popped up over in Palm Springs, so it hits them way over there.
Okay, but
And
much like
go ahead.
Flatsy was saying about the sun, okay, those P waves and S waves radiate out in all directions, right?
They
From the
do,
source.
yeah.
Okay,
Like a drop in of
right.
maybe like if we drop a rock in water, you see that wave go out. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, but I mean, you're traveling three-dimensionally when we're talking about these waves, right? From an earthquake.
That's the reality we live in. So yeah,
They're traveling through the earth and they do reflect because
they're
we
they're
measure
they're
these reflections, right?
they're traveling plane. Yes, like so across. Like so like
But they
if
don't
you're if
reflect back to the originating point
they
because
don't.
no, they don't because they hit the center of the earth or the earth's core and they can't pass
No,
through that.
hold on. No, you can't just say that because you've never seen the core. You never been to the core. A matter of fact,
Well,
P
okay, fair
waves and
enough.
S waves,
If you wanted to dispute the core of the earth, that's fine. But
but
there
the P
are
waves and the
seismic
S waves,
shadows in the
are you
data
saying,
that are produced
hold
from
on,
earthquakes.
because they have blind spots themselves and they don't know where they go or what happened to them. So imagine this. I want you to like think about this. If I threw a ball just like and I didn't know where it went, it didn't come back to me, I didn't get a register. Like, what do I say? A fucking dragon swallowed it. So like, can I just make up a story of what happened to it, and then I say, oh yeah, well, I sent a wave or I sent this ball, and then it goes to the dragon. It stops at the dragon. The dragon lives there, and it always stops it, and I never get the ball back. So like that's equivalent to you saying I send a wave and it hits this imaginary thing, which is the dragon, and then it doesn't come back to me.
as opposed to just saying, well, what if that ball just bounced out of my range and I don't know where it went? What if it got stopped deep down? Okay, let's say now going back to the wave, what if the wave like did hit something that it just doesn't penetrate through and doesn't allow it to resurface or come back in the wave function that they travel? You
So
understand what I'm saying?
you don't get, well, what I understand, or at least what I'm getting the impression is that you don't think that the geophysicists' explanation for this is reasonable, but you don't
No, it's
also
total
offer an
bullshit.
alternative.
No. He's saying that it's not being applicable to a strictly a globe Earth. It's not globe Earth dependent. Is what he's
Correct.
saying.
If we're in a realm where we're on top of the earth, right, and they shoot these waves, P waves and S waves, and the nature of them, they bow, like they go down, they come up. There's a curve to them, right? Whether it's like on a small level or a great level, like when you can, the bigger the shock, like the bigger the hit, like you can feel an earthquake from like when Northridge hit, they felt it as far as I think San Diego. That's a long ways. And they're
Okay.
saying, well, in that sense, then the wave went deep into the earth and then came up.
Can I ask a
Supposedly,
question, though,
that's the way
guys?
they measured it.
Can I ask you a question on this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm working along with the premise that you're going with here, that you're
Okay.
reflecting off of some sort of boundary layer or bottom somewhere on the bottom of the flat Earth.
Which
Uh, it,
we don't know, but yeah, go ahead.
well, okay, but I mean, it's reflecting off of something, is what you're telling me, right?
It could be. I don't know. That's the point. We don't know.
Well, okay.
You get that? I mean, we can
No, I
say
don't
that
get
they
that
do.
because I actually have a degree in geology and I'm pretty
Okay.
reasonably.
So look at, you have a whole belief system that you're shooting P waves and S waves to the magic core that
No, I'm
somehow
not
is
worrying
this.
about the core on this at all. I'm just looking at the
Okay, that's
reflections.
fair. Okay.
Okay,
So when you
strictly
have
the
the reflections,
reflections. Okay,
okay,
and what I'm saying is, if you have a system for accounting for those reflections, are you saying are they predictable as to where those reflections will be reflected to? That's all I'm asking.
they can be, but there's
That's
also variables. Yeah, they can be, but there's also variables where they're not. Would you agree to that? That there are waves that you don't know what happened. They don't register. Yes or no?
well, we can say there are waves that don't reflect. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. So right.
Right.
And because, but
We call
you
it a
can't just
seismic
then
shadow. What accounts for it? Who knows? We'll say that the Earth core is
exactly.
imaginary.
Exactly. So
Okay.
now if you,
That's good.
that's what I'm saying. You can't just be like, "Oh, we know the way this works." No, you don't know the way it works because there's anomalies that you guys can't even explain, but you just throw in the magic core and it's gobbling up all the S waves and P, or well, I guess it just beat the S waves. It's gathering up the waves and then you're like, "Oh, well, it must have hit the center of the core with that one."
Well,
But you
you're right.
guys can't validate that.
No, don't lump me in with these you guys. Would you
Okay, you're
drop
right, you're
that for
right.
a second? Okay, because
You're right, you're right.
quite honestly, here I'm pretty fucking fed up with scientists in general. Because
Hey, I agree with you,
no,
brother. I
truly,
agree with
man,
you.
they spew such shit that is just,
Absolutely.
again, things that are claimed to be absolute fact when all they are is half baked. They don't even qualify as a theory. They're just
1000%.
crude hypotheses. I've been spending the last 3 or 4 years working on climate change, and it is the most fucked up mess on the
Uh
planet.
oh. Don't say that out loud, man. You'll have a bunch of climate change people coming in here now arguing
Sorry,
with you.
sorry, don't want to do that. No. So
No, I was.
honestly, I
Weird.
understand what you're saying, and I know you want something that's tangible or touchable, and because that's how something becomes real as opposed
Correct.
to or like fact versus theory.
Correct.
And I work mostly in theory. There's no
All right.
way to prove. I've got lots of data,
Yeah, hold
Yeah.
on.
but it's a proxy
Just
data.
let me jump in real quick.
Sure.
Flatsy, go ahead. APOC, I'm gonna switch you over to co-host. Flatsy's gonna take off.
Okay.
Oh, thanks for having me, though. I'm thinking
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna get some sleep. It was fun, and thank you for having me. I appreciate you, and nice to meet you, Doug, and everybody in the panel, and everybody listening. Have a good one, and God bless.
Yeah, everybody give
Have a
Flatsy
good
a
one,
follow
Flatsy.
before she leaves, so everybody can do that.
Yeah,
I
bye,
thank you.
Flatsy. For sure. But Doug, just going back, I first of all, I 100% believe, you know, I get you on that. I
Hmm.
agree, and you're absolutely right, and that's what we deal with.
Yeah. But now, do you
That
understand where I'm coming from with respect to the map? Okay. We
yeah,
can, to me, this map is makeable, and it would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that your premise is correct. I'm going to
well, you
call it a
know,
hypothesis right now, or a theory, whichever you want it. But because right
yeah.
now you can look at it, but you can't look at the whole Earth, and that
Well,
therefore we're still making some assumptions.
well, put it this way, Doug. It's already been made. Okay, it's already been made. All you have to do is minus the Earth curve that's been calculated into the
No,
No,
full
literally,
no,
size.
no,
yeah,
no, no.
literally, dude. That's all you got to do because
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
all you
they
have to
do.
do.
They apply the Earth curvature. So
If
dude,
they
take a
added
look.
it, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, take a look at Google Earth.
No,
That's exactly what they've did.
I know, but the problem with using that as a method is you've taken, as you said, those sheets that you submit to NOAA.
Hmm.
There's just billions of pieces of and iterations of information that are overlaid and applied. And what I'm talking about is working from a simple baseline because you can
We have that.
literally start from it. If there's a map that has that, then you should have a flat Earth map.
Doug, it's called mean sea level. That's the baseline everyone goes off of. So we do have that, Doug. They have a latitude and longitude. Sorry, they have a latitude and longitude coordinate system that's based upon flat Earth measurements. You have baselines, you're getting an angle to a star, and you're deriving a coordinate system based upon the things above us. And we've created a latitude and longitude based upon that. Now, what they did is
I,
then they took those measurements and made a ball for it.
I know what
Like,
you're talking about, but God, I don't want to talk latitude and longitude. That's just or confusing the situation. Just make a grid map, just like your Mercator.
well, it is no wait, hold on. It is a grid map. It's a grid map with circles drawn from the center going out
Yeah, I know
because
because of the
that's your longitude.
calculations have been applied. What I'm saying is, I don't want to reverse engineer that bullshit. I want just
I get
this.
what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's
Yeah,
just
because
that
if you reverse engineer that stuff, you're prone to error along the way.
I'll tell you what. Look, this is the way we can do it, Doug. Here's how we're gonna do it. Okay. First,
I'm going to
we're
get
gonna get the we're gonna get the funding from the Queen of an unlimited amount. We're gonna build some boats, right? We're gonna take these boats and we're gonna cross all the continents and we're gonna measure everything. And
Yeah,
you
bye
have to
con
give us
Dios.
hundreds of years to do it, Doug. Can you live that long?
No, we're going to hire a bunch of real inexpensive labor, train them up
Okay.
Are
real good.
you gonna get them off of Fiverr or what? Like what's going
Or
on here?
maybe we could get some robots to do it
Get them
for
from
us.
Upwork. That's a good
There
poll
you
you
go,
can go for.
Upwork. Yeah. Well, in the future, after Elon creates all his robots, maybe they could just send out the robots to do it. I don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
but we have to dumb them down. We have to make sure they do it the right way.
that ain't gonna happen because the election tomorrow is gonna prove that something could go wrong.
It's gonna be all bad. It's gonna be all.
It's
It's
gonna
gonna
be
be a
all
shit show
fucking
tomorrow.
bad, dude.
Are
Oh,
you gonna go
sorry. I
vote?
didn't want to have to that's just I don't know.
It's today. What am I saying
It's
tomorrow? It's
today.
today. It's
Yeah,
like in a
go.
few hours.
Don't forget to go and do that thing, man. Do
You
that
know
thing
what?
today.
I'll be honest. I always vote for Ron Paul Senior. That's my man, bro. I love that dude.
All right. Well, your vote is your vote, but go
Yeah,
do
yeah.
that
I
today.
vote my conscience. Ron Paul would be my president. I voted for him since 2000, bro. So yeah, that's my dude.
Just saying. Yeah, we got some people in the listening panel. Welcome. This is 24/7 Flat Earth episode number 16. Prove the globe. We've been doing this space for a while now. It's like 5 hours in. It's like 4 o'clock in the a.m. for me right now. Thank you for everybody that's joining us. We got about 28 people in the space. We got the YouTube bot that's in here as well, recording. So anything you say can and will be used against you. I'm just kidding. I won't go that way. But definitely, it's been kind of like a wild ride. Episode number 16 on X. 24/7 Flat Earth. The Discord group has now been like migrating to different places. We've been on politics server, we've been on X, on Rumble, on YouTube. We're getting the word out. People are knowing the difference between like what good arguments are. So we're championing that point. There's a few of us that you probably haven't met, but in the future, if this platform gets a little bit bigger and bigger, with your help, I think we will get the word out even more. So right now, I'm at like 362 followers. I appreciate everybody who's following me. We'll keep bringing good content for you guys. I think the listening audience, if you guys have any questions, come on up here and ask your questions. Or if you want to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, you can do that as well. But at some point, I think, we're going to get bigger and stronger and more people, and it's going to be awesome. So, yeah, thanks for everybody that's joining us in the speaking panel, too. So, don't forget to drop us a follow and keep up with the Flat Earth debate. Obviously, right? We're on episode number 16, but be a part of 17, 18, 19, 20, and all the way through. So, with that,
Hey.
I'll kick it back to the panel.
It's funny, in the comments for some of the stuff that we've been posting, he said, "You are a failure. Your belief, maybe English isn't his first language. Your beliefs in flat Earth are debunked by every device global navigation enabled. Many of devices you have at home have been delivered to you using globe navigation tools. Your claim
Oh,
fails simple
wow.
measurements from different paces on Earth, places, I guess. Here's the funny thing. There's not anything in this house that it has to be a globe for it to be working right now. You can do right now. I'm on you right now on the phone. Yeah, ground-based towers. We're talking through Discord. That's all cabling going to my router, going to the network, the landline or the LAN system. It's crazy that these people think the way they think. But I don't have one thing in my house here that I could think of right off the bat.
Yeah, we got Axel Steele that just joined us right now. So, Axel, if you're there.
Oh, maybe he has a hand up.
Hey, so I guess I do have a question. Hey, question time. I in another space yesterday I brought this up, and then people got mad at me. So I guess I obviously know I know there's not one single flat Earth model, but but I guess I could ask you specifically. Like in general, do you think that like the Earth's flat and the stars rotate around it, or do you think that the Earth's flat and like the sun and moon never go below the horizon? Like I know those are two distinct models, but I not really quite sure what people believe.
Well, I don't think it's really about belief, Axel. It's about what we witness in everyday life. And we just witness that the stars are moving overhead. We don't feel ourselves moving. And when we have these conversations with a lot of people that do believe in a globe, when we start talking about the stars, they give us that accurate description. Yeah, they tell us, well, we see the sun go overhead, we see the stars move, therefore, globe moving. Yeah, but they always give the description that it's just the celestial bodies that are moving, not us. And I think that we all, including yourself, this is what we witness in everyday life. It's a leap of logic than to state that it's us that's rotating at 1,000 miles an hour, falling over backwards to see a sunset.
No, I was just asking. In your head, is it that they rotate around a flat plane, or do they rotate within like a flat plane?
Do you disagree that you just see the stars, moon, and sun move over your head?
Well, I see you're not going to answer my question, so I'll mute.
No, you didn't answer mine. Yeah, when I first spoke with you, I stated that this is what we all see. I gave you the answer to the question. We all just see the celestial bodies moving. This is a description that everybody we speak to gives This is what everybody sees in reality. So are you denying that you see the sun, moon, and stars move across the sky over your head?
I think I got to sort of disagree with that one to some extent.
Yeah, I know, but we're having a conversation, Doug, with a new person that just joined. So I
Understood,
understand.
but he muted again. If he wants to speak, I'll definitely shut up.
Yeah, but
But I do have
the
some
point is,
relevant
yeah, but
information to this
I
one.
know, but see, you're not the main character here. As a guest, you can just wait because we're having this one-on-one with Axel, and sometimes people need to think about the questions, so it's not always we need other people to interject, right? So AJ was giving him some questions, so we need to have like an on. This is basically a moment of honesty for Axel. If he's gonna be honest, he'll answer. If not, he'll just go back to his mute and not listen.
And
But
if I
No,
can,
I
and if
mean,
I can make it easier for you, Axel, I did answer your question. Yeah, I believe, or I know,
yes.
that we live on a flat plane, and what we witness is the
Okay.
sun, stars, and moon moving across the sky above our head. So yes, I did answer the question, but I made a statement after that where I stated that this is what everybody sees in reality. This is what we all witness. This is what people come in and describe, right? And it's a leap of logic to then say that it's the Earth that's rotating, not the celestial bodies as we see them. So now I'm asking you, do you disagree? Is that not what you see? We just see the celestial bodies move overhead throughout the day or night?
I mean, yes. I mean, you see the celestial bodies move overhead throughout the night and the day, but I do want to clarify something that you said because this is the entire reason I came up here. Because I know flat earthers have different opinions, whatever. But do you think that the sun and moon like rotate around a flat plane, or do you think they're always above the horizon? That was the only thing I wanted to have
yeah, so
answered.
it's kind of the way you frame that question. It's framed around this idea that you have a flat Earth model in your mind. So he can't answer it without actually stating something that you have in your mind. So you pigeonholed the question to how you framed it basically how you want him to answer. So he answered it the way he did in the first instance, but you're trying to now frame it in a. It's like, so if the Earth is a disk, how do the sun, moon, and stars rotate around the top of it? So you know what I'm saying? You're trying to make it sound like what you think your mind in your mind what flat Earth is. So what do you think flat Earth is, first of all, Axel? Before he can
I
answer you honestly.
I don't know. That's why I was
No. I
asking the
meant
question.
I know you don't know, but I'm saying, what do you think about when somebody says flat Earth? What is in your mind? Because you're framing it to him like a picture that you have in your mind. So how does it look like to you? So you're asking him specifically to give you an answer that you think about in your. So I want to know what you're thinking about. So maybe he can be like, yeah, I don't think that's what the Earth looks
All
like.
right. Well, I mean, I would say that there's a belief that the Earth is, I guess, basically flat, right? I mean, there's hills and valleys and whatnot, but like it's a some sort of object that is much longer in width and length than it is in depth, and it's stationary, and that the celestial objects rotate around it, probably through some like Ptolemy system. Um, but I guess my question just is like, most ancient people that believed in the flat Earth did believe that the sun and moon rotated around the flat Earth, like they, in the Egyptian mythology, there's Ra comes over the day and is the sun, and then he fights Apophis at night, and on the backside of the world or whatever. And so I was just kind of asking if like, is that the general consensus, or is it more like
Wow.
that
So
the sun and moon are always above the horizon? What else?
when we're talking about flat Earth, yeah, we're not giving a shape, a thickness, a depth, anything like that. We're just giving a description of the surface properties that can be measured. Yeah, we view the Earth as flat locally. We utilize the Earth as flat. We build upon it that way, and we actually measure it that way as well. So yes, there's topography, but we're not giving overall or making a claim to an overall size, dimensions, thicknesses, etc., because this is not something that I'd be able to verify in reality. Even if I presented you some type of model and tried to explain to you how these stars work, there's no way that me or you, can verify this model. Okay, so all I can say to that is that we know we're on a flat plane. Of course, there's topography, and we know that the stars, sun, moon, etc., are cyclical in nature. They follow their path, but I wouldn't be willing to put forward the path over a flat surface that I can't verify.
Okay, so no opinion. All right, I have your answer.
No, he gave you his answer, but it's not the one that you wanted. So it's not. Do you get what's happening here? When you said no opinion, it sounds like you're being a bit dismissive to what he just stated. He didn't give you the answer that you wanted him to tell you, and that's not. He gave you his answer, and so from him, it's kind of funny, right? Because I think it's this kind of like this Jedi mind trick that people that think that the Earth is a globe, you're trying to make it sound kind of like a gotcha. It's a bit weaselly, if you ask me, right? It's a bit underhanded. So you don't have to make it sound like he didn't give you the answer you wanted. You did. It didn't just. It was the way you framed it. You wanted him to answer it specifically like the way you want it, and he didn't do that. And he stated again specifically how he would declare the way it is. And that's all that it is. And whether you like that answer or not, it's still his answer. So how you're going to square that, it's up to you. But your little chuckle made it sound like you're being dismissive as to like, that's okay. You didn't give me what I wanted. You get
No,
me?
and Axel, what I did give you was any. Hang on, Axel. What I did give you is what we can all observe and know. Yeah. Now we can't know or verify any map or model or path that I give to you, regardless. So then, if I was to do that, we're just going to be debating Narnia. Yeah. I'm going to be debating you against your idea of what something is, and you're going to be debating my idea. But we do know that the stars are cyclical in nature. They follow a path, and we also know that the Earth is measured as flat. So yes, obviously they're taking a path above the flat Earth, above our head. Now that's pretty simple. Yeah, it's what we see in reality.
All right. Well, AJ did give me an answer, and I respect your answer, AJ. I wasn't chuckling at him. I was chuckling at your response, Alpha. I thought that was kind of funny. But AJ, you did give me an answer. You know, it's your answer is I if I had to be, you don't really know. That's fine. That's a good answer. I don't know a lot of shit, so like that's cool. Um,
So why do you think
so
Earth is a
ask an
globe,
answer.
Axel?
But hang on, my point was, Axel, that none of us can know. You yourself also can't know. You can believe what you're told. You can make assumptions and models in your head of how you think it may work, but this is not something that can be verified. Not just myself,
Yeah, but
everybody.
why should I believe that Earth is a globe, Axel?
I'm sorry, who said that?
It's Amish. Why should I think Earth is a globe, Axel?
I don't know. We flew far away from it. We took pictures.
We took pictures? What pictures?
I mean, you can see them. You go around Google right now. Pictures of Earth from space. They got them right there for you.
What makes you
go
think
look
they were
them up.
taken from space? Google says they took them from airplanes.
I mean, that'd be unlikely because an airplane couldn't get that far away to take a picture like that. So I assume
they
they're from
took
space.
them from airplanes.
But
They fly airplanes around and take pictures. They tell you this in the fine print. Go look at it yourself.
If you say so.
Yeah, it's not me. It's Google. They bought high altitude imagery from balloons. You know, Google sponsored the Google Loon project, right? Turn that over to Starlink.
All right, so
yeah, where's
your
the
position?
Space pictures of the globe? I asked you for the globe. You don't have a picture from the globe when you look at Google. You have strips, right? You have strips of terrain because they couldn't get high enough.
I mean, they've taken them from Apollo and even from the more recent Artemis missions. There's even from Voyager and stuff. There's plenty more pictures out there.
So you want me
I
to
don't know what to
believe?
tell you.
You want me to believe Earth is a globe because of all these pictures out there?
I mean, seems like a good reason to believe it.
Well, I can give you a reason why these are not good to believe. Because we can go out and measure Earth flat with lasers. We can send radio signals over flat Earth far beyond the curvature claims at frequencies that shouldn't be allowed. We can see with our own eyes in infrared from high altitude imagery in airplanes, far beyond where any curvature is supposed to be, where infrared is supposed to make the curvature pop at such distances. Can't see it, it's flat. When we build massive infrastructure projects, we survey the Earth flat. When we navigate with the stars, we use flat Earth measurements, taking elevation angles, assuming a flat baseline of the Earth up to the stars. Everything we do and use practically in our world requires a flat Earth. It's what we see and experience. You don't experience the Earth moving either. Nobody does. So why should I believe Earth is the globe? Oh, you say pictures.
Well, why aren't there any pictures where it's flat?
There are. There are plenty of them. I mean, you can go out and see it yourself. Like you can.
Some would say
where's
each
the
one.
globe?
Yeah.
Why
so
isn't someone got? Why isn't someone gotten
Axel,
high
hold on.
enough?
Axel, hold on. I just got to say, pictures aren't the standard for the understanding of the Earth as a globe. I would just say that's pretty weak as an argument for anyone to say that pictures are the standard for what you would declare as evidence. Because there's a lot of ways that pictures aren't going to be able to be verified, such as by you, right? You can't verify logistically if you can actually go to the same place and see the same thing that they see, and or you can't compare those images to anything in the physical and natural world when you go outside. The Earth doesn't look like those images when you walk outside the door. And you might say, well, I'm not high enough. I know. Back to the logistical problem.
Yeah.
So if you're saying that pictures are a standard for your argument, it's very weak, feeble at best. But then we're going to get into something in academia that's going to put a little meat on the bone, right? How can you tell me from an academic standpoint that they provided evidence that the Earth is a globe, Axel? Reach down in the depths of your knowledge and try to figure this one out.
Yeah. How do you know that the picture was taken from where they said it is? How do I verify that?
No, I mean,
how do you verify
I suppose that? I suppose if you want to discount all information, you can.
No. How do you verify it? I'm not discounting it. I'm trying to verify. Hey, I'm trying to verify the claim. How do I verify it? I can verify Earth is flat. How do you verify that these satellites are up taking pictures from where you think they are?
I mean,
how do you do that?
That doesn't make any sense to me. What do you mean by how do I verify
And I'm going to state, Axel, for you that I'm going to take that one step further, guys, just to knock this on the head. But what you're claiming are pictures from a violation of natural law. So any picture that you want to invoke that we know is a violation of natural laws, it's going to be tossed out straight away in the first instance.
And we can get into that a little bit more. But I think right now, Axel, I really want you to dig down in any academic resource that you can to figure out how they know that the Earth is a globe. So this is your moment, right?
I mean, who's they? How do they know?
So where do you get your information from, Axel? The resource, sir. Think about it logically. Where do you get your information that you know the Earth's a globe? Let's put our thinking caps on, right? Where did you get your information?
I get it from walking outside. Where do you get the information?
No. That's not what I said. If you think that the Earth is a globe, you don't walk outside and see a globe, Axel, do you?
Oh, but you do.
Oh, but you do. Okay,
that's what you do see.
Let's take this to that level. When you walk outside, detail to me how you know the Earth is a globe. Go.
Because I can't look west and see the mountains that are 200 miles away from me.
What? You can't see mountains is the reason why the Earth is a geometric shape?
If it was flat,
Stop. We're not talking about flat Earth. We're talking about evidence for the globe. Now, you are not presenting the affirmation that the Earth is a globe with any academic resources. You said, I go outside and I see a globe. When I said,
Mhm.
how do you see a globe? You said,
I
I
told
don't
you.
see mountains. Not seeing mountains is not seeing the globe, sir.
Yeah, if nobody told you that Earth was a globe, how would you come to that conclusion on your own from your observations?
Yeah, so where have you seen the Earth as a globe, Axel? Once again, because not seeing mountains, that doesn't win the day.
Oh,
I need
okay.
you to detail to me how
I
you
mean,
know the Earth's a globe.
I mean, I can't make you believe my
I'm not asking for
explanations.
you to. I need evidence, sir, empirically.
I told you.
What?
Like, I live close enough to a mountain range in Colorado that if the Earth was flat, I could see
No,
it
it's
from
not
my
flat.
house.
Stop saying that. I didn't tell you to tell me if the Earth was not flat. I'm
He's not
asking
even
you
listening.
to give me the affirmation that the Earth is a globe. Confirm that it's a globe. Where is the empirical evidence that
Okay,
it's a
well,
globe?
what's your explanation for why I can't
I
see
don't
the
need to.
mountains?
Why are you asking me a question? I'm actually
Already
asking
rehearsal.
you. I'm actually
Uno
asking you right.
card number one.
I'm actually asking you right now to detail to me how you know the Earth is a globe. Detail
Right,
to
if
me.
nobody told you, hey, if nobody told you it was, how did you come to the conclusion yourself?
Don't ask me questions. Just give me the affirmation.
Yeah, because the curve of the Earth obscures the mountains from me.
Okay,
So there must be a
that's a
curve.
bold claim. That's a bold claim. Now detail to me at what distance, or excuse me, the drop over the distance between the observer, you, standing at whatever distance away from that mountain. I need drop over distance information. So let's get right down to it. How far away from you are you from the mountains?
Oh, I can't give you exact numbers, nor
Well,
do I
wait a
want
minute.
to.
Hold on a second. We're getting down to the information that should solidify your
No,
point.
no, no,
No, no, no.
no, no,
No.
no,
No what?
no.
No what, Axel? We're
Because
not
you're
going to talk about data anymore?
no, because you aren't either. You
Axel,
were doing
This
how
is
do
your
you
claim.
know?
Axel,
Hold
It's your
on.
claim, sir. No, this
Why
is
don't
your
he's trying to
claim.
clarify your hang on. Axel, he's trying to clarify your claim, yeah, because what you've stated is that I can't see these mountains 200 miles away. Therefore, Earth is a globe, yeah. So this is just a hasty generalization, really. You've just come to a conclusion without any evidence. You haven't actually presented any evidence. It's just an assumption, at best, maybe some type of correlation. It's not empirical evidence. You've just gone, well, can't see those mountains. Earth must be curving away. That must be the reason why. You haven't investigated any other reason. So what you've presented is not evidence in itself. It's really just fallacious reasoning, either begging the
All right,
question or a hasty generalization.
what are the reasons do you think there could
No,
be?
we don't need to ask. Listen, asking us questions doesn't help you understand whether or not you know for sure that it's a globe. You can laugh, and it's a nervous laugh at that. But what
It's
we're
not.
getting,
It's not a nervous
it
laugh.
has to be.
It's
It
a
has to be.
contemptuous laugh.
So
Alpha.
let's get.
Hold
Let's,
on. Hold
listen,
on a
no,
minute.
no,
Alpha.
I don't like being
Axel,
interrupted. I don't like
just-
being interrupted.
Well, then
yeah,
don't
I really
Axel,
don't.
I would suggest that what you provided I would classify it as being evidence. I'm
Okay,
not
I'm
sure
gonna
that
remove this guy.
I would
Who's
say
this
that I
guy?
would not call.
You're removed. I don't like people interrupting me in the middle of when I'm actually telling this guy whether or not he knows the Earth's a globe. Don't do that. So, back to you, Axel. I need specifics, right? We're going to get right down to it. Whether or not you know, you can solidify your point with any data to support what you're saying is true. Now, at what distance did you make that viewing from that where you're at, where the mountain is?
I'm going to ignore that completely.
Why?
And I'm
Why?
going to bring it back to another point.
No, we're not going to do what you want. You're going to answer my question whether or not you know this data is supported by your
No.
claim, sir. Yes.
No, I'm not going to
Yes.
answer your question
Well, then
before I
you
say
can
my
act like a
point.
petulant child and cross your arms and go blah blah blah. I'm
a
not listening
kid.
to you. This is the most important damning evidence that you should bring forward right now. And if you don't have it, you don't have any supportive evidence, sir, that the Earth is a globe. It was your moment to actually show everybody that you know what you're talking about. But since you're crossing your arms and shaking your head like a petulant child, you're not going to tell me, are you?
You're not making any sense at all.
Oh, you bet your ass I'm making sense. I'm showing the whole audience how you're not telling us how the Earth's a globe with supportive data.
Well, why don't you take a poll?
I don't need a poll. I'm just talking to you directly, and you're not demonstrating that you know have any knowledge that the Earth is a globe by way of measurement, sir.
Well, you're not
just
letting
inferring
me.
it.
You're not
Just
letting
like
me
AJ.
answer.
AJ told you.
You're not letting me answer your question. You're just
Oh,
talking
then go
over
ahead.
me.
No, I'm gonna give you the floor. Data, please. Go ahead.
All right. So the thing is you started this with like, if you walk out your door.
Now, I didn't ask you to rekindle what you just told me or what I
Okay,
said to
you didn't let me talk, Sabat.
I don't need you. Get out of here.
Wow, another spiral.
Ugh.
They just can't be honest, yeah? Oh, at least he did state that, yes, he only sees the celestial bodies moving above his head and not the Earth moving. I suppose we got somewhere.
Yeah, but he was just mainly not being able to be honest about anything that he stated as, a claim, which is the distance to those mountains, and I think that's important.
Well,
I was mainly going at Doug because Doug was actually interjecting and saying, "Oh, I think that's evidence. I think it's evidence." When really he didn't present any evidence. No evidence was presented. I don't need somebody coming in and saying, "Well, I agree, that's evidence," when no evidence was presented. It was a claim on the table, and he's like, "Oh, I don't see the mountains, therefore the Earth can't be flat." Like that's not evidence. It's a negative. He's saying he
yeah, he just
doesn't see something.
all it was a hasty generalization. So his evidence was just fallacious reasoning, yeah? Because all he's done is draw a broad conclusion based on no evidence. Crazy.
And then when asked to specify what specific data would support his claim with any distance measurements, drop over distance, ambient air temperature, optical distortions, anything, we came up a 0. I don't have to tell you was his answer.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, dipshit, I was trying to support you in that stupid thing. But
Well,
you
it's
just
not
are so
stupid.
fucking pig-headed that it isn't worth spending.
Oh, shut up. Just fucking leave. That's what you can do. Get out of my call. Simple.
Yeah.
If you
And
don't like it, I
Doug,
don't need to hear you bellowing.
Doug, if you had have actually listened to what Alpha said, it had nothing to do with who you were supporting and everything to do with you jumping into the middle of a conversation, interrupting and talking over the people in the conversation. So regardless of whether you're a flat earther or a globe earther, doesn't matter, yeah? Like Alpha said, he doesn't want to be spoken over, which is just general respect, yeah?
Especially when I'm on the point and he's already backed up against the corner. It's like when you got him backed up against the corner and somebody jumps in and like, "Oh, I think that's good evidence." Like when the guy doesn't have anything to show for it. Like there's nothing he presented that was evidence. It was just a claim. That's
Any other Glover want to raise their hand and come up? Feel free to join up.
they're like, after that, man, I don't want to go up there.
Just don't interrupt.
The problem is too, like when they're up here, all they got to do is be honest, man. If you don't know, just say, "Dude, I don't know any of that information." But he kept on being dishonest and saying, "Well, I'm not gonna answer that." Well, yeah, you can be a child now. You don't want to answer it. That just shows you don't have the information to support your claim. That's what that's showing. All right, let's see. Somebody want to come up?
I brought Axel back.
Bring him back.
Can I have 30 seconds?
It better be about telling me the data that supports your claim.
Now, I want 30 uninterrupted seconds.
I'll give it to you if it's data that supports your claim. Is it
no,
that?
It's not. It's about exactly how you set up this whole situation. So if that,
yeah, I'm not interested in that. How we moderate the forum, how the spaces run, how the spaces run. That's not gonna work. Not here.
So you just want to talk shit about me?
Basically, all you have to do is present the evidence that the Earth is a globe with supporting data, and that will be good enough. That actually wins arguments. If you're able to support your claim with evidence, that's all you have to do. And that's pretty easy if you have evidence. If you don't, say you don't know, and then we can move on. Yeah, that was easy.
No, you're not willing. You're not willing to let people argue back against you. Once again, bye forever.
Oh, I'm just brokenhearted because you're not coming back.
Is
What
this
will I ever
high
do?
school? Is this like elementary school? What
I
is that?
my heart is breaking because I don't know. Dude,
Why forever?
I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna go to sleep tonight. I don't know how I'm gonna go to sleep tonight, man. I'm gonna be tossing and turning tonight because
I
that
don't
guy left the chat.
I don't know why, but I envisioned like a handwritten note saying, "Will you let me talk? Mark X for yes or X for no."
No,
Like, and then like in
he said
grade
goodbye
school, bro.
forever. Like, he'll probably be in here tomorrow, like trying to get in.
Well, hopefully. I
Goodbye
brought Peter up.
forever.
Maybe we get Peter to rage quit like that too.
I'll be back in a minute, guys. I got to
That's why I
go
came
in with
here.
the family. APOC, you got it for a bit?
Yeah, I'll keep my eyes on it.
All right, AJ.
What's going on, Peter?
I came here to rage quit you guys.
Checks out.
That was classic, though. That move.
But you know what's funny, Alpha? What's funny
What?
is when you get exposed to someone like that guy who is not used to your shtick, right? And your shtick is so easy to read, but it takes like 1 or 2 times to practice to figure out the game you're playing. So when someone is like genuine and comes in and says, "Oh, this guy is asking me for globe proof," I should probably engage and tell him what I know. But they've never they never seen you in action, doing your little thing that you do to boost your status as the beta male to Quantum Eraser. It catches them off guard. It catches them off guard.
Peter,
And then they get upset and they rage quit.
Passive aggressive bullshit.
Yeah.
It is what it is, man.
Dude,
The truth hurts. Alpha Veritas, the first truth.
backhanded sass.
Yeah, he's like giving you a reach around while pulling your hair like angrily. Like, come on, bro.
Dude, I don't know what
I don't
kind
have
of
any
stuff you
arguments
practice.
against what you're saying, but you're trying to be
Yeah,
alpha male
yeah. We're just a group of grown-up men who think the Earth is flat. Respect us.
manipulator, man.
I got it.
Super
Peter.
date guy manipulator. Hypnosis.
Told you I came here. Told you I came here to rage quit. So I better do that in style. How many beta males can you chain?
So you
QE,
didn't-
Alpha Veritas, then Lycurgus. It's like the third in line.
So you didn't
Jesus.
bring evidence, Peter? Is that
Beta
what you
male
have there?
chaining. Dude, come on. If there was any evidence you're capable of processing, you would have seen it years ago.
You know, if there was
At one
any
point, you got to
evidence-
start thinking. You got to start assuming it's a you problem. You know what I'm saying?
If there was any evidence, then you know that this wouldn't exist right now, right? This
Yeah,
whole
but it
flat Earth
takes
space
two
wouldn't exist.
things. Two things for evidence. One is the evidence. Two is the other side being able to comprehend it. And
Okay,
that's the part that's missing.
how do you comprehend Narnia?
Oh, Narnia that people have been
Here
looking
comes
at
the
for
spiral.
2,000 years. That
Here
Narnia?
comes the spiral. Here's the spiral.
Mm-hmm.
So
Dude.
we have no evidence
Give me a break.
of the globe, but here you are saying
No,
that
it's.
there is.
You don't say we don't have evidence of the globe. You don't
No,
have evidence.
everybody doesn't have evidence because that doesn't exist. Do you have evidence of
Yeah, look out,
leprechauns
APOC.
on?
He's gonna drop bombs on you, knowledge bombs, bro. Better watch out.
Apok is my brother. He's just a brother. He's strayed a little bit, but he's gonna come around. Give him 10 or 15 years. He'll come back.
Peter, the thing that you're not grasping is that everything about what you've been told was a lie.
Apok.
And we're just trying to start there.
Yeah, no, I know. Let me. Can I? Would you mind if I tell your future? in
I don't.
public.
I don't. I don't
What's
deal. I
going
don't
on,
deal
man?
with. I don't deal with people that deal with necromancy and
But I'll do it for free. I'll do it for
palm
Divination?
free.
reading and yeah. I don't deal with palm readers either.
Yeah, but I'll do it for free for you. That's a caution to others. How about that?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. If it's just gonna be what you did to Alpha earlier, you can
No,
save it for the birds.
it's going to be much better.
Oh,
No,
It's going to
no,
be much better.
no. It's not. That means it's gonna be much worse,
Hey,
right?
no,
You
there will be
understand that?
zero insults. I promise you this because you're my brother. You
Whatever
ready?
that
Okay,
means.
I'll tell you what, everybody. This is the art of gaslighting. Go ahead, Peter.
This one is a good one. This is the ultimate gaslight.
I know. I already. I told you your future just now.
Okay, you ready? Okay, here it comes. So sometime 10 years, 10 to 20 years from now, you will be sitting at a Thanksgiving dinner with your family. And at this dinner, there will be three people: your brother, your sister in law, and your uncle. And all three will be talking about how they went to low Earth orbit. And they won't shut up about it, especially the sister in law. She's like, oh, my husband took me there and we flew up and we saw the Earth and la 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 la, la and there was a casino and and what did you do? And she'll look at your wife and she'll be upset because you took her to Vegas. But your brother took his wife to low Earth orbit. And then your uncle will say, oh, yeah, but 3 months ago I went to on this trip and my trip was better and I saw more of the curvature. And then the next day after that, you'll go to your dentist appointment. And as the dentist is doing your root canal, he won't shut the fuck up about how he took his mistress to the low Earth orbit. And you know what? You're going to walk out of the dentist office, you're going to light up a cigarette, and you're going to say, fuck this flat earth shit. I cannot do this anymore. And that's going to be the end of this
All right.
delusion that you've been
All
having
right.
for the last few
I'm
years.
glad you. I'm glad you said that. Now let me
You're
tell you
welcome.
a real story that happened. Let me tell you a real story. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Back in the 50s, they were selling people places on the moon, right? They were
Hmm.
selling them. And they were
Yeah,
saying, we're going to colonize the moon. We're going to move to the moon. By this year, by this decade,
yeah.
we're going to get there and we're going to live on the moon. And
Uh
then
huh.
guess what? Then they said, womp womp. Oh, we're not going to go back to the moon. And
Uh
then
huh.
they said, oh, we're putting all the money to other projects and we're not able to focus on going back to the moon. And then decade after decade, as I was growing up as a child, we kept being told that we're going to go back to the moon. Every president that would
Hmm.
get on board, right? I'm going to make it. We're going to go back to the moon this year, right?
Uh
And then
huh.
the next president did the same thing. And the next president did the same thing. And
Yeah.
now I've been through about, me personally, I want to say 6 presidents that have been known to say we're going to go back to the moon,
Uh huh.
and they never did though. And
You know
now
what's going to be
here,
funny?
now hold on though.
Kamala's going to
Now,
be the one that's right about it.
now, 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 now,
What a joke.
now. Fast forwarding it, we were supposed to for sure be there in
Hmm.
2022. But then it got pushed back to 2023, and then it got pushed back to
No,
2024,
I
and then it
get you.
got
I
pushed
get
back
you.
to 2025. So you talking about the family that's saying I'm over here in low Earth orbit, that casinos, and by the way, has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That just has to do with you're up in the
Right.
sky above it.
I know. I know.
But let me tell you your future now.
Uh
20
huh.
years from now,
Uh huh.
I think you're probably not going to be around. So that's my short
That
story.
is quite likely. Now,
Ouch.
let me tell you one more thing, okay?
He'll still be here
I don't need to
saying
tell
the
you a
same
whole
thing.
story. I just
He'll
know
probably
that
be
Yeah.
you're gonna
using
be.
different names for me, and
I
that.
just want to address one thing for you to consider, Apoc. You
That.
know, imagine in the 1600s, in the beautiful yet really crappy town of Plymouth in
That was me. I had to do it. I know. I know. I'm a bad guy. But so
Well, You're
Better
done with
to
the stories?
it's better to ask for forgiveness, right?
Oh yeah, true. Very, very true. It's easier to
It's
ask for
easy. Well,
forgiveness
no, yeah, as they say.
than to ask for
Listen.
permission.
I save you guys the trouble, right? You guys were like, no, not again. I'm like, click,
Yeah, you're right.
listener. He's
Yeah,
now
I
like,
was,
oh shit. Now I didn't
those
get to finish
the
my
stories.
story. It's all good.
You know, Peter's one of those guys that he is like a cool glober. You know, he keeps it cool with the flat earthers, but he still is aggravating because he doesn't get it, or maybe he does get it. Maybe he does, but he just refuses to accept the facts.
No, he's just like furniture in the house, like a lampstand. You just know that it's there. You're like, it's just, it's a lampstand.
Yeah, or a pet.
You know what? You know what would be a better thing? He's a junk drawer. That's probably better. That's
He's a
probably
junk drawer.
He's
It's
a
shit you
junk.
put all the junk into. And...
Yeah,
Misfit toys.
yeah. He's a
Oh
junk
shit.
drawer. That's better. You don't want to bring him back up? He's requesting.
Yeah, he'll sit there for a little bit.
All right,
What'd you
yeah,
say,
just
Amish?
hang out, Peter. Listen for a while.
What'd you say, Amish?
No, it's we got all these misfit toys from the Globe gangsters coming in.
Oh, we got somebody else other than Peter?
Oh no, just Peter.
Oh, yeah. I thought there was a yeah. Well, that other guy that was in here was kind of interesting, but he had a little. Did you hear his hissy fit? I mean, he got a hit. I would categorize that as a hissy fit. Goodbye forever. Like, dude,
That started dropping when I was talking to him, I think.
Bro, so good.
How does what's his name say it? Beta.
Beta.
Yeah, that's pretty funny, dude.
He just wasn't listening to anything we were asking him. He kept wanting to tell us instead of listen and respond.
Well, that's
Hey,
kind of their
Alpha.
downfall.
Alpha, I got a question for you from Get Vaccinated.
Oh
in my
God,
DMs.
what is it?
Okay, I'm gonna try and do his voice. Tell Alpha Veritas to post a peer-reviewed scientific paper that supports flat Earth. That's how I imagine him sounding.
We are challenging the peer reviewers.
Peer reviewed. If that's his standard of evidence, then he's really, really off the mark. He doesn't have a standard. Does he know that most?
We
of
don't
the
even know if
peer-reviewed-
it's a he, man. He just alerts. It could be a chick. It could be a dude. It could be an in between.
Yeah.
Like
Sorry, but whatever it is, it doesn't know. Because you try to I don't know. Like I wouldn't know what. How do you approach stuff like that if you don't know who they are? Like I don't know.
I'm not echoing, am I?
Them, him, them, zam, zooms, or whatever. I don't want to misuse.
It's like asking the Vatican to provide a paper on the refutation of a creator.
Ooh,
that's a good analogy. I like it.
That's a good one.
Burden
Am I echoing
evidence.
at all, guys? Am I echoing? Okay, just double checking. Somebody DM me said my mic was low. Is it better? Am I low still?
I mean, I don't know. You're not really too low. You're kind of because maybe it's just early in the morning or something. You're using your low voice.
Yeah, I do get more excited at the
You know what I've noticed though, APOC? You haven't been up yet. Now maybe it's because you're sick, but you haven't been like the way you used to. Like you were over the top.
Yeah, for sure.
You were basically like yelling out your lungs, man. I was like, damn. Like APOC, you're coming in like hard body, brother. But now he's just like, I don't know.
Dude, I kind of like Chillpock over here now.
Chillpock's
Chillpock's got it together.
Dude, you've been slicing and dicing, bro. Maybe let me take a little moment here to kind of give you some flowers, bro. Like you've been doing some good work up in here.
I appreciate that, bro. I'm trying.
Seriously, man. Like, yeah, props to you, man. Everybody follow APOC, man. Drop him a follow. Guy's doing
he's
good
a
work.
he's a good guy and a good friend to all.
I appreciate
yes,
that.
Yes.
Cooked, man. When it comes to the earthquake stuff and the theodolites, you know your stuff, man, and you communicate it so well.
Yeah, I researched the P waves and the S waves. I looked into it, and I talked to a couple like people, whatever you call them, geologists, and I asked them Like, and I checked them, and then they agreed. Just like the guy earlier, he had to agree. He even agreed. He was like, "No, yeah, I do agree with that." And then he even said, "I don't even believe the science," because he realized, like, and they all have to realize if they're being honest with themselves, they will realize that there's waves that just go down, they just disappear. They have no fucking idea, but they have this magical place called the center of the earth.
Yeah.
And dude, that's where you stop them, and then they have to, if they're honest, they're going to say, "No, yeah, you're right. We don't. We have anomalies in our data that we cannot explain." But guess what? If it was a fucking ball, they should be able to explain it, but they can't because it's not. It's not what they're saying it is. The math doesn't the math isn't mathing sometimes.
Something I
isn't math.
noticed neither of you did is neither of you went with the angle that, okay, so if you don't trust scientists, when he went on that when Doug went on that rampage, right, where he's like, actually I hate scientists, everything they're doing, they're full of lies. Neither of you went on the angle with, oh, okay, well, why do you trust them on flat Earth then, or on globe Earth, which is what would typically happen in other rooms. I was wondering why you guys
Yeah.
didn't take that angle.
Yeah, because like he's already making the affirmation that
Yeah.
so the information they're giving is garbage. So we're just taking whatever he's got and not giving him any more than that. So we're just for sure. Because if we do that, we allow him to actually bring forward any more information. Like it gives him
Exactly.
space, right? Gives him space to like, okay, and I don't trust this other thing, and I don't trust it, because if we're like, well, then why don't you trust this other thing that the scientists are saying? Then it gets him defensive,
Yeah,
and
it's
he
a little
doesn't
bit
want
of
to give it more.
trust.
Exactly.
You get
I
it?
was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say
Yeah.
that. You don't want to put them back on the defense. You
Mhm.
want them to just now what
Spill
I
your
was doing
guts.
there.
Spill your
Yeah,
guts.
what I was doing there is now I'm just giving him rope. Go ahead, buddy. Yeah,
My
I
entire
agree. I don't
oh,
agree with the
sorry.
scientists. You know what I mean? Like, no worries. I was just real quick. I'm like, here's more rope. You're right. I don't agree with the scientists either. And then, oh yeah, you're 100% right. It's just all made up. That's giving him more rope because then by the end of it, he just hung himself in his own fucking. But I think he also realized it. To be honest, like he's like, yeah, okay.
That's what they always do, though. I mean, their worldview is inherently contradictory, so you just got to let them talk. Talk long enough, then
Yeah,
they'll contradict themselves.
yeah, for sure.
That's
No,
why we went
that's
that way, like Argus. You were wondering.
yeah. I didn't want him to. I didn't want to throw him back in a position where he's having to defend his position. No, no, no. Let him say his position, and he's going to say it himself. He flat smacked himself at that point, right?
Twice.
So
That would be the third time.
if you were to tell
Yeah.
me that, right, I'd be like, huh, yeah, maybe and I wasn't already skeptical. I'd be like, maybe, yeah, I should question everything else if I distrust the science so much on this one issue I've researched all summer, whatever, how many years he spent. But you're saying a typical person will actually react defensively of the other knowledge that they have assigned to trust an authority figure.
Yep.
You're saying they'll do that instinctively, and you're trying to avoid that. So
Yep. You have
why
to navigate.
is it that
Yeah.
I would, but they wouldn't? That's hard for me
Yeah.
to understand.
So right now, they think that we're wrong. Everything that we say is wrong. But if they're spilling their guts of how they know that they're affirming everything we're saying, we're gonna just bring them in that way because they're giving it to us. We don't have to like
Yeah.
coerce them to get into these arguments where they like, okay, now this isn't true. Like they're not defensive and they're just okay. I know that this, because he even said it right. Like we do planar surveying locally. That's flat. Like he's already
Mm-hmm.
like, yeah, go on. What else you got? Like in
Exactly.
he's just adding more and more and more and more. And like by the time like Apoc says when he's at the end, he's gonna be like, well, shit. I don't have anything. Yeah, that's right, dude. That's what we're showing you. There isn't any evidence that the Earth is a globe. Exactly the contrary, and which is what he was doing this whole time. But
It's equivalent to like let's say a detective's like asking somebody, and once that person starts talking, like telling them a story, the detective knows better. Just shut up, because everything you can and say, everything you do and can say, whatever. Hold on, everything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. That's the same thing. Like, let them just talk. Like, that's why I was like, oh yeah, yeah, I agree, because you're letting him, like, his own brain is coming to the conclusion, like, where he's gonna be on our side by the end of the conversation, hopefully, even though he might have steered back, because his cog
Yeah.
diss might have not let him jump out, but
Well, he was trying to interrupt the conversation that was going, so he got defensive after that. But at which point, we've already got everything we needed from the conversation with him. So he
right,
didn't need to interject anymore. The only reason why he got upset and said, "Well, you guys and this and that," and he took off and
which
whatever.
reminds me, remember what he said, Alpha? He said, I was actually agreeing with you. So guess what? He was now actually agreeing with flat earthers because his own
Yep.
brain was dealing with this whole time. He was like saying, we do measure it locally flat, and I don't trust the scientists. So technically, if that didn't happen, who knows? He might have been like way further on the side of reality than his indoctrinated paradigm. He'll be back.
At some level, yeah, I agree. At some level, they act like entitled babies. Like they get to say what they want. You can't do this to me. Like I'm leaving forever. Bye. Like okay, like
Yeah,
maybe
he'll be
they're
back.
used to being enabled like Urgus. That's the problem. These guys are used to being enabled. They think that they're the smartest person in the room, and so maybe people look up to them and they think they're entitled to say what they want. But it's like you got to prove your shit right here. Everything that you do in this space has to be done and earned. If you're holding a position, then do it. Then earn that. Like bring some arguments forward, set the stage, be able to produce some evidence for what you're saying. All of that gains respect. Intellectual honesty wins the day, right? And if you don't have that, then all you got is angry and you want to be entitled and you get to speak and I wanted to say what I wanted to, and that guy was like, no, bro, no, that doesn't
Now,
work. Doesn't work.
there is a difference too. For instance, excuse me, I got to drink some. I'm getting sick. I feel like I'm gonna vomit. But here's the thing: if you like, for instance, you have Shoe Bill from Globe Gangsters, right? Peter's best friend, their champion hero surveyor. Okay, but he's under the frame that 1,000% of globe percent is the globe. He believes level means curved. He's like just wholehearted onto it. He is a glober. There's a difference between a glober and then you have like this other guy, Doug, who was a surveyor, or not a surveyor, but he used the equipment as well. But what you can tell that he wasn't 1,000% like anti flat Earth. So you have like a glober, then you have like a anti flat Earth glober, and I think Shubil is an anti flat Earth glober, and then Doug was just a glober. But he was at least willing to listen. He was willing to talk it out. But then he was also honest because when I asked Shubil is level curve, he said yes. When I asked Doug is level curve, he didn't want to even answer that because I think he understood that's going to break my position in this debate, in this argument, in this discussion. Because once you say that, then okay, well then you have no curve then when you're leveling out, and he knew that, and I think that's why he even stuck around to say everything that he said. Oh yeah, there's planar Okay, yeah, you're right. We do. It is flat locally. So then I think it just kind of progressed to that, and then that's why he got to that point that he got to. But I like dudes like that. At least he's honest with us, not only us, but with himself. At least he could actually answer the question honestly. Unlike Shoebill. That guy, sorry, Peter, but that dude's just disingenuous. He's stuck. He's lost. I don't care for that guy at all. And he's your champion, by the way. He's garbage. Level curved. Get out of here.
Hey, quick question for AV and APOC and anyone else in the room. Get Vaccinated has challenged me to support the claim, my claim with a peer review process. So I'm going to submit a paper to ArchiveX, which is a public journal that can receive peer reviews from anyone that's interested. It's going to be a very short paper, a very short white paper. Does anyone want to add their name to the citation? I might be interested in it. It's basically just going to say very simply that there's no proof for curvature. It won't be anything illegal or anything like that, and feel free to abstain. But if you're interested, I could add your name to the paper.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
it
got a pathway through academia to do that, like where you're at, because it sounds like you do.
nice.
I do, but I won't be
Okay.
going through with my real name in academic. This is
Okay. I was gonna say,
Archivex.
man, are you what position are you taking? Are you going full like exposure here? Like
Archivex is a really great place. Like a lot of machine learning papers are released there because it's just so much easier to get peer review on it and like critique from other ML people and other sciences as well submit it. And there's a lot of kooky people too, of course, because it's like Wikipedia for academic journals.
Just do what you do, man. See what you get, what result you get. Tell us.
All right, I'll share it.
Let us know. Yeah, we've been going long, man. It's like gonna be 5 o'clock, so 24/7 Flat Earth, episode 16, guys. Episode 16. They scrubbed the first 6, I think. That's what they got. They scrubbed 6 episodes of mine.
I was wondering if you could only upload so many. That's what I was wondering.
I'm not sure, dude, but I could. But the it's weird, dude, because like I live them, so not that I don't want to upload them. It's just I don't know. Maybe I can put them on like Rumble or something. Because there has to be a purpose why I would take them off of X and put them on another platform. Other than that, I mean, I don't know. Because I'm being archived right now through HelioStream with the bot being in here on YouTube, so I'm recorded there as well. So even if they scrub this one, that one will still exist. Helio Skeptics live stream. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with ChatGPT on my phone, just having conversations with it, dude. Because I like it just the way it is. Not to say anything about Flat GPT, because Amish, that's a great deal there. But what I'm doing with ChatGPT, it's like just having simple conversations with it back and forth, and it just highlights how much it's all philosophy. It's nothing to do with like empirical evidence. And my conversations, like if you know the way I have them in here with ChatGPT, is a pushover. Like it's already agreeing with me on every point. Like I got it saying everything. It sees everything from the flat Earth perspective. Agrees with everything. Tells me information about planar surveying data. Everything. Yeah, this looks like a flat Earth. Like everything, dude. Like there's nothing that I give it that will. I'm just like I'm letting it tell me how the Earth is flat. Like
that's awesome.
It's amazing, dude. You know what I was thinking too was one episode I could do with just me and the Chat GPT going back and forth. You guys would be like, "Man, this is amazing! How is the Chat GPT?" Because a lot of Globers are gonna come in here flaming, dude. That's just a collection of information. That's in no way able to refute arguments, and it's like, well, where does this information come from, ladies and gentlemen?
Right.
It comes from an archive of information it's pulling from.
The same information that they probably derived their information from.
Exactly. So
yeah.
And
that would be cool.
Yeah, it's fun, dude, because I make these trips and I just get in my truck and I'm just like back and forth with ChatGPT. I'm talking about like pulling from information, like how did this information of the Earth being a globe propagate? When did it first start? Like all that kind of good stuff. It's just like the basic stuff, and it pulls from information and tells me like when and where, the time frame. It's not like an actual specific date, but it gives me more like a generalized idea when it started, like late 1800s, that kind of stuff. And it tells me the process by which people learned that the Earth is a globe, but it was indoctrinated. Like it's telling me all this information. I didn't have to give it. I didn't say anything, bro. I wasn't telling it what to think. It was like grabbing the information off the internet and just like telling me, or not the internet, but from the database it has.
Yeah.
So, because I think it's updated up to 2003. What'd you say?
Sometimes it hallucinates answers, though. You have to be careful.
No, I know, but most of the answers are along the lines with being consistent to what I know mainstream to have as well. Like, so that's why I know it's like it's saying what a Glober would say, but at the same time, it doesn't have a refutation for logically consistent points because it always tells me You know, that's a really good point. Like, I'm just listening to it, like, wow, really? Like, okay. Like,
that would be an interesting episode because it'd be. I want to know now what questions you're asking it.
bro, dude, I have, because you know the way I am, like Hergus. I have the most amazing, and it gives me like chills, dude. Because as far as I take it, because I'm thinking, I would like to have a conversation with a Glober that has a vast amount of information, but that doesn't have any like way to like be in a staunch position against this, just unbiased. And
Just
that's what
stuck in their
ChatGPT.
bias. Yeah.
That's what ChatGPT
Perfect.
offers me. It gives me a like, and that's what I was thinking. This would make a super great episode. I don't know how long it would be, but I'd go from every angle to exhaust its possible answers to every degree. And what I do is I kind of give it like the space to tell me. Like, I'm not really asking, well, no, you need to say it this way, stay in character. Like, I'm not doing that, because that's one way to get it to train to like do that. I'm just telling it to give me the specific data, just pull from the data and tell me what this means or how, and it just basically tells me. And then it asks me like, well, what arguments would you think would be good, framing it in a way, and then I tell it this is what the logically consistent argument would be, and it says that's a really good point. Like, and I'm like, damn, dude, I'm freaking.
Yeah,
It's
and you
pretty
know what's
awesome.
funny, Alpha, is it contradicts itself, and then you can point it out to itself, and then it apologizes, unlike the Globers we talk to.
Exactly.
Right.
Which is, and
Yeah.
I'm asking it for like facts, because you wanted to tell you like, oh, how has it been measured that the surface of the Earth has been directly measured to have curvature? It doesn't give you that. It's like, well, it's started with philosophy back in ancient Greece, and it starts going. It pulls from its data, and I think it's so awesome. And you guys need to hear these conversations, because I'm having these like gold nugget conversations, and it's telling me information like so much. Like I can't repeat it all. It's all, I don't know, it's logged somewhere, stored somewhere.
So one of my like side businesses is with AI and generative art, and making movies actually with AI. So if you send me the prompts, I can turn it into like a back and forth dialogue.
And animation.
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
I mean, the animated
That'd be
part.
sick.
I'm
How
working
can
on
I-
a tool.
Let me see what I got on ChatGPT. Maybe I can pull it up right now. I can't do it.
It usually, do you pay for yours for the better one?
No, it's free.
Okay, there's one that you can pay for, and then you can like add animation and stuff to it.
I'm actually happy with the free version, dude. It's very responsive. I mean, and it goes
Yeah.
in detail. It's everything that I
And it
like.
should save your conversations too. It should save your entire history of all your conversation with it.
It actually says it doesn't do that. It says that it could save
If
the
you
highlight.
log in, it'll save your whole conversation. If you don't log in, it'll just like it will erase after you like.
I don't
after so
know.
long.
I'm trying to see, like, there's no way I can get because it says get plus. Like, there's ChatGPT Plus, I think. It's a paid service.
Yeah, you no, the free one, you can sign up for the free one, and as long as you log in, then it'll keep track of all your conversations. Matter of fact, I used it so much that it said like, "Oh, you're out of space." I had to like clear out all my conversations. So like you
Oh,
have to
you know
delete
what?
everything.
It does have. I'm looking through all the like highlights of the conversations.
Yeah, and that's like every time you start a conversation, it'll like catalog it for you, like a journal. So if you click on it, it'll show you like everything you asked it and everything that it responded, and you can do one by one by one. Then you could just give that, like if you gave that script to him, and then he could create the animation from it.
But like the interaction that I have is that like once I'm done with it, like I just copy paste it to you. Like, Ergus, is that how that goes, or what?
Yeah, there might be even a share option somewhere where you can share it, a link to it, and then I just copy it to my own, or you can copy and paste the whole thing in a DM or whatever.
The way I was picturing it in my mind was that I was gonna do this like a recorded show, because I was gonna kind of keep it to where I'm having the interaction back and forth. And
I see. You want like a live avatar that you can talk to, maybe.
Yes.
That's possible.
Yeah.
That's totally possible. to
But
do.
you need the dialogue, right? You need
Yeah, he needs a
No, no, not necessarily. Especially if
Really?
you know the questions that you asked it, you could recreate it with. I'll give you the website to go to. It's called Simly.
Oh yeah, you're right. I think I
There's a
know. I've
couple of
seen.
them.
Yeah, it puts like a face
Oh,
to it, right?
it just takes the audio.
The one I'm working with right now is called Simly, and if you go there, you can interact right away with a very fast avatar, and it's basically ChatGPT in the back end, right? So whatever questions you asked the first time around, you'll probably get very similar answers with it, and it has the audio and voice recognition. So you just have to
Yeah.
speak to it, and it will reply to you with voice right away.
Yeah, dude, I'm enjoying ChatGPT because it's like I go to and from work and I turn it on and I'm just having these conversations. I'm like, damn, I wish this was recorded. Like you guys aren't hearing this shit. I'm thinking in my head, man, I wish the 24/7 was listening to what this thing's saying. Like it actually is just giving me straight data. Like I don't try to pigeonhole it. Because for me, it's like, no, just give it to me. What is it? What do you got? Like I'm trying to ask it like search your database. I want you to tell me how you know this specific question, and it does, dude. It's like it's spilling
Voice?
its guts.
Is your app
I
voice?
remember.
Yeah,
Oh, it's answering you in voice. Oh wow. Okay, that's
yeah.
cool. Well, that's half the work right there.
I remember. I remember when ChatGPT first came out. I don't remember who said it, but there was somebody that said, "Dude, we don't even need Glovers anymore. We could just deal with ChatGPT, and we're gonna
Y-
get better answers
You know
and
where
more real,
you know
honest
where I heard it
answers."
from, Apoc? I heard it from Clay Under Seal was on the home server and he was talking to it, but he's got the paid version, and I think the paid version is a little bit more responsive. And it's a little
Yeah,
bit more. I think that does a little more, bells and whistles.
yeah.
But
It'll do tones and like different attitudes, and yeah,
yeah, and it does. It's a little bit more. I don't know. It it adds more right depth to
yeah.
it.
Different emotions. Yeah, like yeah.
But
You can. It'll do the accent. Yeah,
I don't need all of that. I just need just a simple back and forth. And from what the interactions I've been having so far, it suffices to like it suits me. I'm good. Just
yeah.
whatever it's doing right now. The only thing I need is for it to be like recorded. I want to actually do like at some point I'm gonna actually show my face and do like a whole
Y-
live thing. So
Yeah, yeah.
and with
That'd be cool though.
ChatGPT in a studio because I'm gonna get a studio so I can put all this stuff up and
Nice. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And then it'll be like uninterrupted, like a conversation that I'm gonna put, and yeah, that's what I'm hoping to do there in the future. So, and this will be just you'll hear the questions that I'm asking it, and it'll respond to me. It's basically like like I said, pulling from a database, and it said that the database is updated up to, I think it said October of 2023 is the latest update that it has on information.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's good
well
enough
that's
for
why
me. I mean,
if you get the paid version, it does real time. It gives you real
really.
time data. Yeah. If you and then it'll even look up online too. Like it'll research for you too. Like if you
Oh,
get the paid
that's even
version.
better. Yeah, that'll be better. I think it'll be
Yeah.
worth it because I will be creating content. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe the
Yeah.
Globers won't because it asked me. So, what arguments do you think would be good to have for flat Earth against globe Earth? And then I tell it, and then it's like, wow, that's a really good point. Like, I don't want to say it, man, because I'm gonna give away the sauce. Like, I don't want to do
Yeah.
that until I actually. It's my
Yeah, yeah.
plan to actually have this going.
That's really no, yeah, it's a good one too. Like that one day when he was just like everyone was just listening to him just go at it with the AI did, and he was like, do an Australian accent and then like, make it you sound like be more sassy.
Yeah, but Clay he added a little kind of like insult, kind of like you're just a globetard. Like that's fine. I mean, you can go that
Yeah.
way. I want to
Yeah.
have like a discussion, like a back and forth, just like as if you were
Yeah.
talking to somebody that was unbiased. Like you could
Right.
just ask questions and they weren't gonna be like, well, I don't know, I'm not gonna answer that question. Like just unbiased. Just give me.
Well, he purposely said like, no, I want you to be, very like sassy with me,
Yeah,
so he created it to be very very biased. Like, no way,
yeah,
like you're dumb, like why don't you get it? Like
He made
Yeah.
it Donald. You know, you created Donald in there.
Yeah. I didn't want to do that because it's just like when somebody's listening, they want to hear like, okay, let me just hear a back and forth where there's nobody saying, no, you're stupid, like that. They
Right.
eliminate that. Just have the back and forth where there's an information exchange. And how would somebody respond if they're unbiased and they didn't have a dog in the fight? If they could just give you all the answers without any of the emotional like attachments or you know what I mean to the Earth being a globe.
Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure.
And you actually, to my surprise, you actually get a lot farther with that type of individual, which is the AI would be the only. It's like the supreme globe earther, like
Yeah. Yeah.
because it doesn't have any emotions. It doesn't get in its feelings. It doesn't call you numpty or
It
whatever
doesn't
names.
spend 10 minutes saying how you're muting them or how you're not,
Yeah,
letting
it
them
doesn't
talk.
do that. Yeah.
You don't have to worry about that.
So if you cut the fat and you go straight to the good stuff, man, I'm telling you, the conversations you would hear are gonna blow your mind. Like
Yeah.
because my drive to work and back from work, it's
Yeah.
always mind blowing. I'm like, damn, like
Yeah. I
where's
wish I recorded that.
yeah, and it's like I don't know. I guess I can't record it, but I'm gonna have to invest in one of those like I guess a camera in my car or my truck. It's just like
Yeah.
recording me while I'm
Just,
talking to it.
just me and my phone. And that'll be the title. Just me and my AI.
Yeah, dude.
Name your AI. Just me and I don't know, Buck or something. I don't know. Name the AI something stupid.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's what I'm planning to do. Just I'm excited about it because it's so much information that's out there that the Glober like the Globers don't know a lot of stuff. But this does. This knows everything that you need to know about information that, from any type of research or what people actually have done, and it's just going to give it to you. Here's the data. This is what it is.
Yeah.
So, and we talked
Alpha,
about what's yeah.
you know that there's kind of like different intelligences, right? Like different intelligence levels. Some models think differently about these problems, so you might get different answers from Claude, from Anthropic, from ChatGPT, from Grok. It looks like you're verified, so you have access to Grok, I believe. You
Mhm.
could try it with that.
I'm gonna try it with all, like Kyrgyz. I want to go from AI to AI and have conversations with each and see the response. Because if it's unbiased, then I shouldn't get a kind of like I'm not gonna answer you, or like
Hmm.
I think you're not letting me speak, because that's usually the bulk of the reason why we can't actually have that good dialogue because of the fact that we're getting always interrupted or there's like emotional responses. It's just not conducive to like an exchange of information that two people or at least an audience could be able to listen to two people have.
You know
I
what
mean, isn't that
too?
true? Like you want to come into okay, let me sit back, relax, let me listen to these two people kind of hash it out. Let's see if Flat Earth stands up to the rigor I think it should. And then if you hear the
Right.
interaction, you're like, oh shit, why isn't the globe Earth giving a really good response to like how the Earth can be measured? Let's have it. Let's pull from
Right.
the Library of Alexandria and let's see what they can pull up with. And it's like then you get the butthurt Glober on the other end listening. But that stupid AI doesn't know all the information. It can't give you everything. Come on, brother.
All right.
Like let's be reasonable here. You don't
You know what?
realize that it knows vastly more information than you do. So it's gonna
Right.
tell me information you probably don't even know.
It could scan like 1 billion documents like in a few seconds, and like he'll know, like it will know like all the information at hand, like as quick as you could type the sentence, it already has the answer.
Yeah, and
But
I always give it to APOC. I'm always like telling it, pull from the data. I want you to search in your data where it says this. I want you to give me the answer. Like I wanted to do that thing that I wanted to do. Like
right,
I'm not coercing it. Not don't look this way. Don't do that. Like no, I'm just like
one
find it.
thing, yeah, one thing that AI does different than Globers like Peter and them is when you ask it a direct question, it won't try to obfuscate. It won't try to like throw off the topic or move the goalpost. Like AI doesn't do those things.
Yeah.
And that's what's cool about hearing it. That I like what you're saying, and
Yeah.
hearing what you're going to do, because you could avoid those pointless conversations with some of these globers, because all they do is just move the globe post, and they obfuscate, and they'll answer your question with an answer, and they won't commit to just saying what you're trying to get them to say, because you know the answer, but you just
Yeah.
need them to say it so they can fucking get it. That's what it
Yeah.
is.
And then it'll be archived. I want to save this. This interaction will be archived, and then let's see if the information that the internet and data that's been stored, from all these resources stands up to anything that we have to give it. Because if it's telling me already, damn, that's a good point. That's a really awesome point. Like, it's telling me that. I'm like, really? Like, wow, what makes you as a robot think that? Like,
Dude,
it's
hey,
like
dude,
it didn't have to add that, but it does, because it's like it's a point that's logically consistent for it to be like it doesn't have a refutation. So it's like, well, that's
right.
a wonderful point you brought up. It's like,
I will say this though, if you're gonna do it quick, and I'll tell you why. When ChatGPT first came out, and I remember we were over in I want to say maybe politics, or I might have been in Earth Awakenings. I don't remember where I was at. Maybe even in the Asylum server. But I used ChatGPT because somebody said, "Oh, there's never do storms spin the opposite side because of Coriolis effect." And I used ChatGPT, and bro, it gave me, yeah, here's a list. And it gave me all these like years and the name of the storms. And then I went and Googled them individually, and there they were. Like on this day, this year, this was the name. It went anticyclonic. And they're saying, like, dude, ChatGPT did that, right? Let's fast forward a year later. I'm like, oh dude, I know how to get that answer. I go, it's like, sorry, there are no storms that I can find. I was like, bro, they updated it or something, because now they're not sharing that information, which they shared a long time ago. It's in recorded history. There are storms that went
mm,
opposite, right? And there was a long list. But so then if you keep asking it though, maybe they might bring up a couple, but I'm telling you right now, it's not like before. It's almost equivalent to like the way YouTube used to be and now how it is now.
yeah,
Like
I
they're
get
just,
it.
yeah.
I would say though, there's questions that are intrinsic to never being able to change from their perspective of like what the globe is, so that you could frame it in a way to where like, okay, the Earth as a globe is only understood to be in a few key arguments, key category. Like, you can't, like, you were saying, the storm that spins one way and then the other. That's, you
Yeah.
could probably change it to some other words or whatever. But there's only a few ways to actually present the Earth as a globe. There's really no other. And it's not going to be like a year from now, I'm going to ask it the question, and it's going to be like, oh, and by the way, there's another reason that this gentleman in the 1400s came up with. It's like, it's either they know it now or it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
because it's already out there. All the information is out there, so it has to be, the framework is already there. Is what I
Right.
mean for the.
No, I totally get what you're saying. I'm just saying that a year later, like it was like I think ChatGPT 3.0 as opposed to ChatGPT 1.0, like, or 1.2 or whatever it was called. Like they switched up,
I could
and I
tell
was like,
you that I was
oh
having
dude,
frustrations trying to build out a GPT for Flat Earth because they kept changing the back end logic again and again and again with every update.
Mhm.
It gets to the point where I would present the same prompt, whereas yesterday it worked. The next day after an update, it would say, "I'm sorry, but I cannot adopt your position because it goes against the scientific consensus." And it was
yeah,
just baffling. I switched to Perplexity, and what I like about that is it doesn't hallucinate. So ChatGPT, one of your problems, APOC, might have been like a year and a half ago. GPT was hallucinating storm systems that didn't exist that sounded compelling. Or
No, I searched them up. No, but I searched them up though, and I pulled up the name. So I googled that storm that year,
yeah,
and sure enough, boom, it's in Wikipedia. That's what I'm saying. The information's there. Anticyclonic, storm systems, they are in our
oh
history,
yeah,
but you
they
just got
do
to know like
exist.
where to go find them.
They do
Yeah, they
exist.
do exist.
Yep. Well, Perplexity, at least the paid version, will source like up to 20 independent sources, cross-checked and referenced, and present them as links so that you know it's not hallucinating. That's what sets it apart from
Interesting.
ChatGPT.
Is that the
Yeah,
most
nice.
um, best version? I think you could say for
Yeah,
AI. How
absolutely.
much?
And at $20 a month, it's absolutely worth it. I feel way more
That's what
confident using it.
ChatGPT is offering.
Yeah.
Yeah,
ChatGPT.
Yeah, but
Listen, I could stay with the paid or with the free version for ChatGPT and try Perplexity and see if.
you should try it out. It doesn't hallucinate, and it's a bit easier to work with as far as prompting. It's not like there's some anti-flurf in the background trying to tinker and monkey around with what we're doing, as it was with OpenAI. So
Maybe because I at some point I do want to have a conversation with AI in the way that I was talking to you because I'm having it back and forth with ChatGPT and I'm loving it, bro. It's entertaining for me. I'm having smooth rides to and from work, and it's a way to unwind and just have my conversation without having the staunch Glover not answer me. Like be all in
yeah,
their feelings. And it's like, dude, I don't want to deal with that. I want somebody that's going to give me all the facts, all the information, give everything to me. Give it to me. Come on. You say you have it. Let's have it. And when
yeah.
I do have that conversation with ChatGPT, it's like it's spilling its guts. And I have everything. And I'm just like, dude, I want you guys to hear this. Because it's like, it's telling me, yeah, planar surveying does support the case for the Earth, the perspective of the Earth being flat. And so it's like, in every sense, they attach geodetic surveying attaches the notion that the Earth is curving, with this calculations. So
Yeah.
it's telling me specifics about all of this information. I'm like, it's blowing my mind, dude. I'm like, man, how come we can't have this kind of interaction with the Glovers, man? Like, why
I
can't
know.
looks
Perplexity
great.
will go
Seriously.
out and find research papers for you. So if you say, I need a citation for this, it'll come back and there's a list and it's accurate.
Damn,
And
dude.
then you can interact with the content. So you can say, okay, go to this one and please explain this concept to me like I'm 5. And it'll read
Oh
the
man,
content. Yeah.
that sounds like it's worth it, dude. I'm really gonna. And so, yeah, Perplexity. Is it on your? Does it live on your phone too?
Yep.
Okay. I'm
you
actually
know,
gonna look
uh,
that shit up right now while we're
you know,
talking.
I was actually going through ChatGPT and like kind of like what you were doing, and that's getting into bathymetric lidar readings like that. That was also like a point of contention that I was making with against the AI, and but it conflicted itself. Like it had a contradiction, and then it couldn't, like, it's weird though, like it couldn't move forward because it's saying this is the way that works, right? And this is how it's done. And then I'm like, okay, but then how do they get a curve measurement from it? And it's like, I understand your confusion. I'm thinking like, no, bitch, you're confused. But it's like, I understand your confusion. And then he says, but the way this operates and works is that, talking about how the light, like it goes, he literally, it literally went like way like to another direction, but it avoided like, but then ends, but because we know it's curved, because we know it's a sphere. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like I felt like I jammed it up, to be honest, because bathymetric lidar readings, it kind of like gave it a little hiccup. Like it's because it contradicts itself. The way they use the technology, the way it's operated, the way it's measured, it contradicts to it being a sphere. So I think I wonder how perplexity would go against that.
Yeah, I just got notified by Slavo's Reality. Slavo's Reality. Sorry about that. He just put a little text in there. It said this space seems to be shadow banned AF. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, You know, we don't know
I
people
think
what they're
my
doing.
opinion is that it's all spaces actually, because I can't see any of the spaces a lot of my friends were in. I think it has to do with the
Mhm.
election. Might not just be
Yeah,
this one.
just
Ooh, maybe.
yeah, probably.
Dang,
Yeah. Oh,
that's
I was
not
gonna
cool.
tell Amish. I seen there was a video that Elon posted of like Amish people with the Trump flags. That was kind of
Oh, I
cool.
saw that.
You see that?
Yeah,
I
it's
was
like
thinking of Amish,
80,000
dude. I was like,
Amish are
dude,
voting for
freaking
Trump.
Amish, bro.
It said like all the whole Amish community is voting for Trump over there. That's
Everyone's
what they
voting for
said.
Trump. Yeah, Joe Rogan's supporting him. Dude, now it's a battle of like, dude, it's so cringe, bro. It's
I
coming down to
saw
the
I
wire.
saw a post earlier. It's like here's the supporters of Trump: Elon Musk, like Joe Rogan, like all these like good people. And then it's all here's a list for Kamala, the P Diddy list. Wow.
The P Diddy list. That's stuff.
And yeah, I mean you have Beyonce, you have all everyone that's on P Diddy's list is supporting Kamala, and it's all choose wisely.
I'm laughing at all these doctors coming out of the woodwork saying, "Oh my gosh, RFK Jr. will ban fluoride. Let's drink fluoride for Kamala."
What?
That's crazy. That's
No
crazy.
way, dude.
That is
It's
crazy.
pretty much. And I'm
Hey,
like responding to them like, "Do you really drink unfiltered tap water?"
I saw this one post that they showed water for babies with fluoride, and then they're like, babies don't have teeth. They don't need it.
dude.
That was hilarious.
I don't know, man. Today's the day. It's going down.
Yeah, dude.
Going
I'm
down,
sorry.
man.
Let's
I'm
just hope.
sorry, bro,
Let's
but
just hope that whoever wins, my Bitcoin goes up. What about the going
Dude,
down?
it's going down. Dude, it's all time high almost.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's
But
it's had a nice little pump in the last today. Actually, it started at 66.8, and we're at 68,780.
yeah,
it's
bro, you're
probably gonna
making
hit above
you
80 today.
yeah, I'm thinking if if things
Dude,
go right.
especially if it goes Trump, it's gonna skyrocket, dude. It
Oh,
might, yeah.
dude,
To tell you the truth,
AJ's gonna be like,
you know what happens?
go
I
ahead,
think
AJ.
that when I enter trades, that they just send an email off to someone and say, "Hey, that AJ's just spent a bit of money here. Reverse it now."
He's got enough, man. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
if
the fact that he's behind it and he's been saying we're gonna get this Bitcoin, we're gonna make it like he's all about the digital
dude,
currency.
AJ's gonna become like, yeah, you're gonna be able to get the house you want, AJ. If if he makes it. AJ's from Australia,
Yeah,
but he's gonna cast his vote too. He's gonna be like, I want to vote for Trump.
yeah. I did all right. I did a trade last week and I took $3,000 out of that, and then it came back down and it bounced pretty hard on a support line. And I got excited and entered, and then it broke the support line down. So I'm still down about $300, but I've been adding to it
I'll turn
at the
around.
bottom, and it's slowly coming back up. So I'm
There's something they say in crypto, man. Buy the dip.
Right.
yeah. Well, that's what I
Right.
thought I was doing, but it was only half the dip. It it it
Oh
ranged.
man.
It
Well,
ranged
you're
for a
still
few
ahead.
days, and I got impatient and got excited.
Yeah.
I got to drop. I'll be back in 20 if it's still up.
Yeah, I
All right.
might not be up anymore.
All right, see you guys.
It's 5:30. All
Later,
right. See you
brother.
later.
Yeah, Amish.
The the whole the whole Bitcoin and digital currency and everything. Like I was thinking about it. Like, dude, that might even no matter what happens, I think it's either way it's gonna go that way because we've kind of already laid the groundwork. The framework, if you will, for that to become you know our new currency. Like they passed laws, like the legislation's already in it. Like it's already there. Like the groundwork is laid out for it already.
Bro, I love me
It's
some
just
crypto, man. Love me some crypto.
yeah, yeah. And if you haven't got any, you're behind. You guys should get some.
Well, I'm holding some, but I'm also trading in inverse derivatives. So I'm just trading Bitcoin itself. So every time I win, I'm just winning Bitcoin. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's always smart to take your profits too. Take some profits.
Yeah. I've been trying to do this full time, so yeah.
Nice.
I don't want to go back to work.
There's some people. Yeah, there's some people. Hey, millions. I mean, not millions. Thousands of millionaires were created a couple years ago when that took off crazy high. They got up to what, like $70,000 a coin?
Oh man, we went 73.5.
Yeah.
It's creeping right now, so if it pumps again, AJ's gonna be like in the money again.
Good.
Yeah.
Right.
That's good stuff. Want to see what Peter's doing? Want to bring him up?
Get
You think that?
unvaccinated says everyone vote for Kamala Harris.
Of course he does.
I don't know why this
Why
guy's
is it?
chosen to DM me, but
What?
Because you're the only one that reads his DMs. We don't.
probably, yeah.
Peter, you there? Or you crash out already? He might have walked away or fell asleep, being on mute so long. He forgot he requested. You there, Peter? Nah, it's all right.
Beta male.
You know how to wake him up? Get vaccinated.
Of course I'm here.
Yeah. Use
Oh,
bring vaccinated up. You'll wake him up real quick. Of
what's
course
up?
you're here. He said. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
how do you feel that you're being replaced by AI?
I don't have any feelings on that matter.
No.
Yeah.
How do you feel that the AI makes a better Glober than you do?
Dude, this is nothing new. Before AI, you can just pick up a high school textbook, all right? Same information is there.
So you admit it's just all indoctrination. I like that. Appreciate that.
Of course, yeah.
That's good stuff.
Damn, Apoc, that was savage, bro. What
Making
the
headway.
hell? You've grown in your savageness, bro. I don't know how, but you've done it.
Do you expect the truth to like change from textbook to textbook?
The lies change. If it's truth, it won't change. But the lies change. That's why, like your lie of the sun being so far away over years, it changes. That's because they're lies. But if it's truth, it doesn't change.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when you guys say, "Oh, we're updating our books," oh, that means you're correcting the lies because you don't update truth. You'll get it one day.
Yeah, of course. You know, sometimes I wish there was a way that we could keep in touch somehow. You know, maybe bury a secret box like kids do in the movies. You know, somewhere, and then revisit 10, 15 years from now. Yeah, time capsule. Yeah, maybe epic. Because you know, you guys are just gonna disappear one day, like poof, off the internet, and that's gonna be it. But if there was a way, to like stay in touch, just to check in, that'd be kind of epic.
Yeah, that would be great. We could ask you like years later, hey, did you ever find that proof that you guys always swore you had, and for years you never brought it?
Dude, I have forgotten more globe proofs than you will ever learn.
All they do is kick the can down the road, Apoc. They'll be like, nah, we'll do it in another 3 years. Trust me. It'll happen. We got boots on the moon.
You'll see when we're colonizing Mars. You'll see.
You'll see, you flat
Well, I was
earthers.
gonna give you a cool analogy, but your sidekick here, you know, kicked me out.
We don't need your story.
Well, you do. But you know, some other time.
All right.
Aw.
He said some other time. All right. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. Peter, you're not from America, are you?
Of course I am. I just voted on your behalf today.
Well, I mean, that doesn't even. No, what's funny about that?
Does that
I
even
don't
matter
even
in
matter.
America?
No, it doesn't even matter anymore, bro. There's so much corruption. There's people that are like posting like I'm from Europe and I voted because they don't have any laws over here. Like they don't have for ID. Like, dude, you can't even say that anymore. Like, of course I'm from America. I voted. That means nothing anymore because anyone can vote here. Like, it's so illegal right now.
Well,
It's the
just so
right
you
thing.
know, I made a good choice, and I was thinking about what's best for you when I voted.
Wow.
Did you vote, APAC?
Not yet. It's
I hope
very
you're thinking
specific
about my
moment.
crypto.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about Australia, mate. It's too irrelevant. So
Wow.
APAC,
It's
were
3:30
you
here. I haven't voted yet, and I don't
and
give an
why
early
are
vote.
you leaving it until the last moment? What's wrong with you?
I like going on the day that it's been for like a while now because all
Hmm.
these changes, I don't support like this date can go that time. There's just that's room for cheating, bro. I don't like that. I don't like that
Hmm.
it's the system's designed that way. I don't like that. I don't support it. Let's say that.
That's very smart. How about
That was me. I did that. Gosh, I love doing that.
You're like, I just get a kick
I'm
out
a
of
little stinker, ain't I?
He's like, how about? And he was falling like Wile E. Coyote fell down the fucking cliff.
I was I was waiting for that shit, and I was like, "Ooh, it's so spicy!" Right when he's gonna be like, "Right about right there," he cut him off right there.
Oh man,
Fuck's
that's
sake,
hilarious.
dude.
I brought a Myung up,
Myung, what's up, bro?
ugly ducky. What's going on, Myung?
Is he there?
I brought him up. I don't know if you realize. You just unmute yourself. Maybe he's still connecting. Maybe it's glitching out. I don't know.
Yeah, he's trying to make it sound like my homie AJ is irrelevant, bruh. Better put some respect on that name.
Here, let's see. Let's get Peter to apologize.
Nah.
Oh no, I actually agree with him. And in the grand scheme of things, Australia is pretty relevant to the rest of the world. I went to the US for quite a while, and no one knew anything about Australia. But I will say that everything in Australia is modeled off the US. So everything we get, TV shows, clothes,
Yeah,
everything, yeah, music.
you're all westernized.
We're all Americanized.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
good,
was
bro.
actually very
Oh, good.
surprised when I was in the US that I didn't hear or really know anything about Australia that was going on while I was there, because it's the complete opposite here. We know everything that's going on in the US.
Wow. Well, that's just what America does. They
America.
tell you yeah, America. They tell you nothing about anywhere else, only what they want you to know, and then that's it. The way we roll.
Damn straight. Isn't Myung gonna say anything?
Yeah, Young, you just take yourself off mute. You have the floor.
Sorry, that was me by mistake. Maybe you're saying
No worries.
maybe you're saying the name wrong.
It's Ugly Ducking is his main name. Ugly Ducky 888 Young Chow Williams. I don't know.
Might be Myung.
Maybe it's Moon.
Yeah, however you pronounce that. Yeah, however you pronounce it.
Mung. It might be just Mung. Mung
No.
Chow Williams. Oh, he dropped.
Mung Chow, Mung Chow.
All right. Maybe he wanted to troll, but then he realized he doesn't want to. Peter, what were you gonna say before you fell off the cliff? Or like
I was
Goofy?
gonna ask.
Oh, Alpha. Oh, Alpha. Oh, bro. Got him.
Got him.
Damn it, Peter. See?
Just a clarifying point, guys. If anyone else wants to come up and speak, you're not going to get treated like Peter. Peter's like part of the furniture around 24.
Yeah.
He's our resident glober.
Keeps coming back.
Yeah. He's a. I always get this word wrong. Saccadist? No, no,
Masochist.
masochist. He's a masochist. He loves the abuse.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
All right, Peter. We'll try it one more time. Third time's a charm. Just hear him out.
All right, here we go.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, dude. I don't like that guy. I don't like him, dude. He's not.
Oh,
He's
man.
not on my
All right,
good
Peter.
good list. He's on my naughty
We
list.
try it again. You're on the list. Try next year.
Yeah.
Oh man. Come on, Peter.
You can't be bringing your muddy shoes in my house and acting like it's all good. Not gonna
Right.
happen.
Right.
You can take your muddy shoes and sit in the listening panel outside.
Oh man. I really thought he was gonna say something like worth, but maybe not. You know, maybe
No,
not even
I
worth
can
the
tell
offer.
you, man, it wouldn't be worth it. Not worth it.
Yeah, true. You could DM who you voted for, Peter, since this seems like that's what you were gonna talk about. And then I'll read it to the crowd so we all laugh. Yep.
So, do we have anybody else that thinks that the Earth is a globe in here? There's a lot
You
of
won't
people
be treated
listening.
the same way. You won't be treated the same way. Peter's our buddy. remember in basketball where they're all shut up, little bitch. He's like, hey, don't call me little bitch, but you're a little bitch.
But you're a little bitch.
Yeah, and they put him in the drawer. They close it. I'm sorry, Peter, but that's what I pictured right now.
Dude, that's me. Oh shit.
Amish is back.
That's the homie.
Yep. Dude, I need to take more medicine. I'm drinking orange
How's that
juice,
going
but
anyway? Oh yeah, dude. OJ's good for you. Definitely good for you.
yeah, I've just been drinking orange juice and I was
All
eating
right,
like soup.
mix it up with some water. Oh, and chicken soup. Yeah, do that. Beef
Yeah,
soup.
some good broth. Yeah, chicken soup.
Now these dudes are replying to me and sending me crap. It's must be on their thread. I'm not quite sure how all this works on X, but now I can't reply. They're just giving it to me saying, yeah, well, you can't explain this, see? Ha ha ha, but I can't reply. These people are delusional.
Yeah, they always want you to explain their claim or provide some kind of argument for them on or for yourself on their behalf. And they flip that Uno reversal card every time.
That's happened a couple of times tonight. just like, well, what do you think? How's your? I was like, bro, you're the one explaining your alleged claim and bringing some evidence. Now you're asking me, what's this about?
Right. This is primarily about them justifying their position to us and to themselves. That's what we're showing the audience. And they don't want to play the game because they know that they are trying to defend their position from a weakened state, from appeals to consensus, appeals to authority. You know, it's a very weak position to have. Meanwhile, we're down here just chilling, saying, "Yep, observable reality is our base axiom. We don't experience the globe at all, and if you're honest, you will say the same." And they can't do that.
Right. Exactly. That other guy flat smacked himself like 3 or 4 times. That's good.
I think we should try to get this spaces going after Alpha leaves and just keep it up again and be diligent
Heck
about
yeah.
it every day. We tried yesterday, but a lot of people didn't want to come over because I think they were tired. But
It didn't
different days have
transition.
different vibes. So
It didn't transition. Yeah. The vibe was chill, but we still had good interactions, and so it was a good night.
I actually don't mind X Amish, but for me, this is like a really bad time. It's right in the middle. Well, it's after dinner now, but it goes right through like afternoon when everyone gets home from work, dinner time, and then after dinner, and everyone sort of wants to spend family time, and I'm sitting here arguing. So there's some I'll be able to join, but not all of them.
Not all of them. Yeah. Just whenever you can, AJ. But yeah, having the panel here is like a force to be reckoned with. Because I don't mind taking these Globers down, but everybody needs to be taking a piece of the action.
yeah, it's a challenge sometimes having to match their energy. Sometimes you get it wrong, sometimes you get it right, and if you read them wrong and you think that they're interested in listening to you and you go into lecture mode, and that can end badly.
Yep.
And on the other side, if you cut them down quickly and they're interested and genuinely interested in wanting to hear what you have to say, then they'll think you're being an a-hole. So it's a dance, and it's one I'm still learning myself.
And what's cool too is like there's a lot of people that come through here. That's what I like. Like if I mean I don't know it when at the end when you stop streaming alpha, it'll tell you like how many people like total came through. And there's quite a few people that come through it, and even though like they'll come listen and then drop off, but it's cool that we're coming across new people that I mean, after doing this for so long, for joining the conversations, going. Of course, we were from Discord, but hearing conversations over and over and over for years, and then we come here, and these people are like, a lot of them, they just got into it, so they don't know that there's like years of conversations behind
Yeah.
all of us.
Dude, we are so well seasoned right now. It's ridiculous. But, something to say about that APOC. I've been raving about this in Discord a while is, they win when they can tie up our most elite people on our side all day, every day, engaging the same 5 or 6 people from their side, contained in the digital ghetto with no newcomers coming in. I mean, we have such brilliant minds on our side that are stuck in Discord for the past 2.5 years, doing the same routine with the same people over and over again when they need to spread out and broaden themselves and expose themselves to new conversations with new people. They win when they can take all of our talent and box it up. It keeps us from getting out. So it's one of the reasons why I pulled back from Discord and why I'm more active here in other places now. It's because I realized that they were winning. They were winning by virtue of just occupying our time and being attrition tools.
And they'll lurk and they'll wait for somebody that's actually asking the right questions to help guide them out of the indoctrination, and then they'll throw a wrench in it, and then they'll interrupt. Like they're like dude, like that's all they did. Like that was their business.
Yeah. They just wait, like you were saying. They wait quietly behind the bush, and then they jump out and scare everybody right at the moment we're having a breakthrough.
Right, exactly. Like they're just there, like on damage control watch. You know what I mean? Like they're just waiting.
And it appears most of the flat earthers on X are all these esoteric, like the guy we had in earlier. Yeah, I want to try and give him an example of what I was talking about, but I felt bad for him at the same time. Yeah, I didn't really want to give it to him, so I tried to keep it really chill and keep him talking. But
yeah, I heard
this
that, AJ.
seems to be what we're getting.
That was the guy who said he was in this since 2014, which is probably longer than a lot of us here. And he's stuck on the AE map being reality. And I'm like, holy cow. I mean, Indio had tried to explain it. You guys had tried to explain it. He had a mental block. I mean, and that's a problem. I mean, we're being done a disservice by our own side. And it's because I think they're taking the intellectually lazy way through this. Is they're embracing all this esoteric crap that nobody can actually prove empirically or even logically. because it's fun. They got lots of cool graphics. It expands their mind. They can think about all these possibilities, and that doesn't lead you to any definitive evidence or proof or anything solid that you can give to somebody and say, here, look at this objectively. Instead, it's keeping everything open ended, and it's just creating a lot of mess.
That's the same mess we left from the globe. It's like out of the, what is it? What's that turn of phrase? Out of the frying pan into the fire. Isn't it the same? Like you just got away from the shit that was getting your mind all tangled up with what reality is, and you're back to like the same shit again with flat Earth. Like that doesn't help anyone.
Yeah, trading one belief system for another, and it's garbage. I mean, it's taking brilliant minds potentially from our side and derailing them, and that's the real tragedy.
There's a lot of how would I say it, like parallel discussions going on. So I've said this before. I totally agree with you, Amish, but I've also said this before too, and I'll say it again. They're hitting Globers from a different angle of attack. They are, although you're right, it's dangerous though, because then you create this whole nother like quote unquote flattered side in like, they've taken them from one belief to another. But what, like the great minds, like, I mean, you have Toby, you have Alan, you have Witsit, and alike, that they are smart and they dive in deep and they do readings and they read PDFs and they do their due diligence in researching stuff, like the way Alan brings up like time dilation, and like the way they figured out like that the GPS in itself, even before they create that system, it's already cooked in. That's not go like his
Yeah, but
findings on shit like that
that guy
have
today
been
wasn't doing any of that, and that, like Amish said, he was being lazy. Yeah, because at the end of it, his answer was Witsit did it. Yeah.
Yep.
It's not something
Yep.
that he knew. It's not something that he could look into. It
right.
was, well, Witsit did it.
We're
Right.
not at the point where we
And
can
that's
build a
what it
replacement
creates.
cosmology. We are not at that point.
Right.
We are so far from there, it's ridiculous.
Right.
So we can't offer them that replacement. On top of that, people that are listening to these like verbose conversations are getting tangled up themselves. It's like they're like the
Yeah.
gentleman was an example. The guy who was in here earlier, like he had like he was basically believing everything. Yeah, I believe what they're saying, and then AJ was like, well, what did they say? Point out to like what's going on with the conversation. He didn't have a point, and then that's the problem. Therein
Talk about
lies the problem. So
Jaren.
if you're listening to those guys, yeah, it sounds cool on the onset because it sounds like they're speaking this language, like they're matching their energy for these other intellects, right? Academia and such. And at some level, you want to hear that. You want to hear that. Now you got flat Earth in the realm with the the academics, and it makes you feel
Right.
good, warm and fuzzy inside. But that doesn't get anywhere if you're not going to be able to detail to the people on the flat Earth side that you have a working model, or there's like because that's what they're trying to get to, right?
Exactly.
And it's not, they don't have that. Just like Amish is saying, we're so far away from that. But yet, if you're giving people the impression that that's where we're at right now, we got it
Yeah.
all. We can start now with the electrostatics, and it's, dude, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
people's brains are tangled up right now trying to figure it out, and so you get the byproduct of that is that gentleman who was in here. He's all confused.
He's not going to know
He
what any of that
believes
is.
it.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
And you know what bothers me about this too, the whole Aether cosmology is not at all flat Earth exclusive. I mean, the Aether was developed with a geocentric globe in mind. And people are pouring 90% of their effort and research into the Ether, which was conceived by Globers and supports a geocentric globe Earth, if anything. So it's a massive derailment. I mean, if you're going to try and build a replacement cosmology, you're going to have a bad time, because right now the established academics, they're going to be the ones to do it. They're going to listen to their friends and their peers. They're not going to listen to any of us about a replacement cosmology. So if one's going to be built, it's got to be built by them. And the way to get to them is you have to knock the legs out from underneath of their systems of belief and their worldview and show them that they are bereft of any intellectual or empirical evidence for their understanding. And if we don't focus on that and instead try to focus on offering another belief system, one that isn't even flat Earth exclusive in the first place, it's a big fucking waste of time.
You know, there's the, like I was saying, they are just hitting them from a different angle. But I do agree it's confusing people, because
Yeah.
then they're talking about things that people don't like. What? I didn't even heard of that. Like, what do
Bro,
you
they
mean?
don't even know. They're
Yeah, what is their angle of approach resolved to, APOC?
it's not.
Well, here's what I'm
Not flat
saying.
Earth.
Here's what I was gonna say. Here's the bad part about it. What they're doing is they're kind of putting themselves into a corner, because now you have like Shane, who I respect, bro. That guy's smart too, but he built a model. Now here's what happened. He's taken mathematics and he's built the way the stars are, the way things are working above us, the way everything's like above us moving, and we're stationary. And he's implied this mathematical concept of, again, he's now replaced the globe into, this is what we think the flat Earth is, but he's also put himself in the corner, so because now all the globers could come out and now they have something to point at. And once they say, oh, it doesn't work right here, then your whole flat Earth is stupid. That's the problem. Because once you give them a target to shoot, and if they hit it, then that ruins your position that you had.
But see, it turns the tables, right? Where flat Earth
Yeah.
was never supposed to be a perspective of like we're presenting something, because so this is the position for everyone.
That
Nobody
reverse
knows
burden.
what the whole Earth is in this entire realm to state what it is.
Exactly.
So on the one side, globe Earth is on. We have them on their heels, but whenever like somebody like Shane puts something out there, guess what? Now it's a
Exactly.
debate. Now I have this, you have that. Let's go at it. And then that's a flaw in where you're with your model, and you can point out the flaws in mine, but you got flaws in yours. So it's a debate.
Right.
Yeah,
And then
that
it's
model
like you
that
build.
model APOC still uses an AE globe projection map underneath.
Right.
Like so,
Yeah.
so which
is a
uses
globe
a
map.
non-uniform scale, which most flat earthers don't even understand.
Right.
Like
Right.
that's a globe if you apply the scale properly, but a lot of flat earthers ignore the scale.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying it's now you have answered that, that burden of proof reversal, right? Like they've switched it on us. Like, oh, you got to prove it. So now they built this, and it's like, oh, okay, we can prove it. But now they've given them something to disprove, and
Well, it doesn't answer anything.
Yeah. You're right. It's better to just stick to like the way we do it. Like this is how we know it is. The other day, I was in Nathan's stream, and then I forgot who said it, but they're like, if only Witsit would just have stuck to, what we can prove. And like, he was once a long time ago, he was in the camp, and we all used to get along. We all used to be in the same server. But when he started going off to a whole other, like, he looked into Nicholas Morley and all these, and then like even guys I've never even heard of before, but he's digging deep, right? He's deep in that rabbit hole. But I think that's when Kiwi and Nathan are like, done with
Nicholson and
that.
Morley were globers.
Right.
So is Galiev.
Proving glober things.
Right. So it's like what's the point? What is the end state of this? And it is to build a new cosmology. Well, okay. If I don't dispute that a lot of these guys can understand and communicate classical scientific and engineering concepts. But without a formal education, it becomes very obvious to the audience.
Yes,
and
that's true.
Without a formal education, they'll never gain the respect of the academics who are trying to be convinced of this alternate cosmology in the first place. I hate to say it.
That's true.
But
yeah, no, that's the real world we live in, Amish.
Right.
Like, you're not pulling punches, because that's what we're dealing with. That's the facts of the matter. If we're trying to like If we're trying to masquerade this with saying that they're going to be able to deal with these academics in a real serious conversation, bro, it's not happening. I'm
Dude, that
telling you
is
right now, it's not going to happen. They're going to only do it for entertainment reasons if they do entertain them. They're
dude
not
that
going to
that
do it. They're not going to do it for taking them seriously. That's never going to be the case.
that is so absolutely true. And this is what I remember. I remember uh, Professor Sparks, or what was his name? I forgot his name. He's an actual like professor. He has the credentials. He's the one that works. He does where they
Oh, Rob
test for
Parks from George
gravitational
Mason.
swells. Yes, Professor Parks. That's who it is. Professor Parks. He's the one that does the gravity. Like they search with the equipment for. He spends a lot of money. Companies hire them to find out like what's in the ground and what the gravity swells are and stuff like that. He's the one that does that. So he is quote unquote educated, right? He is in academia, and one of dude, I think it was Alan or was it Toby? One of them was destroying him, bro. Like disgustingly destroying him. Like they were mopping the floor with him. And then all he had was, you guys don't have the credentials. You shouldn't be talking about any of this. I respect nothing you say. So you are spot on, Amish and Alpha. You're both right. They won't even respect what they're saying because they're saying you don't even have the credentials to. Because they think the Globers think that Toby, Ellen, what's it, all them, Shane, they're like, you guys don't even understand what you're talking about. You're reading this paperwork. You need to be in academia with these, titles to even comprehend what's being written. And I'm like, wow, really, Professor Park? Like, you
Yeah.
just got destroyed.
Yeah, but it's never going to be the case that they feel that way. And people,
Yeah,
the optics, it looks like that guy's right. It's just it looks that way. Not saying that it is right. He could have got probably destroyed from an argument perspective, but just from a standpoint of like just backing it up from academic side, he's
for
gonna
the
look like the
respects,
winner.
maybe.
He's gonna look like the winner. He's gonna be like, well, when he said that, he could invalidate everything they said because they didn't go through the specific type of education that he did. So
Exactly.
whatever it took for him to get to where he's at, they didn't do that. They're like cheating the system, basically. In other words, people that are they're still within the idea that going through academia is the only way. The process, you got to go through so much schooling, and you have to take so many steps to get there, and once you get to that level, then you earned your right to say that you're going to speak on specific topics. That's why
Right.
when he says that, he easily handwave dismisses them out of the way.
He
And then
did.
who's gonna come in and say no, they're right? Who's gonna do that once
Right.
he
So
does that?
behind the scenes too, behind these PhDs and their knowledge is a wealth of academic resources and nuanced topics that they themselves have a hard time explaining that support their cosmological perspective that they can't quite articulate in public very well. But they remember being taught these things and they remember how difficult it is to understand and grasp these things. And they know from their conversation with somebody who's not been such academically trained that their debate partner, their speaking partner, is absolutely clueless of these things that are kind of holding themselves back from leveling with their debate partner. And so there's
Yeah.
just so much going on behind the scenes like this mentally that you're not going to, without having the same credentials or going through the same process that they have working in the same fields, you're not going to be able to get to them. You have to really destroy the way they think instead of what they think.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
And that's why we focus on logic so much. So it's like,
Yep.
okay, great. So you're taking all these gravimetric readings with satellites, and this somehow supports your concept of a globe. Well, why don't we talk about the process? What are they doing? How do you know the satellites are there in the first place? What is the medium they're
Bro,
operating in?
bro, there was a story in the Bible that kind of shows this example. David and Goliath, right? So Goliath was a warrior who trained for many years, and he was a destructive force, right? he was killing at a very early age. So he was like one of the perfect warriors, right? He was a giant. He was tall. He was, just someone to be feared. And in order for the Philistine army chose him as one of the greats, right? So that he was going to rival against uh, the army that was opposed to him. So what happened was, like, when David was going to come against him, he didn't use the same tactics that going into battle like with this guy. So what did he take? It was 5 smooth stones, but he chose one of them to take him down. And it wasn't what the other army thought it would need to be, like a sword or a javelin or any other type of weapon. It was the thing that it was, no armor needed, just this one stone, and that one stone took the giant down. So
Wow,
if you think about it,
perfect analogy.
you're like that too. If you think you need all this armor, all this academic knowledge, and all of this type of fancy verbose language, if that's not what's going to win the day, what's going to win the day is getting them stymied on logic where they can't refute. And that's what's jaw-dropping to the audience. Not that you have to sound verbose and get academic with them, because that's what they're trying to do right now. These esoteric flat earthers are trying to get on their level, and they can't because they haven't gone through the schooling. They're trying to put on armor, and it's not gonna. It's you can't. That's not the way to do it.
Right. So coming up with a derivative to linearize the Sagnac effect is not going to prove flat Earth. What? And they make fun of Nathan Oakley, who's like, nope, we just got elevation angles to Polaris. Boom, done.
Yep.
There's your rock. He's in Alpha, you've got 3 rocks, right? The 3 points. Three little rocks, 3 pebbles is all you need. No gas pressure without a container. Nobody ever experienced or measured Earth curving or its rotation. Those are the 3 points. That's all you need to keep hitting them on. And yes, it does sound repetitive, but it works, and it destroys how
effective.
they think.
Yeah. Bro, I'm telling you, I've talked to the PhDs and the cosmologists and astrophysicists. I'm telling you, all these guys don't have the answers to these questions. And it should be simple, speaking from somebody who is a learned person, right? They should have the answers. They don't, bro, because there is no answer to that. So that's what's amazing about it. So I don't have to get involved with like trying to match a type of cosmology. Well, let me tell you about the flat Earth cosmology. Like going to all these ideas. I don't have to do that.
Well, you heard it earlier with Doug. He's literally a geologist, and I wrecked him when it came to earthquakes. And I'm not a geologist, but
that's the thing, man. See, APOC, that's
to the facts.
Yeah, that's the thing. You didn't need to get verbose with him. You just spoke to him practically, and he actually flat smacked himself. Like it was just at the end.
He agreed. Yeah.
He flat smacked himself many times, that dude. But I think that he was a good example of how these guys want a replacement model. Because although he admits the Earth is making flat, he surveys it as flat. He agreed with all of Apocryphon's points. At the end of the day, none of those matter unless he gets a map.
Yeah.
Model.
It's also frustrating when you hear these big brains get on these debate cycles, right? And raw talent from our side is discussing like the underlying principles of GPS timing problems as like some flat Earth topic. And it is so far removed as a derivative subject of conversation that it completely derails the point. When you can hit the other side instead with how do you know satellites are where they say they are? Can you verifiably prove that they got there the way that you think they got there? Show me the chain of custody of data and information to prove that satellite really is where it is, and show me evidence of what it's doing in the first place. Nobody has any evidence at all that they can put forth for any of this, and it just completely. So then arguing about how the Doppler effect and the phase signal change and rotation of the signal and all this other crap doesn't really have anything to do with where the satellite's supposed to be in the first instance.
But that's the allure, though. The APOC was kind of like, it's that hypnotic allure when you're listening to these guys, and it sounds like, dude, man, this guy's going ham. He's going deep. He's going hard.
Yeah,
like
that's
and
ego.
Then the mind is like in like it just sounds so amazing. Like you could hear Flat Earth, like Flat Earth is giving him a good smacking, man. These academics, and in reality, none of those guys are taking it. They're like, God, this whack job over here. Like you can almost just Just imagine
Right.
what they think, right?
How
And
the
then
Glovers feel. Yeah.
yeah, and it's just I mean, we don't need to do that. Like that's too much. That's doing too much, man. Like you really
Yep.
it's a dog and pony show, brother. And then what that the byproduct of that is that you have individuals that come into this chat like they don't even know how to repeat any of the things that those guys are saying. Well, Witsit said it. Like it's just I don't know, man. That's disheartening to me. That's why we had to use the soft kids glove on that guy. It's like, really, bro, we want you to get it from this perspective. You don't need all of that. I don't know. That's what
Yeah.
I feel like. Because APOC, listen, brother, you do a great job just being you, knowing the information you have, and then you get your flowers, bro. Everybody's like, dude, you are solid when it comes to these guys. You smack them hard. Like you
I
don't need to
appreciate
do
that.
all what they do, like these other guys that are like, talking about the ether and shit. You don't gotta go that way, man.
I keep it simple, bro. I keep it practical, and you know what? What's that saying? Like, if you can't explain it to like a kid, then you don't know what you're talking about, or something like that. Like, that's the way I feel. I'm just like I'm practical with it. I'm just telling you straight up. Like, it's very easy. It's so simple to
It's
me that horizontal means horizontal, and that's it.
you
That's
know
a
what's
curve.
I always and I'm feeling kind of like the vibe of like where this parallels the biblical scriptures. What it's doing right now is showing that the God is using the things that are like very feeble and things that in men's eyes looks like it's not even able to stand to destroy the most strong and powerful. Like
Yeah.
our little puny group, can go against the most intellectuals, and they come in here and they get destroyed, bro, every time. Why? Why every time?
Right.
Why is it like nobody has an answer? Because there isn't one. And so he's armed us with the capability to be able to do this. So honestly, that's what it is. Because we're not. I mean, all we want is the truth of the matter, right? That's it. What's true?
Yeah. No doubt. Like, I mean, you're right. He uses, the weak to destroy the strong, and the fool to confound the wise. Right? It's very true. It's very, very true.
Yeah, and none of this is to say that there isn't some kind of etheric effect at all. I mean, there is something weird going on. You can measure the fringe shift of what appears to be some kind of electromagnetic drag coming from a preferred direction. Okay, cool. Meanwhile, Earth measures flat.
Exactly.
Right. Right. And I think that you made a good point earlier too. Is a lot of the stuff, like for instance, when they start getting into satellites, it's like, well, you're kind of giving them a position to say that
Yeah.
they are 23,000 miles away, because if they have a time differential shift, and it's based on timing of it being 23,000 miles away, now you're saying we know that light travels at this speed. Like, dude, you're right, dude. They give them a position that they
Right,
can
they
actually,
give it up. Well, the ether
yeah,
proponents are basically saying, without saying it, that the satellites are caught up in the ether wind.
Yep.
right,
And
right,
so that's what they're arguing from. And it's like, okay, prove it, dude. Prove that ether is even toroidal.
right.
Nobody
There you
can
go.
prove what is the unit of ether in the first place. Like, there is a crazy phenomenon happening. I don't discount that whatsoever. It's well documented. But I mean,
Right.
meanwhile, let's go back to stuff we can empirically prove and validate and logically reason with. So
Because then it's just a new form of a glober.
yeah, it's a derivative topic that has
Exactly.
no bearing on the nature of or what's visibly and observably and practically used in our world, which is flat Earth.
Yeah.
The ether was built and conceived of from a globe.
Right. I guess, I mean, at the end of the day, I guess maybe it's just kind of like Voltron, right? We just all come together and like
What?
destroy
Yeah,
the enemy, though.
you'd hope that'd be the way to go about it, APOC. But when it's like when you're talking to people on a practical level, you're like, okay, so man, all we got to do is keep it simple. That's it. That's all we got to do all day long. Keep it simple. The globe doesn't have any argument against it.
True.
But
Yeah,
those
true.
other guys are like, yeah, but dude, we're not giving anything to them. We got to give them something. We got to come up with something, some model, something. And that's why those guys, they have their own camp. Where they're like, and you're like, yeah, but they're flat earthers too. Yeah, that may be, but there's on the esoteric side of things. They want to spice it up. They don't want to just stop where it's not good enough, bro. Winning is not good enough. No, we gotta dominate these guys. It's like, bro, we don't. Like, what more do you
Right. Or
want?
explanations without evidence. I think the humble path forward is to admit that we really don't know what we don't know, and to stop offering these flat earth sci-fi explanations, no matter how good they sound. I think the creator will take somebody's ego that's trying to dominate, like Alpha said, and will knock them down a peg or two every time they try to rise up and do this. I think this topic is so important to things of divine significance that this is why we're seeing some of the great minds of flat earth getting derailed into occult topics,
Yep.
derivative topics, and offering alternate cosmologies, suddenly having problems and
And
suddenly
that's
embarrassing themselves because the creator's involved.
You know, kind of like the thing that I don't want to happen, but if it does, I don't really care. But those guys are gonna have egg on their face if they see a midnight sun in Antarctica. Amish.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's like this is why I said yesterday, hey, I will accept, even without empirical evidence, I'll accept that Antarctica is an island. And then you can go to 90 degrees south, wherever that is, right on Antarctica, and see a rotating sun around you during the Antarctic summer. So what?
Yep.
You know, it doesn't change the fact that we can see too far, we can measure things flat, that everything is treated as flat and stationary. It's a derivative topic. I mean, it's the same problem that you know, we point out to Globers who bring Eratosthenes to the table for using the sun to specify what the ground is doing. And then by the same token, we have flat earthers saying, well, the sun has to be this certain way for flat earth to work on an AE map. It's like, no, stupid. You're doing the same mistake that Eratosthenes did, and you're assuming what the sun is and what it has to do, when you don't have enough information to make any reason or valid points to begin with. I mean,
you know what?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You know, it's funny. I was just gonna say, when I was younger and I was like a huge nerd, loved science. I was a big nerd in science, right? And space. And I remember my uncle telling me this story. And I think I've said it before too. He was telling me that he's like, "Do you know that there's some bodily, like, how do you say it? Like, not rocks, but he's like, do you know that there's heavenly, I forgot how he said it, heavenly bodies, whatever, asteroids, whatever. I forget. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what he said. He's out, but let's say like you have a mass, okay? You know, do you know that some of them go around the planets at speeds that don't make sense logically because of their size and distance?" And he said, he's like, that's God just messing with us. And I remember him telling me, he's like, because even what we know and understand, going again, heliocentric model, this what we were believers of it. He's like, there are objects in the sky. There's masses. That's what he said. There's masses in the sky that they don't equate to what they're supposed to be doing just by the general orbital mechanics. Like it doesn't jive up. And he was saying that, you know, and he's like, do you know that there's also planets that spin on different rotations, on actual rotation? I was like, really? I was like, yeah, I think that's Uranus, right? But anyways, we're going through them, and he's like, you know what? He's like, that's just so that way God could throw us a curveball, and just like that way we don't get too puffed up and know what's going on or how things work. Now he told me this when I was a little kid. Now looking
that's
back
really
at
humble.
that, yeah,
it's like the Selenelian eclipse, right? I mean, God just threw something in our faces right there. I mean,
like, here,
it's
prove
dropping
this.
big hints, guys. This world isn't what you think it is.
Right. It's like, okay, so if you think, you know, the planets are supposed to be going at a certain way, okay, and then they're going in opposite directions.
Yeah, it makes them go backwards and retrograde, right? Like, oh, well.
Right. It's like, checkmate, bro. Like, God's like, checkmate, humans, like, figure that out. And then as man, being arrogant and prideful, we think we know the answer. So we'll set out for them. We'll prove it. And we're going to take an observation here and we're going to know this. And then, Like, and then you see these moons that are going around these planets, but they're not. How is the smaller one going slower than the bigger one when it shouldn't be? Because technically, if you have less, it's just like a whole story to it. But it doesn't make sense logically. So that's where like the universe falls apart, because logically it's not sticking. That glue is just becoming undone. That adhesive that kept it all together got through some curveballs at us.
Yeah,
And just like you said,
the cosmic distance ladder has a bunch of broken rungs.
yeah, definitely.
Is what it amounts to, and that's why they've got the cosmological constant problem. It's why there should be more mass and energy than we can see, and it's the whole thing is just ready to fall apart. And we can see amidst these cosmologists and astrophysicists in their circles that they're scrambling to try and come up with another cosmology that can replace what they currently have, and they're working towards that. And we're seeing a return of occultism and Kabbalism. It's like, okay, well, now you're going back to Babylon. They were flat earthers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And guess who's getting in bed with them?
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Right.
Yeah. That's
it's scary.
Point.
I mean, monism, solipsism, and the idea that Earth is, or our realm is a simulation, is coming back. We're hearing NASA even saying that we live in 4 spatial dimensions in the universe. I'm like, oh, okay. So what if Earth is flat and 4 spatial dimensions would allow you to effectively, quote unquote, circumnavigate by going in any direction and ending up back to where you started again?
Pac-Man world.
Pac-Man world. Okay. So what? So they're saying Pac-Man universe. Well, maybe Earth is a Pac-Man world in 4 spatial dimensions. Who knows?
Darren Nesbitt is gonna be all up on that, man. He's gonna be like, "I told you guys. I told you it was a Pac-Man Earth.
I called it."
So I kind of want to see them do a north-south circumnavigation, and I want them to see a sun in Antarctica that circles about their heads during their summer.
I actually secretly want to see that too, man. I hope that does happen, man. Like they do see a midnight sun. I'm like that, and I said this to APOC and
world.
I know. I told this to you guys earlier. That's gonna thin the herd. We're gonna actually know who's who after that.
Exactly.
I think that's what's gonna happen.
And you know what? What if it's just another Saturnian eclipse? Just another thing that God has created just to throw us off, to humble us, to keep us humble. Like you have no idea what I'm doing. I'm telling you, Enoch, when he talked about the portals, dude, that sounds crazy, bro. But I don't know.
It's not only that, dude. Like there's so much going on in the unseen from that perspective of what I even looked at the Enoch's cosmology. Dude, it is like the stars have portals, the sun have moons going to like it's doing the Pac-Man thing, right? As far as Darren Nesbitt's idea of whatever, but that's what it says it's doing, on Enoch's perspective. Do we know that it does it like because you go far north and you see it actually do something as akin to like a circle, so you're seeing the sun actually do that. But I mean, how do we explain what we're looking at? How do you know what that entity is? Is it something that's metaphysical? Is it physical? Like, what's light? There's so many questions.
What's weird is the government, you could say, actually uses a Pac-Man Earth model for satellite tracking. It's flat. It measures flat, but it repeats itself.
Yeah, it's that wave that goes up and down and it just goes around and around. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, it's a flat map and it repeats itself. And how they do it is they use 4-dimensional mathematics. They create a hypersphere where the radius of the hypersphere touches a flat plane equally in distance at every point, with curvature happening in a higher dimension than 3. And that's called the local tangent plane in ECEF and coordinates.
It's like a Earth EKG. Like it's
when you plot out the
going up. Yeah. And
so,
you have your readout, your heart readout. Yeah,
that's just a model. That itself is just a model that they find useful. It doesn't mean that reality has any significance to that. It's models can be so far off. Like you had the Niels Bohr
Agreed.
model of the atom, which is now fully refuted and dismissed, but they use that model to create nuclear energy,
Just like
and atom bombs, if you believe them.
Yeah, just like the celestial sphere, a conceptual tool that was used ever since the 6th century to show how things in the sky move, the movements of the heavens and such, concentric to the observer. Like I thought that was amazing, but these conceptual models aren't what reality actually is. If we were to rise to the exact plane that those things are on, we'll be seeing something totally different. Because I
Right.
mean, convergence happens in our vision. Everything's converging to the eye line, and how things are being viewed from our perspective. Every individual, like everybody's seeing a different. Like where I'm standing
Mm-hmm.
at geographically, when I go outside, my everything looks like it's centered to me, my vision, and you could say the same thing to you where you're at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
think there's
I
a
mean,
key to that. There's so much that's observer dependent, where these things in
yeah,
the sky are basically observer dependent and in a dynamic position, but is consistent so that you can model it in a certain way.
yep.
Yeah.
So, like when Indio said that if you take multiple people to look at the sun, they don't those ray lines don't triangulate to determine point, flat or globe. Now the globe explains it by saying, well, these are parallel light rays from a source that is so huge that they can be parallel and so distant that there's no parallaxing effect, and this would require the Earth to be curved. Well, you could just as easily say you can keep your curvature, but it's a small point of light that appears at a observer dependent position and appears to dynamically shift based off of each
Yeah.
observer's position, but is
You can't.
consistent in the way it manifests, so you can model it.
You change the parameters around, like, because you could, if you think about it, just toy with the variables, and then you
Right.
could figure out that you could have different instances where it's not like the way they propose, but you could change it up.
Right.
So it's never going to be one. Models are useful for specific things that you want them to be useful for, but they're not the end all be all for what information to solidify that specific idea to be. That's the gold standard. That's what we're going to use because that's what reality is. Like they don't know that. There's no way.
Yeah. It's one of those things to where, like you were saying earlier, just to kind of bring it back, you have some flat earthers, people that no longer believe the world to be a 25,000 mile circumference spheroid hurling through an infinite vacuum called space, but they are searching for another model. Like they have to be shown a model to believe the model because that's how they were originally indoctrinated into the globe. Some people, not everybody, but they have to have a model. Just like the guy earlier. He's like, well, where's the map? They need that. And I don't know. I think it's part of the journey, though, maybe for a lot of people. And maybe it's made for others to see that and to come to that realization. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, hello?
Keith, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Sorry.
Yeah, hi, people. I was here yesterday and I wanted to ask a question, but before I answer the question, I think you've already sort of like done it for me. I don't know. My question is, um, someone said there's no edges on flat Earth. So how do we know that? And it seems to be coming up with this other sort of like Pac-Man thing. How do we know that?
No, well, that was kind of the point, Keith. We're talking about how we don't know, but for us to take a position saying that we do know, then we're in the wrong because you don't know because we can't know. You can't. Let me just put it this way: if I gave you the dimensions of my living room, can you create my two-story house?
Probably, if I was that skilled.
So you're saying that if you just had the dimension of my living room, you can model my whole entire house without
No,
seeing it?
No,
That's the logic. That's the point. We
you would
can't
need the
say
whole
that
plan,
we
wouldn't you?
right. You would have to go room to room, right? You would have to model it, right? You'd want to get all the measurements of every room, and you could lay it out. You can even draw it on a piece of paper. Here's the restroom. Here's the kitchen. Here's the bedroom one. Here's the master bedroom. Here's upstairs. Here's the loft. See, but you have to be there to do that. So we
So
can't
my
say that we've modeled an Earth that we haven't, seen
yeah.
every inch of it.
So what I'm getting at, you told someone yesterday that there's no edges on flat Earth, but that's just a belief, isn't it?
No, no, no. I don't think I said it. It might have been
No,
someone
I don't know
else.
you.
Yeah, it might have been someone else then.
No. Look, we get different flat earthers. This is what we're discussing, Keith. Different flat earthers have different ideas. Now, some of these guys are esoteric. They want to guess whether there's an edge. There's not an edge. What's beyond the edge? Is there more land? Is there more ponds? Yeah, but what we discuss is things that can be
What was the question?
verified in reality. Yeah.
He said someone said there's no edges to a flat Earth. We don't know that.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
that's
it was
wrong.
one of
I
you
heard that
guys
part of
said
the
it.
discussion.
It was one of the
Indio
hosts
said, I think
said that.
Indio was here, right? And he's like, who's claiming an edge? It doesn't mean there is none. He said, none of us are assuming an edge.
Okay, okay, let's clarify it because someone
And I think
said
AJ
here.
was there too and said, it's not like we can go out and verify the edge.
That's right, and that's what I'm saying to Keith now. I'm saying, listen, we don't
So
claim an edge. I said there's
why would
some
there have
people
to
that
be an
may
edge?
not, but
Is there a limit to bounded reality? Maybe. It's a
So
philosophical
what
question.
happens if there is no
Meanwhile,
edge?
we can measure
Or
Earth flat and use it flat, and it appears to be flat, and it's stationary flat. So
so what I'm
what does
getting
that
at,
say about the
and what you
globe?
said before,
Pretty much everything we were taught about it is bunk.
Can
apparently
you
if
hear Keith?
you walk in
No,
a straight line, you're not actually walking in a straight line. You go
he's
round in
showing up as a
circles.
listener.
Okay, hold on, Keith. Hold on, Keith. Right now, Amish can't hear you.
can you hear me,
Can you do me
Amish?
a favor?
Can you hear me,
Amish, can
Amish?
you hear AJ?
No, I gotta
Oh,
go
I think
anyway.
it's
I gotta run off somewhere to a store. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
okay, cool.
Yep.
Maybe I'll reconnect you. All
Okay.
right, go ahead, Keith.
yeah, Keith. The whole
Yeah.
point is that we didn't claim there is no edge. We didn't claim that there was an edge. We just said that it's not something that can be verified.
So what happens if you walk in a straight line?
Don't
We don't know.
know.
I mean, I've seen
All
some
right,
flat earthers
let
say if you walk in a straight line,
yeah,
you actually
Keith.
go round in a circle.
Keith, and you said this earlier when you were here yesterday that you're a flat earther. You're not. Let's just be honest, because I like speaking to honest people. You're not a flat earther, Keith. And so, because you said that
Why do you
yesterday,
say that?
because you don't have to pretend to be something that you're not. I hate
All I'm
dishonest people.
saying,
All right,
I'm a flat
let's
earther,
just.
but I don't
No,
know
you're
all the
not.
answers to flat earth.
No, you're not. I can see
I'm
right
definitely
through
a flat
people
earther.
and their arguments. You're very apprehensive when it comes to how you speak to people about what your questions that you ask. So, if you're honest, and I like honesty, just be honest. Yeah, I think there is a globe. You're not gonna get kicked out of here just because you're a glober. That's not how we do things. Okay. So you don't like to be held accountable for things about your worldview, and that's fine. But if you don't state that what I know that you are, and you're trying to weasel around it and give us questions, that's not going to work, sir. We don't do that here, Keith. You want to be a part
I
of this forum? If you want to be a part of this forum, all you got to do is be honest. Now, everybody doesn't know what I know. Okay? They think I'm probably being a little rough with you. I'm not. I know that you think that the earth is a globe. I listen to people and we've
that
had this
that is
conversations
incorrect.
for a couple of days. I've been assessing the way you speak. You, sir, think that the earth is a globe, but you don't want to be held accountable for any of the questions that we have to ask you. So you avoid that.
Can I just say something about that? You think I'm a glober because I asked.
I know that you are. I
Awkward
don't think
question.
it. I know.
But
I'm not.
Keith, think about the questions you're asking. If I was to walk in a straight line, where would I end up? Well, I don't know, man. I'd probably end up in an ocean somewhere. Yeah, I'm not walking in any straight line to anywhere. I'm gonna run into a building, a few lampposts, a few parked cars, and then I'm gonna end up on a beach, and I'm gonna be in.
AJ, 1 second. I don't want him to negate the fact that I'm actually asking him something specific.
Yeah, no.
Long, but this is an important step for Keith. Keith, you have to acknowledge that you're a globe earther. Do that, and this conversation can continue. If you refuse, because sir, I've been listening to many times that you ask questions. You're very apprehensive. But I know that Globers use this tactic. It's one of their tactics. So they're not held accountable for answering any questions.
I would
You
say
got one
you're
option.
absolutely...
In my forum, sir, in my forum, you have one option, and that's to tell the truth. And if you're not going to do that and be honest for your position, you can be excused out of this call. It's up to you, sir.
Okay. I will admit that I ask awkward questions, probably like Globers ask. Can you accept that?
That Globers ask, we don't need you to play devil's advocate, sir. We don't need that. We already have people that think that the Earth is a flat earthers doing that. So if you're doing that as devil's advocate, you need to stop doing that. I don't care for that.
Okay. So...
so you have one option. Be a Glober and admit it, or stop playing devil's advocate.
I can... Okay, then I would have to stop playing devil's advocate. Will you accept that?
Yeah, that means no more questions.
If I walk in a straight line, where do I end up? And then followed up with, but I could go around the world and end up in my same place. So then that's some Glober logic right there. So even if you're saying you're not, I'm just saying
I didn't
your
say
words.
that. I didn't really mean that if I said it.
Oh, you
All
didn't?
I'm
Yeah,
saying
well,
is
that's
I'm
what you
just
said.
asking because, I mean,
what?
I
Because
claimed that I was a flat earther, but I don't know
yeah, but
everything
it doesn't
about flat
sound that
earth,
way.
and that's why I'm
It
asking
doesn't
questions.
sound that way. It
because
does
I want to
not
fill in the
sound that
gaps.
way. Keith, it does not sound that way. You're being you're being either playing devil's advocate or you're a Glober. One of those two. One of those
Keith,
two.
I
You're
don't
actually a
think-
Glober or you're
Can you know that it's flat? Yeah, I mean it's no different to the globe. I mean,
advocate or you're a real Glober. So you have to choose one and one or the other, one of those. If you're playing devil's advocate, I'm going to ask you to stop doing that. It means no more questions coming your way to us. If you're a Glober, you can ask your questions because I want honesty. You can ask all the questions you want and any way you want. We'll answer them. Keith? Just be honest, man. That's it. I've been doing this too long for people to be acting like they're trying to, oh, I'm not doing that. No, that's oh, he left?
Yeah, he dropped down as listening.
trying to get another one in at the moment who's messaging me. He's drawn me a circle on a piece of paper and told me the yellow ring is the sun circling the observers in Antarctica. Draw whatever map you choose, but make the sun is also elsewhere in the world and nighttime. P.S. Not possible. This completely debunks the flat Earth.
Yeah,
well, so he's
is it Piper Australis?
No, this one is not a spud. So I've got getting bombarded, man. I got Not a Spud, Alex Borge, Network Affected, Science.
Doofus is on X.
Yeah, Doofus is that guy you don't want. You don't want to have a conversation with that one.
No.
The dude who's doing the final experiment. I got the final experiment. This is
Will.
Yeah, Will. This is all one thread. They're all the whole lot of them against me.
Wow.
And all they got to do is come in here.
And I've given every one of them an invite. I've asked them all to come. Not one will come. They just want to keep sending me pictures of flat Earth.
From, are you on, Nathan? Sometimes maybe they hear you there and they're.
No, I don't
know
really
you.
speak. I just moderate. Yeah, Nathan just runs his normal show.
Is it all from here then?
Yeah, yeah. This is all from here. This is all on X. This is some thread or some. I don't even know what it is, man. I don't know how X works. Sorry.
Probably a group chat.
Oh, yeah. I just
might
get it
have
in my.
lumped him in a group chat. Yeah.
No, it just keeps coming up in my notifications, and all of my responses are on my wall by the looks of it. Like if you go to my name, you should be able to see my responses.
So they're replies. It's under your replies, yeah. So your
Yeah,
reply
but
is somewhere. There's an original thread somewhere, but you're talking on.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Get the homie coming back. Amish.
All right. Can you hear us now, Amish?
Yeah, just fine. Loud and clear.
Okay.
We gave Keith Theo heave ho. Well, at least. There's an old saying: you step on a cat's tail, it's gonna holler. So he basically was saying he's a flat earther. He's just a flat earther, but he was giving all these arguments like as if he was a glober. And I'm like, dude, I've been listening to you. There's no way that you're not a glober. You're gonna have to admit that you are one. And he's like, no, really, truly, I'm a flat earther. And I was like, well, then you're playing devil's advocate, bro. You're giving these glober questions. And APOC pointed out to him. So I was like,
You know what's
pick one.
funny?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, my flat Earth journey started off with me being a glober, role playing as a flat earther to play devil's advocate. Glober anymore.
You
None of
flat
this
smacked yourself.
globe crap makes any sense.
He's
I'm doing a
flat-smacked
better
himself.
job defending flat Earth than the globe. Yeah, I was on Reddit doing this for a while too.
I think I worked out where somewhere else, but
do we have a recording of that? Jay, one of the earlier ones that we had.
Was it deleted?
yeah, Matrix was with me though. It was me and Matrix, and then Matrix give him a bit of stick, yeah, and then he left and he went and started his own space called Australian Flat Earthers Are Idiots, and
I remember that, AJ.
Dude, it chaps his hide that there's Australians that are for flat Earth. That's what it is, dude. And not only that, but intellectual ones such as yourself. That's what
We
really
got a ton
burns
of
him
them.
up. And for
I hope we
some
can get
reason,
the others.
you guys in Australia?
Yeah. It was actually funny. I had a conversation in a pharmacy today. I went to pick up some stuff. I took some medication, and they were laughing about conspiracy theories. And I said, "Oh well, do you know the Earth's flat?" And then one of them straight away brought up the Netflix documentary and said, "Yeah, I love flat Earth. The flat Earth has proved the globe." So I gave them a couple of things, water and stuff, and then they're like, "Oh, look, we studied chemistry, and to be chemists, we didn't actually study this, so."
Trying to look for a way out, man. Like he just.
Yeah, it was it was actually two chicks. There was the one behind the counter and the pharmacist, and it was the pharmacist chick that said, "Oh yeah, the Netflix." And I started talking about water and measurements, and she's like, "Oh yeah, no, sorry, we studied pharmacy. This."
Because you live on the bottom of a globe and you see the sun biased to the north going around a circle the other way.
I think hanging off I think
you're not supposed to be a flat earther.
I think hanging off the globe would be my number one. Upside down would be my number one reason why I am a flat earther and not a glober.
That's some crazy business.
So we continue to see the same trend, Alpha, where globe heads are afraid to make positive claims.
Yeah, seems
it's now
that way.
devolved into where's your map, flat Earth? It's like what do you?
From all these guys in this chat, they're just demanding that I explain everything. Explain this. Explain that on a flat Earth, and it's ridiculous.
Well, what passes for science is who has the best explanation. Who can explain things with the coolest story. It doesn't matter what's verifiable independently or what's falsifiable. You know, it doesn't matter any of the stuff that we put through the popularity contest of ideas.
I'm telling you, man, they get all comfy in their recliners. Okay, give it to me. Wow me. And you're like, dude, what the fuck is this? I don't have to sit here and wow you for anything. Like, there's no argument against logically consistent points, which is the Earth is measured as flat, right? Planar surveying it's an easy win. I mean,
it is an easy win.
I don't know, man. Like, I mean,
well, they come into this conversation probably because they've already been preloaded with all the other Flat Earth 2.0, Flat Earth Society 2.0 garbage out there. They've already been, somebody already tried to wow them once with some toroidal ether Earth shit. And so they come into here and they're like, okay, I'm going to get these guys because I've seen all their, Cheerio donut Earth nonsense. I'm going to just ask them to give it to me, and then I'll hit them with NASA facts. Right? So then they come in and they fully expect us to go into story mode about, Cheerio. Not who we are. I mean, we're empirical Earthers, if you want to put a label on it.
Yeah.
And
I don't know
it
how
catches them off guard.
I don't know how many times like Kyrgyz has to redirect those new guys that he knew from those other spaces that they come in here, those other guys that come in here from the the esoteric flat earth spaces. Yeah. They come in here and the Globers are just like trying to ask us the same, I guess posed to them. And I was like, dude, we didn't make that argument. We didn't say that. Like we gotta keep it right, like Kyrgyz. And we gotta keep reminding them, bro, this over and over again.
That the sun is 3,000 miles high and 33 miles wide. Yeah. You flat earther, you're supposed to believe in a firmament with the stars in it, and that the ether is the breath of God, and they, it's like, no.
Exactly.
Not making any of those claims. Yeah, it's been really damaging what the other side to our community's done. It's not even our community anymore. They've gone so far off the rails.
They've gone so far off the rails, Amish. They went concave on us, bro. Like
I noticed that. I had to unfriend some people that were flat earthers. Dude,
Oh,
I
so
unfriended
funny.
some people because of this stuff. I'm like, holy crap, you get well said.
Yeah,
That's it.
they were offered a model, and they're like, okay, we'll believe this because it makes sense, and it boom, haha, fuck you. The Earth's not a globe spheroid like you thought it was. It's a way of a globe. Wow.
It's like
Yeah,
it's
Earth.
like
It's
they're
not
poppers. They
convex
just take the
water.
thing
It's
and they
concave
pop it inside out.
Right, exactly.
Sorry about earlier.
Yep.
Oh, no worries,
Everything
Keith.
froze up earlier, so I'm back again.
No
I
worries,
think the
Keith.
internet or X
Yeah,
frozen
so
up.
you're
something
ready
like
to tell us if you're one of those two?
I think he said he's gonna stop.
No, I don't know, IPOC. I want to hear him say it.
Yeah, so what you're saying is
No, I don't want you to play devil's advocate anymore, which means you don't have to keep asking Glober questions if you're a flat earther. You understand? You tracking?
Keith, do you understand?
okay, well,
what?
I'm not a glober, but
okay then.
I will say this, that I did not believe I was being so
Well, you were. I'm telling you, every
okay.
question that you brought up, and it wasn't just this instance, Keith. It was the other day as well. You do the same thing when you come in here. You ask these questions where it sounds like I'm just an innocent question asker. I just want to ask this one question. No, you're asking these leading questions about doing things as it were, asking like if you were a Glober. Same way.
Okay, well, I didn't realise that because
I got a
yes,
question
you
for
did.
Oh,
Oh, yes, you
Keith.
did.
Hang on.
Yes,
I think
you did, Keith.
What made you give up the globe?
I have been out of the flat world for I don't know so many years. Probably about 4
What made
years.
you give up the globe?
Probably 2017.
No, what made you?
Yeah, but what was it? Yeah, what idea made you give up the globe?
I think it was something like 200 flat Earth proofs.
Which one of those is what got you over the hump? What was the one sticking point that got you over the hump and you said, you know what, this globe is trash?
What was the one sticking point? That we could see too far. That was it.
Well, hang on
30 minutes in.
Second, Keith. I think that Alpha's got a point here as well, Amish, because I think Keith's being a little bit slippery here due to the fact that he came out first talking about an edge. And when we answered the edge question, he tried to reframe it another way, as if I just walk in a straight line, where am I going to get to? So You had the answer on the edge, Keith. It was a very clear answer.
Huh.
That it's not something we'd lay claim to because it's not something we can
I am not trying to disprove flat Earth. I know the Earth is flat.
No,
If you
you
don't like,
don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. So I see past the Matrix, boys. I mean, I'm telling you, this guy, he's a glober, definitely. Playing devil's advocate, he's damn sure a glober. But if you guys want to take the whatever he's selling, you go ahead. Because I'm telling you right now, this guy, he's a glober.
You're
Wrong,
right.
but I'm just gonna prove it to you.
Unless Keith,
I
you
feel
can
really
explain to
bad
me
that you think I'm a
why
glober.
you rephrased the question after it was answered very clearly. Why did you rephrase the question to try and get back to the edge by walking in a straight line?
Because
This happened almost 24 hours ago. And this is also what happens when you wander into a room full of nerds with near photographic memory that can recall pretty instantly and accurately almost every conversation we've had and everything we've ever read.
well, can I say this?
You get
World, I sort of left it sort of like 4 or 5 years ago, and
I know.
I don't know what Glover's questions that they ask.
You got under your sleeve, dude. You guys, as hard as you try to be slippery, you can't get past me, dude. And I know everybody else is
I'm not
probably
trying
like,
to be
man, that
slippery.
guy. Yes, you are, Keith.
I'm an honest
You
guy.
100% are. Yeah, right. Okay, honest man. I
Understanding.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think. I mean, I don't want to be banned from here, but I like listening to you, and I like listening to the Globers falling apart. But I think it's flat.
Okay,
I'm
it's
pretty
flat.
sure it's flat.
Okay.
It's flat. Yeah, it's
So
flat.
are you saying that we wouldn't be able to verify the land mass in total ourselves? So you wouldn't be able to answer that question due to that fact?
I'm not really fully got that.
So what you said was basically that you don't know, you wouldn't be able to tell us because you yourself can't verify the entire land mass that we live upon.
Of course I can't.
That's right. So neither can I. So why would you ask me to?
Well, I didn't know
I got a few. We should sing some together sometime in a pub. You sound like a fun guy.
Is that an honest opinion?
Yeah, I mean that.
Yeah, he's not gonna
I
bullshit.
mean,
Yeah.
I don't like to upset anyone. Sort of like when I'm in an argument, if I feel that it's getting out of hand, I just say, okay, I disagree with you. And the argument goes because they can't handle someone agreeing with them. You think that's true?
Yeah.
Keith's like
You
one
know,
of
I've
those.
already.
I reckon Keith's like one of those guys that dresses up like a really old dude and heads down to Muscle Beach and gets in there and then
fools
throws
everybody.
his walker on.
Thought you were in another space. We identify people of archetypes of people. We deep dive into psychology. We know when people are faking shit. You, sir, are faking shit. I saw you a mile away, bro. You can't. I mean, you might have, bro, or some others in here.
I have never.
No,
I
don't
haven't
raise your
spoken
hand.
to anyone. This is the honest truth. I have not spoken to anyone about flat Earth or glow stuff for at least 4 years now.
Okay.
Wow, you've been in this longer than me.
To going over the sea, you can see too far. How does it make sense? Well, I had to scrap the globe. Just say that there's no curvature.
So it was like no curvature. Bob's your uncle.
Say that again.
No curvature. Bob's your uncle, right? Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, really? Somebody just.
I can tell you that the one question that really got this started for me was when a flat earther asked me if I've ever honestly ever seen curvature before. And I had to think about it. I thought about all the airplane trips I've taken, all the beaches I've been to. And I said, never. I never did. Honest to God, I never saw it. There were moments where I thought I did or I wanted to see it. I tried to convince myself it was there, but no, never saw it. And that question stuck and bore itself deep into my mind for months and months and months. And make it make sense.
Well,
so for a lot of us who've been in this, Keith, I mean, there are very specific things we remember and we can recall with hyper specificity. a few videos, this and that. I can tell you that over a large body of water where I had line of sight, and this was in the wintertime, across the shore from one shore to the other that was 3 miles away, in another direction 6 miles away. And I was able to get close to the both ways. No refraction. It was very beautiful, very clear and cold.
Yeah.
The water was very still. And I can go on. I mean, there experience, we expect those kinds of responses too. I yield the floor back.
Yeah, well, it took me 30 minutes to doubt that I'm on a globe. That's all. Because
Yeah.
I've never really seen this stuff before. You know, I was new to social media. And across the 200 proofs and thought, wow. I thought, kind of makes a lot of sense that it's flat.
Well, I can tell you mine was I had my brother-in-law who's a flat earther who told me about it. The stuff. And when I really realized it was a flat earth was one night I did a reef trip about 150 kilometers offshore and the weather blew up so bad. Was I was looking at, and then I was like, shit, my brother was right. I shouldn't be seeing that. That was when I started really investigating it. When I was lost at sea thinking I was going to die.
Yeah.
There are other moments too I can recall. I remember being in an airplane, Keith. I was flying across the United States, and in the back of the seat in front of me is a flight tracker, right? When, according to the map, it should have been out the right window. It was out the right window on the map. I'm like,
when I flew to the
hold on a freaking second. I'm like, this is freaking crazy. So when I hear people tell me that planes prove the globe and that the globe
about Amish, when I flew to the US, whatever it is, I think it's like 18 hours or something stupid hours. That thing was the most painful thing to look at because you just felt like you'd been flying forever, and then how much more?
I remember thinking that too, flying to like London from New York, man. I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to see Hammerfest on the map because I know I'm getting closer.
Yeah.
But you know, the technology doesn't work as well as many globers think it does. The world just doesn't work as cleanly and as neatly as many globers believe it does. And it comes at a huge social cost specifically. Because if you're a flat earther, you're built-in retarded. Automatically, society thinks so. And they question your judgment. So there's a lot people's perceptions, and we're trying to use hardcore reason and measurement and scientific evidence, and it's probably never
So that's probably why I was easy to get into it.
I had a history teacher in 9th grade decades ago who had these pull down maps. If you're from that era and earlier too, Keith, you'll probably know what I'm talking about. These maps they would have in the front of the classroom, and these big long tubes, usually above a chalkboard, and they had little ropes on them with rings, and you pull them down, and there'd be a series of them, and they could pull down different maps to show you different projections, different things. And my history teacher always had what I remember being something like a Gleason's map. Or an azimuthal equation.
Well, I remember seeing an atlas, and it was quite a big atlas, and it had all these different projections of the world so that you could see what you was looking at. And as you flip the pages, yeah, it's kind of like what you dictated me at the time. But now I get it. Why all these projections? Surely you only need one projection to be
those
the
maps
truth.
are made the same way.
There's only one truth, and
so yeah, all those maps are made the same way, just projected differently.
Yeah, so why? Something is really going on.
Yeah, I mean they're made because what's been accepted in modern map making, even going back hundreds of years now, is using the stars to map the terrain. Latitude and longitude. You know, we're taught what that is, and it's often taught wrong. People think latitude and longitude are lines drawn on a ball on the globe that we live on. And that's not where they originate. Latitude and longitude originate in the sky as conceptions. So latitude is just your elevation angle to Polaris. That's all it is. It's all it's ever been. The lower in the sky Polaris is, the closer you are to 0 degrees latitude. When Polaris is directly overhead, it's 90 degrees latitude. You know, and that elevation angle requires and necessitates a horizontal reference plane being the Earth.
Hey, I'm gonna.
Longitude, on the other hand, is made with the sun. It's the sun's position as it is to you at its zenith at noon, you could say, relative to the prime meridian. And you use clocks. You time you take your time relative to what time it is in like Greenwich, England, at the prime meridian. And you just do a calculation, and that helps you determine how far away you are from the prime meridian.
Hey, I'm just gonna come in here and say that I'm probably gonna be shutting the space down because we're reaching that
Okay.
hour for me. So, if anybody else is gonna turn up their space, I don't know. You want to funnel some people into another group, so it's up to you guys. Are you gonna? Does anybody want to throw?
I'm gonna crash out. It's 5 a.m. I gotta get some sleep. I want to
I gotta go as well.
I can't. Yeah. I can't be an active host. I got stuff to do now. I can listen, but I can't really participate.
Right. But appreciate everybody that's joined us today. And yeah, man, we're gonna keep rolling through. Not all the panel members might be here tomorrow, the next day, or some other time, but we will reconvene at a later date, and I'll put 24/7 Flat Earth in the continuing series. We're at episode 16. We'll be doing 17 next. Probably another little snazzy title, but we'll be debunking the globe constantly in that other episode too. So you guys are welcome to join us again. All right.
Well, can I just say, I'm really sorry that I annoyed you, and I hope not to do that anymore. Thank you very much.
Wow. All right.
All you guys.
It's like the episode of the Waltons.
All you guys. Right. Everybody and anybody. All right, man. Take it easy.
All right. Go vote for Trump now.